Chapter 51, Calling the Soldiers. The goblin camp was built against a hill, occupying a higher ground. Its watchtowers were set far apart, and Yuan could only vaguely make out the large wooden and stone buildings within, shrouded in drifting white mist. The camp occupied a large area, easily 2 or 3 times the size of the one he had just vanquished. Yuan observed it atop his battle hawk. After 2 evolutions, and the significant increase in his psychic power, Yuan could vaguely sense the contractual link between him and the Hurricane War Hawk. This connection was strengthened when the shared vision skill was activated. He became better at directing the hawk. At his command, the Hurricane War Hawk slightly closed its wings, and like an arrow released from the bow, it shot off. Fast. Faster. Extremely fast. The goblins on the ground were making chirping noises. The spearmen fiercely hurled their spears, and in an instant, spears rained down like raindrops. This was too enthusiastic. The Hurricane Warhawk was a little overwhelmed. Wind speed. The spears were so dense that they virtually blocked off all space. Despite the speed of the Hurricane Warhawk, it could only avoid them by turning around. However, a faint blue whirlwind suddenly appeared, encircling the hawk's wings. In the next moment, it whipped up a violent gust of wind. The violent winds howled, blowing the spears off course. The Hurricane Warhawk seized this opportunity to weave through them. It dived, the white mist in its vision thinning out, while the entire goblin camp gradually became clearer. Watchtowers, tents, boulders, altars. He spotted a goblin shaman, who let loose a huge fireball in a moment. However, it wasn't moving very quickly, so the Hurricane Warhawk easily evaded it with a flap of its wings. That scared the bird out of him. The next moment, countless more spears showered down, interspersed with giant wooden planks. That was a robust, green figure. By straining with both hands, it ripped off a wall panel and hurled it like a concealed weapon at the hawk. This was a goblin warrior, a rare 1-star monster. And there were 3 of them. However, it seemed they didn't reach the professional level. If they had, he would have to consider whether his hawk, June, would be able to return. Even so, Yuan began commanding the Hurricane Warhawk to retreat. However, this creature seemed a bit unrestrained and took a detour before leaving. Because of this detour, Yuan clearly saw a burly figure behind the huge camp. And a gate about 10 meters high, ancient and swirling with a time-space vortex. Is that the Secret Realms Gate? After the Hurricane Warhawk returned, instead of ordering takeout as usual, Yuan went to a restaurant located within his residential complex. He deserved to treat himself once in a while. Most residents and tenants in this complex seemed to be players. Yuan hardly saw anyone on ordinary days, but no sooner had he sat down to order than he overheard customers in a distant corner chatting about game-related topics. He wouldn't normally eavesdrop, but due to his maxed-out hearing abilities, Yuan could hear the conversation clearly, even from a distance. It was not because I wanted to eavesdrop. Yuan tilted himself to the side a little, and pricked up his ears. Have you checked the forum? The young master of the city lord of Yuan City has said that he's discovered the entrance to the challenge of the secret realm. And he'll be taking it down and entering it soon. I'm envious. We are also excellent rookie lords, but why haven't we found the entrance to this secret realm yet? Wake up, although we are second-generation gamers, we can't compare ourselves to top-tier second-generation lords like them. How far have we explored? It's normal that we haven't found it yet. Even if we could find the entrance to the secret realm, it's very likely that we won't be able to defeat the guardian monster outside. If our main force takes losses as a result, it would be a huge loss for us. We should just prepare for the trial honestly. As long as we can become lords, we'll be living a divine life in the future. The 2 gamers in the distance seemed to be part of the 16 newcomers who took the test at the same time as him. But Yuan was socially anxious and completely uninterested in striking up a conversation. He just wanted to play the game in peace. So, he took out his phone and logged into the forum. The discussion about the newcomer challenge of the secret realm was hot on the forum. The young master of Yuan City, Luo Xing, has already discovered the entrance to the challenge secret realm and is about to subdue it. Lord Yu Shi has already entered the secret realm for newcomers and has reportedly cleared several levels and received substantial rewards. By the looks of it, Luo Xing is lagging behind Yu Shi. Yu Shi exterminated the monsters guarding the gate to the secret realm 2 days ago. That's not exactly a fair comparison. The guardian monster that Yuan had to deal with was just a group of jackal men, and even if there was a 9th level jackal man amongst them, they're still only jackal men. The guardians that Lord Luoxing had to face, however, were a number of gargoyles of rare rank. Despite the fact that the gargoyles have not yet reached the professional level, they still leave the jackal men far behind. These two seem to be quite prominent, or perhaps they're offspring of big shots. Many new and veteran players on the forum started a debate about who of the two is the strongest. As they squabbled, other strongest newcomers were also mentioned. Of course, it was mainly the veteran players who were making the nominations, while the newcomers were spectating and occasionally cheering on the speakers, which made the veterans even more excited. For example, the younger sister of the Lord of Hanyu City, the current heir of the Tianli family, the legitimate daughter of the Tianhe clan, the son of the Wang clan of Biting. And so on. As everyone knows, you can always list more than 10 strongest newcomers. Of course, not all of these top-notch second-generation players are from the south of Xian country, and the times they entered the Eternal World differed as well. Interestingly, both Luoxing and Yuan were, like him, in the Twilight Plain region. The newcomer secret realm of challenge they entered would also be in the same space. And from Luoxing's bragging post, Yuan could easily tell that. There's still 7 days left before the secret realm's gate will close. There's no rush for that, but how could he keep his enthusiastic goblins waiting? He certainly wasn't going to miss the secret realm of challenge either. As Zhang Cheng, the big shot, had said, whenever there's an opportunity, you have to strive, suppress all competitors, in order to reach the extreme peak. Zhang Cheng, I didn't say that last part. The next day, early morning, Yuan was conducting a roll call. Little skeletons and skeleton soldiers lined up, eager to be inspected by him. Not far away, there were the Slime Phalanx, Sentinel Squadron, Archer Squadron, and the Airborne Battle Falcon Squadron. This was all the power he had in his territory. Whether in terms of quantity or rank, it had significantly improved compared to a few days ago. The numbers of sentinels and archers remain the same, but half of them have already metamorphosed under the power of evolution. The number of slimes has increased significantly, up to 30. Among them, 15 are big slimes. In addition, besides Duo Lai, 5 slimes have evolved to a rare rank. However, their evolution type was different from Duo Las. They were called silver slimes and learned the skill of doubling, which could expand their already large bodies 1 or 2 times further. Paired with the leap skill, it could achieve surprising effects. Of course, as the king among the slimes, Duo Lai had already been evolved to a rare 3-star stage after Yuan consumed 25 evolution points. However, Duo Lai's ability to devour had significantly improved without his profession changing. The true main force of the territory, the skeleton series, has grown to 70 in number, with 40 skeleton soldiers, 10 skeleton warriors, and 3 skeleton generals. The trump card and future Great Emperor Deadbone of the Lord, though its rank had not continued to rise, had already been trained from LV6 to LV8. After a few days of exploration and hunting, using its death extraction talent, it had absorbed a large amount of essence and probably had a reserve of energy not lower than that of a professional class. Mainly due to the fact that Yuan was unsure of how much energy a professional class soldier had, as he had never seen one. Duo Lai's energy reserve was also exaggerated, the more it ate, the more it grew. At the same time, Duo Lai's level had also surpassed Deadbone, and already reached the 9th level of the 0 stage. It would take a few more days to fully accumulate experience though. Yuan wasn't clear about the forces of other top second-generation players, but thinking about it, his peak power should not be weaker than theirs, if not stronger, right? Mainly, he hasn't witnessed the real power of other top second-generation players yet. Maybe he will have a chance to see it in the secret realm of challenge? Yuan started to inspect his soldiers. This time, for the hunt, Great Lord Shepherd was personally leading the team, with General Deadbone and General Duo Lai naturally accompanying him. Well, other than leaving behind 3 skeleton warriors and 2 strong shooters to guard the arrow tower at home, he took all other high-level forces with him. 5 rare 3-star soldiers, 21 rare 1-star soldiers, and a number of skeleton soldiers, big slimes, and battle falcons. This was his force. Let's go. The team moved forward with unstoppable momentum, heading north openly without any attempt at concealment. The few monsters attracted by their presence along the way were slaughtered one by one, none could stand in their way. They would reach their destination soon. Just like that day and that moment, several stout spears were suddenly launched from the dense forest. They ripped through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound as they viciously dang dash. Suddenly, a huge palm, about 3 to 4 meters long and shining with a metallic luster, appeared mid-air, bouncing all the incoming spears away. The next moment, the figure of Duo Lai disappeared. A loud rumbling sound came from a distance, accompanied by billowing smoke and dust. Among the smoke and dust, the vegetation had disappeared, leaving only a huge palm print several meters long in the mud. Inside the palm print, there were several spear throwers, their forms no longer recognizable. Chapter 52, A Little Bit Better. Emerging from the dense jungle, the sun shone on his face, dazzling and piercing. This is the goblin camp, and the secret realm's gate is inside. Although this camp was larger, and the wild monsters were beyond imagination sharp, spearmen stood guard under the blazing sun with professional spirit, but similar to the previous camp, filth and blood flowed freely here, with everywhere filled with indescribable bloodshed and cruelty that even an 18+ rating would struggle to capture. Yuan squinted, looking at the goblins in the distance who were ready for battle, yet had not rushed out of the camp. Bad news, there are many goblins in the camp, an estimated 200 to 300. Good news, these 200 to 300 goblins are not as elite as the ones that ambushed him that day. If all these goblins were elite, Yuan would, it seems like he could still fight? He is not the same as he was in the past. Although his troops on this trip numbered only in the 50s, they were even more elite than the elites, with over half of them being rare soldiers. With the advantage on my side, how could I lose? Ahem, of course, there might be professional level enemies inside the goblin camp, and Deadbone has never fought such a big enemy, but even if we can't, he still had God Monster Crystal Lamp as a backup. No rush, just charge. Today's battle is unlikely to involve any sneaky attacks or use any clever tactics. Yuan stroked his chin. The entire goblin camp was as solid as a rock, it seemed that he could only use brute force. Brute force it is, my army is not without the ability to fight hard. He looked towards Deadbone. In this battle, he would still hand over command to Deadbone, but he, the great Lord Shepherd, also played a crucial supporting role. He had arranged for several battle falcons to circle around the outside of the camp, like unmanned reconnaissance aircraft deployed around the battlefield, delivering scenes and intelligence from various directions into his eyes. Commander Deadbone took the order. He began to command. Skeleton warriors and strong shooters stepped forward, pulling out their spears and raising their bows. The goblin shaman far away, with command capabilities, was also stunned. It murmured something, and the next moment, the elite spear throwers standing on the watchtowers, with their great vision and height advantage, all threw their spears forcefully. Wave after wave. For a moment, spears rained down, the scene was quite spectacular but whoosh 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 whoosh. Several wooden spears stuck into the ground dozens of meters away, they seemed to have been shot in vain. Even if a few spears were thrown far enough, they had no accuracy and were not very lethal. After all, this place was beyond their range. The goblin shaman on the other side, who was wise, understood this fact. It just saw the other side pulling out their bone spears and longbows and thought it had misjudged. Little did it know, it was fooled by the damned human. Just as it thought this, it saw the skeleton throw a bone spear from a distance, and the archer also shot his feather arrow. But the distance was beyond the range, and they still had the advantage of the high ground, so they didn't think. Boom! A goblin spearman was hit by a bone spear, with half of its green skin body shattered. Spurt! 2 or 3 elite spear throwers were hit by feather arrows and fell straight down from the watchtower. This was within Deadbone's expectation. The skeleton warriors used charge to throw their spears, while the strong shooters used charging arrow or triple shot. Under the effect of these skills, both bone spears and feather arrows flew faster and further. Our range is beyond yours. Deadbone commanded 2 rounds of precise strikes, of course, some were missed, but still managed to kill 20 to 30 elite spear throwers. The remaining goblins almost all hid behind buildings. The shaman on the other side was positioned a bit far. Deadbone couldn't help regretting. Yuan was both 3 parts surprised and 7 part proud, there is such a tactic. No wonder it's a great general I trained. Without beating drums or blowing horns, in silence, just when the goblins had just retreated in panic, Deadbone launched a full attack. It is a very cautious skeleton, but at this time, it would not let other skeletons or duo Lai act as pioneers. It concentrated its energy on its legs, stepped forward first, it would bear the greatest pressure. Fight! Within a few moments, Dead Bone was rushing towards the gate of the goblin camp, facing numerous wooden spears shooting at him, remaining utterly fearless. Energy output increased threefold. Cleave combined charge for a 6-meter-long black sword glow. As he muttered under his breath, the black mist on the giant sword began to erupt like boiling water, interweaving ceaselessly to form a terrifying several-meter-long black glow. With both hands on the sword, a horizontal slash cut through everything in front of him with the pitch-black glow. A fireball was split apart. Wooden fences and watchtowers got devoured and annihilated in the darkness. 3 large goblins that had growled and pounced on Dead Bone also had half of their bodies devoured by the black glow, while still 3 or 4 meters away from him. One slash unleashed an invincible might. Other goblins still recklessly charged up, but the shaman not far away was scared, wanting to tactically withdraw stealthily. At that moment, the wind whistled, a terrifying wind pressure attacked from above. The shaman quickly dodged, catching only a glimpse at a giant palm that was falling from the sky from the corner of his eye. Duo Las palm. Boom! The ground trembled, wood chips and broken stones flew up, and a thick cloud of dust and smoke hid everything within more than 10 meters. At this point, several silver slime followed in Duo Las footsteps, using duplication plus leap, raining down from the sky, dealing heavy blows to the goblins. The killing power of the silver slime couldn't compare with Duo Lai, but they too caused great chaos in the enemy ranks, causing dust and smoke to surge within the whole camp. The great chaos of battle thus unfolded. At this time, the goblin corpses lying on the ground suddenly shriveled, their bodies split open like leather bags, and one after another, bent-back goblin-branded skeletons slowly climbed up, suddenly catching or holding onto other goblins. The next moment, the giant sword fell. Boom! The scene was utterly chaotic. Skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, and countless goblins fought desperately together. It was the strong shooters, Imperial Guards, and Silver Slime, under the command of Dead Bone, only maneuvering on the outskirts of the battlefield, fighting quite cunningly. Duo Lai, on the other hand, merely relied on his palm technique to drop from the sky, hitting wherever he pointed, having already annihilated countless goblins in the back row. One of the goblin shaman even died under his hand. 3 goblin warriors, 2 goblin shaman, but they're all 9th level of the 0 rank. Even though this camp seems to be elite, it apparently hasn't existed for long. Comparing with the situation of the monsters guarding the secret realm's gate shown off by some second-generation lords on the forums, Yuan felt that he was odd, but not to a ridiculous extent. It was just a few rare monsters and hundreds of ordinary ones. Well, the 7th level Bone 2, Bone 3 completely suppressed the goblin warrior, and Duo Lai chased the last shaman everywhere. But at this moment, a hulking figure that looked like a small giant appeared in their line of sight, and with just one punch, it shattered a skeleton soldier, then grabbed a 6th level skeleton warrior, slammed it onto the ground, and then threw him far away. It was as if a giant was beating up a child. Yuan's eyes slimmed. This is the goblin leader. Goblin leader, rare 0 rank, 9th level. Same rank as Dead Bone, even a level higher. It showed its teeth at Dead Bone, its mouth full of sharp, jagged teeth still had remnants of flesh and blood. It gestured as if it were going to tear him to pieces, and then, like a heavy truck, it fiercely charged forward. Dead Bone did not retreat either. He had to bear the greatest pressure, withstand this powerful enemy. He held the sword with both hands, the massive energy reserve brought by his gifted death extraction, surged out nearly unreservedly at this moment. Energy output increased 500%. Fusing the energy by charging it 3 times with the charge skill, then converging it with the cleave skill. Infusing it into the blade of the giant sword, and then spreading it throughout his body, covering his silver armor with the billowing black mist. Dead Bone looked like a ghostly figure walking out of nether hell, basking in the black flames. The flames scorched the earth. He swung a forceful slash towards the goblin leader who, not far away, was charging madly, his face becoming increasingly twisted and pale. Boom! Black glow burst like a water fountain, consuming everything in a large area in front of him, and a deep rift was cut out of the ground. Within that rift, a broken hulking body lay under the dim black glow. Dead Bone seemed to wipe a non-existent sweat. Fortunately, I had a slight edge. Chapter 53, bloody altar. Almost the same time, in another area of the Twilight Plains, several powerful level G gargoyles are flying in the mid-air, occasionally tearing with their claws, creating a scene of blood and gore with their talons. Harpies, battle falcons, sand sculptures, flying insects. In front of the gargoyles, these 2/3-star soldier types were like thin sheets of paper being easily torn apart. One after another fell from the sky, losing their lives in the blink of an eye. However, under the entanglement of these low-level soldiers, who were evidently cannon fodder, the energy of the gargoyles was also being severely depleted. Far away, more than a dozen level 7 female musketeers of the 3-star soldiers were continuously firing, bursting open one wound after another on the gargoyles. There was also a rare level troop mage who was rubbing his hands and firing fireballs. There was also a griffin hovering in mid-air, waiting for the energy of the gargoyles to deplete before pouncing on them to deliver the fatal blow. Perfect, let's wrap up. Luo Xing, a second-generation lord who was directing from afar, patted the dust on his body with satisfaction. This is a perfect victory, I live up to my reputation. After all, he only sacrificed some level 2 and level 3 cannon fodder soldiers without investing much resources. His elite main troops had almost no losses. Isn't that a perfect victory? This is the most perfect victory. How could anyone possibly defeat these gatekeeping monsters without losing a single soldier? Well, next, I should have a go at the secret realm of challenge, and let those guys on the forum who have been looking down on me see who the real strong one is. Luo Xing controlled his character, meticulously adjusted his clothes and hairstyle, and after achieving the perfect look, he stepped into the gigantic secret realm's door of time and space. In another place, the goblin camp. The place was even messy, with damaged primitive buildings and goblin corpses scattered everywhere, showing the intensity of the war. Isn't it the truth? Several of Mu Yuan's skeleton soldiers had their soul flames completely extinguished and were deathly shattered. But it's not a problem, Emperor Deadbone will make his move. Black mist is filling the air, gradually turning into strands of black smoke, entering the body of some incomplete skeleton soldiers. Under the effect of undead resurrection, the extinguished soul flame in the skulls of these skeleton soldiers reignites, and they stand up from the ground shaking their heads. Even the 2 skeleton soldiers that were shattered, their scattered bones seemed to come alive, crawling up and putting themselves together, then completing further under the power of undead resurrection. In the blink of an eye, these sacrificed skeleton soldiers had come back to life. Except for their tattered armor, there was almost no sign of injury. Even several heavily injured skeleton warriors had their incomplete limbs restored after the black smoke entered them. They didn't need to be first resurrected, then revived by Emperor Deadbone. After all, undead resurrection is not such an inconvenient thing. Since the last time when Bone 2 was injured and worried about not being steady, he didn't resurrect Bone 2, Emperor Deadbone has been pondering about how to improve undead resurrection, and later naturally improved it. Mu Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, as expected from Emperor Deadbone. Compared to the improvement in undead resurrection, Mu Yuan was not worried at all about whether Emperor Deadbone could kill the goblin leader. Although the two are of the same rank, and the goblin leader is even one level higher than Emperor Deadbone, but the strength of Emperor Deadbone is not only reflected in the rank, but also the significant enhancement brought by the talent Death Extraction, the excellent usage of skills by Emperor Deadbone, and the base enhancement brought by dozens of training materials. How can a wild monster compare to the future Emperor? Of course not. After the fight for life, Emperor Deadbone still had the energy to use the wide-ranging undead resurrection skill, and accurately resurrected and recovered each skeleton soldier and skeleton warrior. You really are a great general for me. The battle was not an easy one, but the spoils of war always bring joy to the victor. Captain Duo Lai volunteered to lead a group of silver slime and skeleton warriors to collect the spoils of war. Soon, Duo Lai, with his giant hand arm, rummaged through the entire goblin camp and collected everything worth a little money. All the remnant souls and soul sands extracted from the bodies of the goblins were placed in front of Mu Yuan for appraisal. There are 606 G of soul sand, and 23 random remnant souls, 14 1-star goblin remnant souls, 4 2-star rabid dog remnant souls, 3 3-star barbarian remnant souls, and 1 rare level remnant soul of a goblin warrior. Even though it was only a goblin warrior's remnant soul, being able to obtain a rare level remnant soul was considered a good gain. Rare level remnant souls were not easy to get. He didn't want to use any of these remnant souls, but the whole batch was worth 6 or 7 soul crystals, a huge wealth. Of course, 6 or 7 soul crystals were pure profit. If the wear and tear of equipment during the battle, the consumption of recovery products, the freight charges of the Taishan Forum for the trade, and the various inter-regional tax fees were deducted, the final profit would only be about 3 or 4 soul crystals. Which was quite a lot. He could buy another batch of remnant souls and supplies. Thinking of the goblins who had been killed, Yuan suddenly wished if he could resurrect them and slay them again. Compared to the remnant souls extracted from the goblins, the entire camp was too poor. There wasn't a single material like red blood fruit, filling fruit, or mineral such as black ironstone. Duo Lai even started digging around but still couldn't find anything. The only valuable spoils of war were a bunch of reserve goblin-style weapons and equipment. This is not scientific. The special feature of this goblin's camp couldn't be just its poverty. If there was something else wrong, it was this altar right in front of me. It was an ancient altar guarded by several giant stones. The surface was engraved with crooked and tortuous blood-red lines, wriggling like tadpoles. The giant stones around the altar had collapsed and shattered during the chaos. The altar itself remained intact without any trace of being damaged by weapons. However, Yuan noticed that the blood stains on the ground were slowly flowing towards the blood-red altar. This was filled with bad omens and made people's hearts tremble. Frowning, he took 3 strides, his ears echoed with the reminder sound of the eternal world, which had been long unheard. Ding dash. Prompt, blood-stained altar found. The chosen lord or hero unit can destroy and purify it. Prompt, confirm destruction. What blood-stained altar meant, Yuan didn't know. What he did know, was that when the reminder sound of the eternal world rang, the gifts from universe would follow. Of course, he had to destroy it. Moreover, the existence of this altar also made him feel somewhat uneasy. Yuan extended his hand. The mark on the back of his hand brightened. Simultaneously, a bloody red light lit up on the altar as well, but in an instant, it was drowned out by dazzling white light. Boom! The blood-stained altar, which even weapons couldn't damage, was instantly covered with numerous cracks and collapsed completely, losing all its abnormalities. Meanwhile, the reward light from the universe began to fall gradually. Within the light, several white and green light balls floated. Their green light filled people with anticipation. Rare level treasures, and not just one. Prompt, archived 1.5 soul crystals. Prompt, acquired miracle blueprint, arrow tower, normal, x2. Prompt, acquired equipment sword of the dead, rare, dot. Prompt, acquired miracle blueprint, blacksmith shop, rare, dot. Yuan turned to Dead Bone. The skeleton general class giant sword in Dead Bone's hand had already worn a lot. This was the unbearable scream of the standard weapon under Dead Bone's fierce energy output. But now, General Dead Bone could change his weapon. Chapter 54 Consciousness Descends. Sword of the Dead, rare. Description: once the sword of a great knight, laid to rest in the Valley of Sai, later transformed by the invasion of undead energy. Effect: contains sharpness and toughness attributes, and can enhance the destructive power of undead energy. The entire sword leans towards a dark silvery color, with a layer of glossy black attached to it. Even though it has just been picked up, there are tendrils of undead energy diffusing around it, making the surrounding environment seem somewhat dimmer. As a rare weapon, the Sword of the Dead excels in both appearance and practicality, far surpassing the Shaman Staff. The Shaman Staff is at the bottom rung of rare weapons, probably because it came with the Fireball technique, which is why it was classified as rare. However, the Fireball technique isn't very useful, capable of dealing with only the weakest enemies. It can't kill any formidable opponent. The Dead Bone doesn't lack offensive skills, and the boosting effect of this giant sword fits perfectly. Moreover, the weapon of treasure level could carry more energy output of the Dead Bone, allowing it to fully unleash its power. Even if the Dead Bone evolves into a superior troop in the future, this Sword of the Dead can still be used for a long period. Because the weapons and equipment corresponding to the superior troops are still standard equipment without any effects, only possibly more durable than warrior level or warlord level equipment. The Dead Bone takes the giant sword, and as it swings, thick black smoke wraps around the blade, constantly swirling. Yuan then picks up the blueprint of the blacksmith's shop. Blacksmith's shop, rare. Description: a production-type building with the ability to process ore, repair equipment, manufacture and process equipment. It requires a unit with wisdom to settle in. If the settler isn't a forging talent, then the blacksmith can only produce a few simple weapons and equipment. Requirements: basic materials O/unknown, soul crystal 0/3, black ironstone 0/50, transformation crystal 0/1. The blacksmith shop is undoubtedly essential, an indispensable building in any territory. The weapons and equipment he ordered before were produced from buildings like the blacksmith's shop in other territories. Most importantly, the main material transformation crystal required by the blacksmith's shop is one of the 3 rare materials he harvested a few days ago. He has what it takes to set it up today. With the blacksmith's shop, the shabby armors on the skeleton warriors and skeleton soldiers don't have to be discarded. They can be picked up, patched up, and used again, which can save me a lot of expenses. Moreover, even if there's a lack of forging talents, the blacksmith's shop can still produce spears, arrows, and even make the standard bone spears sharper. As for the requirement for a wisdom unit to settle in, it might be difficult for other newcomer lords, but it's easy for him. Yuan is quite satisfied with this blueprint of the blacksmith's shop. In the future, this building could bring him a constant source of income. In light of this, he no longer regrets the poverty of the goblin camp, he has already forgiven it. While the blueprint for the blacksmith's shop is good, the secret realm's gate not far away is more worthy of anticipation. Yuan switched back to the forum to take a look. There wasn't much more information about the secret realm since only a few newcomers have entered the secret realm at this time, and even fewer have shared their experiences. On the other hand, the discussion titled "The Strongest Newcomer of this session" on the forum is getting more heated. Some people collected information from all sides and ranked the top 10 new kings, along with their specific ranks and achievements. After scanning it, Yuan let out a surprised sigh similar to that of a bystander. "Wow, that's amazing!" He didn't linger but switched back to the game and arrived in front of the gate of the secret realm. 2 square, ancient stone pillars stand on the ground. They are only several meters high, but they appear like pillars supporting the sky, guarding the door of time and space in the middle, which slowly rotated like a starry vortex. Secret Realm's Gate, Special. Remaining existence time, 6 days. Tip: only newbie lords can enter. An hourglass-like phantasm hangs high above the secret realm's gate, with time dwindling slowly. Recalling the various information about the secret realm that he'd found on the forum, Yuan left a few troops behind for defense, and then, alongside his generals like Deadbone and Duo Lai, he stepped into the massive time-space vortex. Dizziness. Trembling. When Yuan opened his eyes, he was met with a vast starry sky and a vast platform. The pure white of the platform stretched out into the distance, devoid of any speck of dust. He could feel the solid ground beneath him, the light breeze gently brushing against his cheek. Looking down, he saw his black light armor, covered in scratches, and his hands, gloved and stained with some blood. He clenched his fist. It responded smoothly, "Excellent." Of course, he hadn't physically entered the secret realm. This was a projection, and he was still sitting in front of his computer, looking at his character in the game. He looked up, making eye contact with himself. Oh my! Despite having read about it and being somewhat prepared, experiencing consciousness descent for the first time still feels unimaginable. Although their outfits differed, his game character looked exactly like him in reality, if a bit mudded by the residue of the previous battle. The grass and blood stains on his armor could not obscure his imposing figure and innate talent as Lord Shepherd. This was because the avatar was a projection of him in reality. Any growth in reality would strengthen the projection, but not vice versa. This was why truly advanced players would choose to immerse themselves in the eternal world. It was the only way to seize potentially game-changing opportunities. But for Yuan, he was only consciously entering the game. Looking around, he saw no signs of Deadbone or Duo Lai. However, Yuan remained calm. A hint that he received when stepping into this realm hinted that only lords and heroes were allowed to stand in the waiting area. All other troops would be on hold in a temporary mark space, only to be called forth by the Lord when the challenge began. As for the rest... Boom! In the distance, at the challenger platform in the center of the secret realm, a figure was thrown forcefully, smashing into the high wall formed by the light curtain, leaving behind a mere lump of human-like mud. This was a lord, and his soldiers had already suffered near total casualties. Yuan. He just came in and it's already this explosive? But in the next moment, a divine light showered down, resetting the mages, griffins, giants, and other soldiers as if turning back time. Even the new king player who'd just been brutally bludgeoned showed no traces of blood or wounds, and stood up straight again. He was kicked right off the platform with a biu sound. Challenge ended. The huge challenge field, shrouded in the light curtain, disappeared as it transformed into countless light spots. Challengers can initiate a challenge just by chanting. Each person has 3 chances to challenge. If the Lord dies in battle, it is a failure. Yuan received this hint from an unknown source. He didn't immediately initiate a challenge. He had just entered this secret realm and was experiencing consciousness descent for the first time. There was still much he needed to understand. Besides, Yuan looked a few hundred meters away. Apart from the player who had just been defeated, there was a third player in the secret realm. She wore a moon-white robe, her face hidden by the hood she had pulled up. From her graceful figure alone, Yuan could tell that she was a female player. After a moment's thought, he raised the built-in mask of his helmet a bit higher. In the distance, the female player seems to have started chanting. The next moment, power rules showered down, countless lights and shadows interweaved and created a wide battlefield. She disappeared, and the next moment reappeared inside the battlefield. Chapter 55, Ghost. The challenge arena is quite large, plenty for 100-strong squad to run wild in. The Lord player who got on the stage didn't summon a large army, she only sent out a few types of troops. These troops were completely transparent, like they were interwoven blocks of water flow. They took the form of human women wearing long dresses and were graceful and varied in poses. Elemental lives, rare 1-star level troops, spring spirits, blimey, she has sent out 6 at once. Indeed, she's not called a rising star for nothing, Lord of Huan Chao Lu Miamu, she's indeed stronger than me. An aside-like exclamation rose from nearby. Oh, it was the Lord player who had just been squashed into a pancake, marveling in time. Indeed, 6 spring spirits, and they are elemental troops of the rare type, really quite remarkable. But who is the Lord of Huan Chao, Lu Miamu? This bro, he looked at Yuan as if he were looking at an alien, who in our circle doesn't know her? Anyway, let me introduce myself, I'm Zhang Loxing, and I come from Liuyun City. Compared to the previous person, Zhang Loxing was not so famous, which was related to his background, but he was very self-aware of this. However, usually, when he said the 3 words Liuyun City, the other people in the same circle should know who he was. But seeing the look on this guy's face, a third contemplation, a third reminiscence, and 4 parts bewildered, Luo Xing still felt a bit inconceivable. Bro, did you fail your Taishan geography or something? He never thought that Yuan came from a civilian background. He wasn't looking down on ordinary people, his own father was a self-made man who had built a great foundation from nothing. However, the growth of civilian players in the early stage was not fast, and they were certainly slower than the second-generation players who had backgrounds. His father also struggled in the early stages, and it was only after he became a lord for over 2 years that he stumbled upon a great opportunity that allowed him to rise to power and establish Liuyun City. Well, have you ever heard of Hanyu City? The Lady Lu in front is the sister of the Lord of the Hanyu City. It seems like he has. Yuan remembered that when old players were debating the strongest newcomer on the forum, the most frequently mentioned people included this Lu Miamu, although most old players referred to her as the sister of the Lord of Hanyu City. Apparently, she is one of the newcomers with the strongest background. He also recalled who this young man in front of him was, a second-generation lord who once posted his achievements on the forum. A bona fide top-notch second-gen, but not as arrogant and domineering as he had imagined. His eyes were even overly enthusiastic, which made Yuan involuntarily step backward. Facing such an enthusiastic youngster who had introduced himself, Yuan pondered for a moment before saying, "Yu, just an ordinary game player." Yuan's understanding of the Secret Realms challenge all came from the information provided by the guild. But that information was sparse, and the guild simply reminded the newbies to play according to their strength and not lose the chance of the Lord trial by forcefully charging into the Secret Realms gate, which would be a case of great loss for a small gain. "I heard that there are several stages in the Secret Realms challenge?" he asked. Seeing Yuan acting like a green hand, Luo Xing, who saw himself as a big brother, became more and more enthusiastic. After all, he was also a standout among the second-generation lords, so he warmly introduced. "Bro, since you can enter the secret realm, you must be not bad. It's no problem for you to pass the first 3 stages, and you can get the rare level remnant soul or resources. But starting from the 4th stage, the quantity, level, and rank of the monsters guarding the stages will greatly increase, and each stage after that can be said to be qualitatively different. By the 5th stage, you would have to face a full 10 rare level monsters, all at level 9. Who can beat that? Even if we developed for a few more days, we might not be able to beat them. What's more, the hit that kills you from the monsters, really hurts like a mother. Painful? Wait a minute, let me get this straight. It seems, looks like, roughly, perhaps. Through this consciousness descent, you can better command and control your troops, but at the same time, players have to endure real sensory feedback. Even if you can't die, it can bring you enough pain to make you wish you were dead. Ah, well. This energetic young man Luo Xing, although he was shouting out in pain, did not show much fear. He had experienced similar training when he was a child. Mu Yuan stated that he was just an ordinary person, and the thought of being smashed into a pancake like Luo Xing just now, was a bit scary. Unless you cannot die, but... Even though he had a far superior combat power than Luo Xing, and was capable of breaking through the 5th stage, what about the 6th and 7th stages? Since all the troops have been wiped out, can't we make a tactical surrender? Well, we can't really die here, so of course there's no option for surrender. My friend, you also shouldn't worry, death is inevitable, whether we're flattened into a pancake or torn in half, said Luo Xing. But why do I feel like this guy is reveling in schadenfreude? Speaking of which, that girl, Lu Miamu, is going to be flattened into a cracker just like us, right? Mu Yuan kind of wanted to watch, but the thought of facing the same fate made him suddenly lose interest. He didn't continue watching the battle, but muttered to open the challenge and disappeared. Leaving Luo Xing, clutching his messy hair in the wind. Bro, why are you in such a hurry? Don't you want to see how far Miss Lu can go? He wanted to assess this green hand's skills but, of course, he's more interested in seeing Lu Miamu's true strength. The sister of the legendary city lord of Hanyu City must be quite good. She should at least be able to pass the 5th level. Maybe when brother Mu Yu fails and quits, I will be able to witness Lu Miamu's peak battle. Luo Xing focused his gaze on the competition area on the right. On the left stage, as Mu Yuan stepped onto it, he summoned several skeleton warriors, such as Bone 4, and a bunch of powerful skeleton soldiers with a swing of his hand. The first 3 rounds are supposed to be easy, so I'll just go for it. This is also a good opportunity to get some practice in personal control. Compared to the day of the examination, his spiritual power has increased a lot. Mu Yuan found that his maximum control range has expanded to 200 to 300 meters. He can do many more operations now. Soon, the enemy of the first round emerges. After a while of messing around, Bone 4 finally defeated the enemy with his heavy sword. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round. With his 8 skeleton warriors and 20 to 30 skeleton soldiers, he bulldozed his way through. Even the significantly harder 4th round was a chaotic massacre. The enemies in these stages weren't really worth looking forward to. Nevertheless, the rewards from the secret realm were still quite impressive. Easy stages and generous rewards. No wonder people call the newcomer secret realm a welfare. I'm in love with it. The reward for the first stage is quite simple. It is a choice of 3 types of remnant souls. 10 little skeleton remnant souls, 6 2-star wandering soul fragments, 3 3-star zombie fragments. The rewards for the subsequent stages are a mixture of remnant souls and materials. The best among these is a rare 1-star level remnant soul. A regular player would surely choose a rare remnant soul, but Mu Yuan chose the lower star options instead. However, a wandering soul, he was initially planning to choose the little skeleton, but he couldn't take his eyes off the wandering soul when he saw it. While simultaneously checking the data on wandering souls in reality. It's a rare and quite worthless type of troop. As a spiritual troop type, wandering souls possess strong abilities such as immunity to physical attacks, wall penetration, and inherent spiritual damage. However, the soul body of a wandering soul is very fragile and can melt quickly like spring snow when exposed to sunlight. The attack power of wandering souls is relatively weak too, making it ineffective against troops with strong physical strength. Even if a wandering soul is trained to level 9 or even professional level, it still has the fatal weakness of fearing sunlight and can't stay in a bright environment for long. Seemingly strong but actually weak. Nice to have but not needed. That's how most experienced players evaluate wandering souls. Wandering souls may be weak, but their higher form, the rare 1-star ghost, is quite powerful and definitely one of the most popular troop types among 1-star rares. Its exchange value is even higher than the neighboring spring spirit. Glancing at the options for remnant souls given for the first 4 stages, Yuan gestured with a wave of his hand. Choose all wandering souls. Chapter 56, Chapter seems like a big shot. Notification, you've obtained 4 soul crystals. Notification, you've obtained 2-star remaining soul, wandering soul. X46. Notification, you have obtained the rare level materials elemental sphere. White star sand. Notification, you've obtained heritage stone, barbaric warrior. Ignoring the other rewards, his gaze lingered on the elemental sphere for a while before moving on to the wandering soul. It's semi-transparent, like a human shape about to disperse any moment, meriting its 2-star dishonored designation. It's said that by the time they reach the ghost stage, their contours will become clearer. Once they reach the grudge soul stage or a higher form, they may become completely indistinguishable from living beings. Wandering souls are relatively rare, and not that easy to acquire. But now that I have these 46 wandering souls, it won't take too long to evolve them all. Even though it's late in the game to start nurturing them, they probably won't be of much use during the Lord trial period. Yuan put away the items and continued the challenge. Far away, Zhang Luoxing was observing the battle and occasionally remarked in awe. Holy cow, that's awesome! So this level can be completed like this. He passed the 5th level just like that? And he did it with ease. It seems like Lu Miamu, no, Big Boss Lu is more than just having a strong background. Her command skills are excellent, and she obviously has a very powerful strategic talent. Her spring spirits are only at the same level as my mage and griffin, but their destructive power is insane. Just now, several spring spirits worked together to create a waterfall tens of meters high, with a torrential force that broke the enemy's formation. This is a terrifying power that even professionals couldn't produce. Naturally, this wasn't just the power of the spring spirits. There was a mysterious power emanating from Lu Miamu, affecting each of the spring spirits. When it came to the 6th level, she even summoned 2 Huan Chao spring spirits. With a wave of her hand, water dragons tens of meters long were charging and roaring in the arena. These are rare 3-star units. But Luoxing found himself not all that surprised. No wonder some old players on the forum have been bragging about her. They aren't exaggerating at all. This is too amazing. That guy from just now missed this, such a pity. Wait, isn't that guy still here? He's pretty tenacious. He glanced over to the left side challenge area and found that it had already reached level 5. If he reached this level, even if he's worse than Luoxing, he wouldn't be far off. He might have underestimated this guy. Well, anyone who enters the secret realm at this point can't be a simpleton. But this guy seems oblivious to everything. Are they a big boss pretending to be a green hand? Besides, the confusion in this guy's eyes didn't seem feigned, and if he's truly a big boss, there's no reason Luoxing wouldn't recognize him. After some thought, Luoxing couldn't help but let his curiosity get the best of him and looked at the challenge area on the left. At this point, the 5th level had just started. Grey flows swirled around the arena, figures flashed over it. Skeleton warriors, goblin shaman, gargoyle, burning goblin, barbarian warrior. The figures of these rare 1-star units flickered for a moment before finally settling on a huge figure. Rare monster, iron-armored giant scorpion. Its body was as large as a tricycle, covered by a shell that gave off a steel glint. The scorpion tail, sharp as a needle, was raised high, making any creature facing it shudder with cold. Holy macaroni! Luoxing in the distance mourned for Yuan for 3 seconds, such an opponent was randomly selected, this guy is just too unlucky. This type of giant scorpion is already extremely troublesome and frightening, and the worst part is, they are inherently cruel. They are likely to tear open their opponents with their scorpion tails before brutally killing them. Such a way of dying. Hiss, just thinking about it made him shudder. This death was much more brutal than simply being slapped to death. It was just like earlier when he wanted to commit suicide with his own sword, but when the blade was at his neck, he hesitated out of fear and was then slapped to death by the enemy. Of course, he couldn't speak of such embarrassing incidents, he chose to die a hero's death. However, should Mu Yuan be able to think of committing suicide, right? He noticed that the troops sent out by Mu Yuan were not weak, there were as many as 7 skeleton warriors. However, these 7 skeleton warriors weren't high level, and the type of soldiers was too single. Faced with the encirclement of the iron-clad scorpions, they soon fell into a disadvantage. One after another, the skeleton warriors fell, their armor blasted to pieces, and their whole bodies were dismembered. It was brutal, too brutal. But, the record set by the skeleton warriors isn't bad, able to kill 6 iron-clad scorpions. This record is almost not inferior to mine. Brother Mu, not bad, he approved. However, this old guy is about to experience a very miserable death next. He mourned in silence. This silence lasted for a few seconds, but he did not hear human screams, but the thunderous blast and mournful wailing of the giant scorpion. A figure as tall as an iron tower appeared on the stage, surrounded by gradually rising undead energy. It held a huge sword, smashing it hard onto the powerful body of the giant scorpion. The massive scorpion was sent flying out. The iron tower figure pursued with strides, the black energy on the huge sword becoming more and more tumultuous. It slashed 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords into the body of the giant scorpion, accompanied by the explosive roar, presenting the audience with an imposing silhouette that seemed invincible. Holy shit! Luo Xing's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the soldier on the field who was going all out. After withholding his shock for several seconds, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the skeleton war general. And there are 2 of them." Having 2 rare 3-star level soldiers in just over 10 days of development time, and training them to a fairly high level, is absolutely top tier among the 2nd generation, a giant among giants. Even if it's slightly worse than Big Boss Lu next door, rounded up it's the same level. He didn't recognize the big god with his own eyes, but where did this big boss pop up from? Such beauty and prowess can't possibly be from a nobody. On the right side of the field. At this moment, another 2nd generation lord, Lu Miamu, could not stand it any longer and fought herself, shooting out jets of water with a wave of her hand, but she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Soon, she was targeted by a terrifying ogre several meters high. A timber rod, bigger than her own body, came crashing down on her. Her blood spattered on the scene, turning her into a pile of flesh. When Lu Miamu came back to her senses, she was already back in the waiting area, her heart thumping wildly. Hi! But when she glanced out of the corner of her eyes, she saw another battlefield in the distance where a battle was going on, and it seemed they were already on the 6th round too? She was slightly surprised, standing on her tiptoes to look at the faraway figure, filled with curiosity. The 6th round was different from the previous ones, no longer dealing with a fixed number of enemy units. This round seemed to be an endless mode. As time went by, more and more enemies appeared on the field, stronger and stronger, until the challenger was defeated and killed. Depending on how long the challenger lasted, different rewards would be given at this round. This information was the result of Mu Yuan observing the female players battle during the interval between the end of the 5th round and the start of the 6th round. This Lu Miamu is very strong. Her trump cards were just 2 Huan Chao Spring Spirits and several Spring Spirits, but she was able to unleash a power stronger than Bone 2 and Bone 3. You have to know, Bone 2 and Bone 3 have the talent of Death Extraction 1, which makes them much stronger than the same grade of soldiers. Not only that, her abilities seemed to have a joint effect, able to integrate the power of these Spring Spirits together. Is this the legendary strategic talent? But it seems this girl has another personal talent. The jet of water she throws out is like a blade of water, with remarkable combat power. Perhaps this is the true level of top-tier 2nd Gen Lord. Zhang Luoxing's performance just now fell a little short. However, even a strong player like Lu Miamu, her graceful body was still brutally smashed by the ogre. Her death was extremely gruesome. Did she finally meet her death? Mu Yuan sighed, "Forget it, let's consider it as the price to pay for the free loot." For the sake of his own soldiers, he had to sacrifice himself. He really had it rough. Chapter 57, This slime has a legendary stature. Whoosh! The 6th round began, and a figure slowly emerged hundreds of meters away. It was a spearman, common and generic. Mu Yuan was quite familiar with this two-star spearman. However, this spearman had a thick, coldly gleaming spear shaft, and the spear tip was rippling with a faint white glow. This was the chilling light emitted by energy running through the weapon. This spearman had already stepped into the professional level and had undergone a fundamental transformation. This was the first professional opponent he'd ever faced in his life. Finally, an adversary who poses a real challenge. At this time, with the start of the 6th round, Bone 4 and the other skeletons who had been defeated and killed in the previous round were all restored to full condition. 2 skeleton generals, 7 skeleton warriors, and about 20 skeleton soldiers were arrayed in formation, presenting an awe-inspiring sight. It was as if a group of fierce tigers were to dominate a sheep. However, this sheep one was actually a dinosaur in sheep's clothing. Can Brother Mu handle this? How long can he hold on? Classmate Luo Xing wondered. Having observed Big Boss Liu's battle, he understood the mechanism of this round. Inevitable death was the end point here, the only differentiation was how long one lasted before dying. Despite having 2 rare 3-star level troops, Brother Mu naturally still fell short compared to Big Boss Liu. This conclusion was based on his observation of the skeleton general slaying the giant scorpion. Of course, even though he fell short in comparison to Lu Miamu, Mu Yuan was still an impressive figure who could not only break into the 6th round, but was also definitely capable of holding on for a while. Killing this professional spearman wasn't impossible. Isn't it ludicrous that such a player is not on the list of the strongest rookies in the forum? Thud thud dash. Professional spearmen are nothing like level 9 minions. His attacks were like a dragon, each jab and sweep seemed to exert a force of 1,000 kati, immediately shattering the armor and chest cavity of the skeleton soldiers, sending fragments of the armor and shattered bones spattering everywhere, his broken body crashing heavily to the ground. The professional level foe was overwhelmingly powerful. Mu Yuan retreated several steps, directing the fight from afar and watching carefully. At this point, ding ding dash. Captain Duo Lai requested to be dispatched dash. Inside the mark space, Duo Lai was squeezed at the exit, looking at the spearman who was slaughtering mercilessly and making weird sounds. It had a great time fighting in the goblin camp earlier and had already fallen in love with the joy of whack-a-mole. But Mu Yuan denied Duo Lai's dispatch request. Not in a hurry. He found that besides the treasure gaining, there was a hidden advantage in such a secret realm of challenge honing skills. All sentient troops could enhance their skills through practice. However, his main fighting troops such as the skeleton soldiers, slime, and others, barely had any combat experience. They hadn't participated in many battles, and certainly hadn't experienced evenly matched life-or-death fights. He didn't have that luxury. In the outside world, in battles, Mu Yuan wished to dominate simply by grade level. Equal competition? Let me gain some more experience before revisiting that concept. Meanwhile, in this secret realm, the troops weren't afraid of death, and they could fight enemies freely. Such life-or-death battles were the best means for self-improvement. Unfortunately, this spearman isn't strong enough to serve as Dead Bone's training opponent. These opportunities would better be given to Bone 2 and Bone 3-1 instead. The 2 skeleton brothers struggled against the spearmen at first, their armor punctured. But as the battle intensified, their skill and experience improved quickly. From a disadvantageous position, they gradually reached parity, and then gained the upper hand. Clanging sounds of weapons clashing reverberated, fiery confrontations between a giant sword wreathed in dark smoke and a silver spear wrapped in a white glow. Mu Yuan was satisfied. Zhang Loxing was anxious. Bro, you're fighting this all wrong. Surround him, surround him. You still have other skeleton warriors, right? Quick, throw your spears to distract that spearman and create opportunities for your trump cards. You're running out of time. Ah, too late. He sighed. All of a sudden, the battlefield was filled with radiating lights, and 2 more professional spearmen appeared. With a total of 3 formidable enemies, they could easily annihilate the 2 skeleton generals and numerous skeleton warriors in no time. Sure enough, the situation became increasingly severe. Under the pinch attack of the 3 spearmen, the 2 skeleton generals quickly became covered in scars. Even with the addition of other skeleton warriors, they couldn't overcome the massive disadvantage. Bone 2's and Bone 3's levels are still too low, and the other skeletons are even lower. After all, they were only LV7, far from the great perfection of level 9. However, Mu Yuan was already very satisfied with Bone 2's and Bone 3's performance. It finally made him understand how strong ordinary professional soldiers were. They were just average at best. Dead Bone could strike them down with a sword. So, he agreed to Duo Lai's request to go into battle. Captain Duo Lai had arrived on the scene. Upon seeing Mu Yuan bring out more reinforcements, Zhang Luoxing thought there might be a chance to turn things around. But when he took a closer look... Wait a sec, is this just a regular slime? Why would he send out an ordinary big slime at such a crucial juncture? Did he miscall for reinforcements? He was puzzled, but after several seconds, he didn't see any new troops appear. So, he was even more confused. What could a single slime do? In the distance, Lu Miamu had a curious, contemplative, and somewhat baffled expression. Had this handsome guy given up on himself? He didn't seem like that type. Duo Lai's body was bathed in a faint purple light that flowed across its surface like starlight, mysterious and extraordinary. But if you didn't look closely, it was just a big formless slime with no silvery skin at all. Boom! Bone 2 was still flung out. Its giant sword had split open after multiple impacts, with countless fragments flying around, and its armor was torn to shreds. In contrast, the professional spearmen held their advanced weaponry firm, showing little wear and tear. The spear tip gleamed brilliantly, flashing with a cold light. Duo Lai hopped over, looking both cute and pitiable, like a sacrificial lamb abandoned by the Lord. The spearmen were unfazed by Duo Lai's act and continued to thrust their spears through the air, intending to skewer the adorable slime into oblivion. This was too cruel. Lu Miamu could hardly bear it, but the next moment, her eyes widened. The slime quickly formed two large arms, which in the blink of an eye, took on the gleam of steel. Clang! Splat! The energy-filled spear was incredibly sharp and pierced right through Duo Lai's steel defense. Despite teary eyes, Duo Lai reacted quickly, softening the steel to a viscous state, wrapping it around the spear, and then hardened it again, locking it in place. Leap! Leap! The spearman also clung to his spear, but because of this, Duo Lai brought him flying up into the air, soaring up to several dozen or even 100 meters high. In everyone's eyes, there was only a tiny speck left. The speck shimmered brilliantly. The next moment, it fell at a speed faster than the ascent, like a meteor crash landing. It took down the spearman along. Boom! The ground trembled, and countless cracks appeared on the completely realistic stadium floor, with a deep hole forming from the impact. Within the hole, the smoke slowly cleared, revealing the chubby, cute, harmless-looking slime. In the eyes of others, he was absolutely invincible. Holy shit! Classmate Luoxing exclaimed in disbelief. He hardly remembered how many times he had shouted already that day. However, for this slime, he didn't mind uttering that vulgarity 10 more times. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit! This slime is cheating. This is not an ordinary slime. Lu Miamu saw through it, it has at least 2 abilities, and its rank is definitely not low. It must be a sort of mutated form. Furthermore, this slime's ability utilization is smooth and natural. It seems to have developed some kind of variant method. It likely had awakened self-awareness, its learning ability was outstanding, and there might even be a tiny chance for it to walk the path of legends in the future. It, a slime, had a legendary form. This was absolutely mind-boggling. Zhang Luoxing didn't overthink it. He only wanted to cheer for this mighty slime, shouting for it to be unbeatable and undefeated. On the field, Duo Lai waved his hand, gurgled dash. Duo Lai, will take on 10. Chapter 58. I'm not satisfied yet. Duo Lai had indeed fought many battles. If it were to confront 3 professionals alone, it would struggle a bit, but as long as Bone 2 and Bone 3, along with other small brothers, created opportunities for it, it could kill indiscriminately. It loved to kill indiscriminately most chug dash. Bam! Bam! Bam bam bam! The invincible Duo Lai once again defeated a formidable enemy with a godly palm strike from above. This time, it defeated the rare grade and professional grade enemy, the mighty guardian. Duo Lai was also panting heavily, even though its energy reserves were no less than, or even more than those of the professional level, it had almost exhausted after continuous battles. Its body was also injured multiple times, pierced by spears, and slashed by war blades. Even though it was a slime that could heal its wounds, it did not mean that the injury was fully recovered. It accumulated many shadow injuries. Chug chug chirp. It forced itself to cry out defiantly. Boom. 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 An intimidating ogre, holding a huge wooden stick, nearly 2 stories tall, slowly walked out. As it stepped on the ground, it trembled. Its cold gaze fell on Duo Lai. It opened its mouth, revealing its fangs, and a breath of bloody aura came over. Goo, goo chirp. Even after some consideration, it felt it was better to pass the chance of showing off to brother Dead Bone. Duo Lai moved back bit by bit, its big face full of sincerity. A rare 2-star troop ogre, it's actually it. Just now, Lu Miamu was killed by an ogre. Of course, she was already at a disadvantage before the ogre appeared and could only hold on. When the ogre appeared, this formidable enemy immediately breached her defensive line, and she was defeated in less than 10 seconds. This mysterious newcomer, whose entire body was shrouded in armor and even wore goggles, could only be judged as a handsome man from his back, had already surpassed her in terms of battle results. However, one of his skeleton warriors had been lost, and the slime looked heavily wounded too. Surely it couldn't possibly defeat this ogre. Now it's just a matter of seeing how long it can hold on. Boom. Boom. Every time the ogre took a step forward, Duo Lai took 2 steps back. It almost retreated back to Mu Yuan. Here he was, the great Lord Shepherd, facing this several meters tall ogre, full of bulging muscles and with bits of meat left over in its mouth. He too was very panicked. Especially seeing this ogre, he couldn't help but worry that his brain would recall the scene of the lady next door being smashed into jam. Damn! Emperor Dead Bone, save me! A skeleton warrior, dressed in heavy silver-grey armor, holding a dark silver giant sword, suddenly appeared in the arena, only a few tens of meters away from the slowly advancing ogre. There is another skeleton warrior. Zhang Loxing wasn't surprised, just numb. But at this moment, another skeleton warrior won't be able to turn the tide, right? Let the skeleton warrior help to break oneself in half, that would be a better choice. Mu Yuan glanced at the 2 spectators fiercely watching the battle. But it didn't matter, the mysterious power was called Mu Yu. What would that have to do with him, the ordinary player Mu Yuan? He couldn't miss the opportunity of the secret realm of challenge. So, at this opportunity, he could let Dead Bone fight without restraint and release all his power without hesitation. Otherwise, if it were outside, Mu Yuan felt that Dead Bone would never exhaust his strength. Sometimes, he would have to push himself to the limit. Go, Dead Bone! Dead Bone was a genuine skeleton warrior. Apart from having an extra skill, and an extra understanding as well as a more special giant sword, there wasn't much difference between him and Bone 2 or Bone 3. In front of the formidable professional level ogre, the 0-grade skeleton warrior, it was just a slightly larger toy. At this moment, the undefeated-looking slime moved behind this skeleton warrior, and the skeleton warrior also faced the gradually charging ogre, raising its sword of the dead. The duel between the macho men was about to begin. Next moment, Dead Bone drew out a shaman staff from somewhere and aimed a huge fireball, about 2 meters in diameter, towards the ogre. Mu Yuan, you certainly don't disappoint, Dead Bone. Even the ogre was a bit confused. It thought it would be a battle between clubs and swords, but you broke the rules of engagement. It roared loudly and slammed its club, which was thicker than an average human body, downwards vehemently. Boom! The entire fireball was smashed and exploded, orange sparks scattered everywhere, and the violent wind pressure swept around, causing a storm of sand and dust. The ogre, on the other hand, only had minor burns all over its body and was almost unharmed. But in the next instant, as the fire burst out, a dark silver figure appeared in its eyes. The giant sword radiated a dark light. Charge! Cleave! Sword of the Dead slash! Clang! The ogre still blocked the attack. Its giant club irrationally swept across, blocking the giant sword slashing downwards. This is the sweeping skill. Its powerful force even swept Dead Bone into the air and threw it more than 10 meters back. Taking advantage of the situation, Dead Bone retreated quickly. Seeing the ogre step forward to follow, it shot 3 bone spears in a row. 2 of the bone spears were swept away by the giant wooden club, but one was deeply embedded in the shoulder of the ogre. Mu Yuan, it's really you, Dead Bone. However, the whole body of the professional level ogre is full of energy, its defense is too strong, this spear didn't cause significant damage unless it was poisoned. Dead bone. It's indeed my lord. He has learned a new move. Brilliant. It is still maneuvering. Yuan remained speechless. The two people in the audience were dumbfounded. Why is this skeleton general so impressive? No, why is he so strong? His speed is hardly slower than that of a professional level ogre. Is this even possible? This must be another cheat monster. In his heart, Yuan has already evolved from a green hand to a big shot, and then to a gigantic shot, and then to a supreme giant god. Even if the skeleton general is defeated by the ogre, even if Yuan has to die later, the image of God Mu is still infinitely towering in his mind. At this moment, even if he could use the energy to the extreme, Dead Bone could no longer dodge. After all, it is just an 8th level soldier. If this is the case, it can only... Dead Bone held the sword with both hands, no longer dodging. The soul flame in its pupils was faint, and it aimed at the huge ogre charging towards it. On the giant sword, the dark undead energy continued to rise, and it soon spread all over its body, exceeding the output when it fought against the goblin leader. But this is not the end. Hidden under the thick armor, on Dead Bone's silvery skeleton, some black crystals were sporadically attached. This is the condensed undead energy to the extreme, the permanent upper limit brought by the death extraction talent. This upper limit can be increased with level up, but Dead Bone still feels that this is not enough. Isn't the upper limit meant to be broken? It can't break the limit temporarily, but Dead Bone has figured out a way to temporarily keep the undead energy after exceeding the limit. This move isn't well practiced, and the retention time is not long, but... It just got quite a few gifts at the goblin camp. Boom! With each of the condensed crystals on its skeleton exploding one by one, a terrible energy rose rapidly, stirring up gusts of howling chilly wind. Dead Bone's entire skeleton was enveloped in the pitch-black undead wind, and its heavyweight body was slightly off the ground. The next moment... Boom! It landed, stomping on the ground heavily. The ground instantly cracked like a spider web, and the whole body of Dead Bone had already jumped up, stomping a few times in midair. Each stomp on the battle boots emitted a cluster of energy black fog. It kept climbing higher and pulled out a 10-meter-long black sword. Staring at the ogre, which was also surging with energy. Now is the time. Yuan directly commanded Bone 2 and the other skeleton warriors to quickly charge and throw the bone spear. A dozen or so bone spears forced the ogre to swing the giant wooden club. Well done! It's indeed my lord! The soul flame of Dead Bone burned high, its body was in mid-air, and the 10-meter-long black sword was like a huge crack, dividing the entire arena. Penetrate it down. Humming. Exploding. The undead energy, like a waterfall surging upward, and the destructive wave pouring like a flood, bloomed in the hands of Dead Bone, making the ogre in the center of the crack as if falling into the abyss. It roared, it bellowed, it swung violently. It struggled. It was powerless. Its body was covered with the ashen death, gradually stiffening, and eventually buried in the broken ground under the continuous pouring of the undead energy. Boom! Dead Bone landed on the ground, the pitch-black undead fog was completely dispersed, it was leaning on the sword, the soul flame was faint, but still retained some combat power. Even if Dead Bone still has some combat power, it will face a stronger opponent than the ogre later. It is impossible to defeat it again. However, it's not bad to let Dead Bone experience the extreme of life and death. With its understanding ability, it may realize some new skills. It's my turn to die. Well, just die if you have to die, take it as a novelty experience. Dingle. Prompt: you have cleared the newcomer's secret realm of challenge, please choose your reward. In between the world, such a prompt sound came. Chapter 59, Inventory. Yuan was dumbfounded. His original plan was to let Dead Bone experience life and death battles and push to its limits. Now, there had indeed been ferocious battles, but Dead Bone was far from its limit. As a lord, he could clearly sense Dead Bone's condition. Yes, it was quite exhausted, but it was still far from its breaking point. But why did it end so suddenly? He was just starting to enjoy it. If I had known this, I wouldn't have ordered Bone 2 to make the sneak attack. The reason he ordered Bone 2 to interfere was, naturally, to get more rewards from passing the secret realm. After all, it was just him and his troop against the realm's guard. This was following the rules. Unexpectedly, before he could fully enjoy the thrill of the fight, the challenge in the secret realm already chickened out. Who just said this was an infinite stage? Oh, it seems like nobody said it, it was his conclusion from observing the girl next door. Yuan didn't feel annoyed, after all, he had dodged a bullet. He began to select his prizes. Hint, you have won 3 soul crystals. Hint, you have received a special treasure initial perfect breakthrough stone. Hint, you have obtained experience stone thunderbolt warrior, rare, ... This was the reward for the 5th challenge. Hint, you have obtained 5 soul crystals. Hint, you have obtained 3 initial perfect breakthrough stones. Hint, you have obtained the miracle blueprint for the thunder magnetic coil tower, rare. Hint, you have obtained the flower of self-healing, rare, a cultivation sequence treasure. Hint, you have received the special treasure elixir of life. As he finished selecting his rewards, the rules of the secret realm began to wind down. The fallen skeletons returned one by one. The cracked ground healed in an instant, pristine as before. The scattered remains of the guardian, broken armor and shattered weapons all transformed into light and disappeared. The only thing left was a certain slime, still holding a broken spear shaft in its arms, emitting a grumbling roar. The next moment, Yuan was teleported out. Once the realm was cleared, he lost the opportunity to challenge it again. Glancing at a still dazed Zhang Loxing and another female player with a hood over her face, Yuan had no intention of striking up a conversation. He'd already completed his ruse, why would he stick around? Of course, it was time to return home, manage his resources, and put this batch of goods to good use. Seizing the opportunity while they were still stunned, Yuan turned and walked away, leaving the two in the distance with an impression of his handsome, lofty, mysterious, and invincible silhouette. Wait, boss, I haven't added you yet. Watching Yuan disappear into the time-space vortex, Zhang Loxing, eager to cling onto him, suddenly came to his senses and let out a mournful cry like a prairie dog. The waiting area was silent. It was as if nothing had happened, but the two who had witnessed the invincible slime and the glitch-like skeleton general took a while to calm down. Lu Miamu looked at Zhang Loxing. Do you know him? Sure, I am an old acquaintance of Brother Mu. Could you tell me more about him, like what his ID number is? Zhang Loxing patted his chest in agreement, but as he spoke, his voice trailed off. It seemed, he might, probably, perhaps knew nothing about Lord Mu. His origin, his background, he knew nothing. All he knew was that this big shot liked to pretend to be a novice. He didn't even have a clear picture of what Brother Mu looked like. Brother Mu wore full body armor, helmet, visor, even goggles throughout the event, fully armored to the teeth. Consequently, apart from the name Mu, he had no other information. So what had he been talking about before? Zhang Loxing was confused. He could only wait to go back and ask if the others had heard the name Mu. At this moment, Lu Miamu had already left, and Zhang Loxing was still dazed. In the secret realm. Suddenly. Buzz. The door of time and space in the distance started to rotate. Zhang Loxing was startled, then showed a look of joy. Has Brother Mu returned? But a moment later he was profoundly disappointed. It wasn't Brother Mu. It was his big rival, the annoying guy with the ID Yushi. Yo, you've finally come in. I'll let you see how awesome I am. Player Yushi brushed his fringe aside and spoke. But his rival Luo Xing seemed indifferent. Boring, not interesting. There's nothing worth watching about this challenge. And he left directly. Yushi. After leaving the secret realm, Luo Xing's consciousness returned to reality. He opened the forum, looked at the players who were still passionately discussing the strongest newcomer, and sneered. Humph, you don't understand what strength really is. He typed furiously on the keyboard, wanting to vent his anger on these ignorant players. But in the end, he felt that his description could not reach even a fraction of God Mu's. These extremely ignorant players only believed in their biases. At this thought, he lost interest and deleted the few hundred words he had typed. Whatever, when the Lord trial begins, you'll see who is the real invincible one. Beijiang City, Beihe Villa District. Yuan sat in front of his computer and stretched. Finally done, I sure did work myself hard. At this moment, with his game character back in safe territory, he could finally rest. Yuan had to admit, there were inconveniences with controlling the game from a computer, but for new players, the benefits probably outweighed the disadvantages. Consciousness descend, facing terrifying enemies directly, ordinary people may even find it hard to breathe. If they entered the game with their real bodies, it would be even worse. Players might be crushed by daily difficulties like food and accommodation before even facing any monsters. After all, who could bear to eat wild fruits and half-cooked game, and live in a drafty wooden house? Yuan opened a can of chilled beverage, downed a few gulps, and then started to admire his gains from this trip. I've got quite a few soul crystal coins from this trip. After purchasing remnant souls for Little Skeleton and others, I'll buy another batch of black iron stones and get the mage tower and blacksmith's shop constructed. I'll recruit the 46 wandering souls first to accumulate evolution points as soon as possible. After busy with these, Yuan then started to check other items. 4 perfect breakthrough stones, an experience stone, a miracle blueprint, and 2 treasures. Perfect breakthrough stone. Initial can increase the chance of troops breaking through major ranks and allow troops to gain additional basic ability improvements in the breakthrough process. This perfect breakthrough stone can only be used for the first and second rank breakthroughs. The former was optional to Yuan since it was not difficult for his troops to break through. But the latter? A chance to gain more improvements during major rank breakthroughs? I've never heard of it. After all, he was just a green hand. For the second generation lord, perfect breakthrough stone might be common knowledge, but to him, it was a blind spot. What he didn't know was that such special treasure was rare even for the second generation lords. They don't usually insist on having it. In contrast, the real great lords might search everywhere or buy perfect breakthrough stones to cultivate their generals. This breakthrough stone is quite suitable for me. Duo Lai and Dead Bone could soon reach the 9th rank great perfection. If there was a chance to make them stronger, Yuan was all for it. The other treasures, the experience stone was similar to the heritage stone, except that it only inherited combat arts and experience, without any skills, so the improvement from the experience stone is much less than the heritage stone. But the advantage is that the experience stone does not solidify the profession, and there are no side effects after use. As long as players can bear the mental burden, they can use as many experience stones as they like. I can use this experience stone myself. Although it's not the Grodo class experience I want the most, the combat arts of the Thunderbolt Warrior are better than nothing. However, the biggest gain from this Secret Realm challenge is not the Breakthrough Stone, not the rare Miracle Blueprint, but this special treasure called the Elixir of Life. It's indeed the most valuable treasure in the whole challenge Secret Realm, bar none. Chapter 60, New Talent. Elixir of Life. Direct use can transform chosen ones or troops, with chances of enhancing existing talents or awakening new ones. A treasure that can awaken talents postnatally. Yuan checked and found treasures that could awaken such talents were indeed available on the Taishian Covenant platform, but they had extremely high exchange rates, starting at least 10,000 contribution points. As for the Elixir of Life, his search results showed he did not currently have sufficient access rights to view it. He planned on using this treasure himself. Dead Bone and Duo Lai, and other generals, were not lacking in talent. Compared to them, he, Yuan, was just an ordinary player. But the other treasure, the Flower of Self-Healing, could significantly enhance the user's self-healing ability when consumed. It would be perfect for Duo Lai to digest and absorb using his devouring ability. It was a reward for Duo Lai's impressive performance this time. As for the miracle building, the Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower? It is a pure defensive building, potentially more lethal than the Mage Tower, but unless unexpected, I am still short of main material, the Thunder Magnetic Core. However, even if he possessed the main material, Yuan would not build the Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower now. Apart from the rare materials, the cost of the other pieces lumped together would at least cost around 8 or 9 soul crystals. It was too expensive. The current defensive capabilities of the domain were sufficient. Even if he found the main material, he would only build it when the Lord Trial came. The soul crystals he had now had to be spent elsewhere. Yuan began to manifest the 2 treasures he planned to use. Ding! Prompt: do you want to extract Experience Stone Thunderbolt Warrior? The extraction will consume 8 Og of soul sand. Prompt: do you want to extract the Elixir of Life? The extraction will consume a soul crystal. Yuan. As expected, the Elixir of Life was extremely valuable. The transdimensional fee did not lie to him. In the basement, Yuan lit several incense sticks that would calm his mind and sat quietly on the cushion. Two treasures were placed in front of him. A peculiar stone engraved with thunderbolt patterns. A vial of milky white spirit liquid. Yuan picked up this peculiar stone and could vaguely sense the power stored within it. Channel it with spiritual power or energy, and the mysteries contained in the experience stone can be drawn out to enhance oneself. It wasn't easy. Ordinary people struggled to control their own spiritual power or inner energy. No matter how hard they tried, they felt nothing. Usually, if ordinary people want to use the heritage stone or experience stone, they should go to the Players Association where they would find facilities that help in using such treasures. However, ordinary new players could hardly reach these two kinds of treasures. Yuan held his breath in concentration, slowly infusing his spiritual power. Buzz! It was as if a hole had opened in the world in front of him, leading him into a new realm. No, not like it. He looked down. He was wearing a blue and white practice suit, standing on the top of a mountain. The whole mountaintop was extremely flat and sleek, as if shaved off by a sword, and it could even reflect his figure. Before he had time to think about it, the bright sky suddenly dimmed, a cloud covered the sky, and thunderbolts rolled. Purple thunder snakes constantly rolled in the black clouds. Boom dash! A thick bolt of lightning smacked on the smooth ground of the mountain top, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. It gradually grew denser, like a small rain turning into medium rain and then heavy rain. Thunders were surging on the mountain top, sometimes smacking on Yuan, making his whole body numb. Yuan, is this what you call an experience stone? Isn't it supposed to just absorb the experience with a snap? At this moment, he was not controlling his own body, but had probably entered into the body of a thunderbolt warrior, moved with it, and performed martial arts with it. This warrior was very resistant to thunder, and even if the thunderbolt hit him, he would not die. But, it hurt so much. Yuan didn't have a choice, he mechanically followed the rhythm for practice. He never thought that he would escape a disaster in the secret realm of challenge, but started a ride on the roller coaster of desire here. However, as the practice went on, his mind gradually calmed down, fully immersed in it, only hearing the boom-snap-boom sounds echoing in his ears. After an unknown period, when Yuan came to his senses, he was still sitting on the cushion. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and he looked as if he had just been fished out from the water. Very tired. But he also learned a lot. Last few days his biggest weakness has always been insufficient battle experience and lack of skills, while his power and speed weren't weaker than level 7 skeleton soldiers. If it came to real PvP, Yuan was slightly less experienced. Now it's different, as if his muscles own memories of battle. He stood up and quickly practiced a set of moves which were slightly rusty at first, but after a complete set, they became smooth. His spine was like a dragon, his arms swayed, his strength was stronger, the energy within his body also flowed with it, making a whip-like sound in the air. Even if he could release thunderbolts with a slap, he wouldn't be able to do that. After all, Yuan had merely absorbed the martial arts of the Thunderbolt warrior and didn't possess its core. He couldn't manually create thunderbolts, but he had learned subtle skills like energy attachment, energy compression, energy entanglement, and so on. He was no longer new to fighting, and his energy skills might even exceed Dead Bone's. He might be able to give some pointers to Dead Bone? Nice. Up next. Yuan picked up the SSR Elixir of Life, paused a little. The probability of awakening a new talent isn't 100%, but it doesn't seem to be low either. I should not be that unlucky, right? Now, having come this far and the incense already burned, he couldn't be hesitant any longer. He swallowed the elixir of life in one gulp. The milky white liquid slid directly into his throat, and in a blink of an eye, was dispersed into countless pure life energy and flowed into every corner of his body. It has the taste of water, with a little bit of sweetness. Yuan thought. The power of the elixir in his body had started to burst forth, gently but steadily elevating his physical body. His perception was gradually strengthening, even with his eyes closed, he could clearly outline the surrounding scene. His body, spirit, and energy were continuing to rise. He guessed his lifespan had been extended too. At this moment, Yuan's thoughts were extremely clear, as if his spirit had been elevated and was overlooking his physical body. I have looked up other awakening treasures. The description states that if new talents can't be awakened, its effect can significantly enhance certain features of the user, such as vision, hearing, or strength. And me. I don't seem to have any significantly enhanced features, but I also haven't seemed to awaken a new talent. Wait. As he examined himself, his spiritual power seemed extraordinarily impressive. His spirit felt like a chain, highly condensed and extending outside his body, giving birth to various wonders. His instinct told him that he could use this to link himself with other individuals, achieving long-distance communication and information sharing. This talent, if he's not mistaken, is Spiritual Link. Chapter 61, First in Professional Level, Asking for Follow-up and Data. Spiritual Link, an auxiliary talent ability. If awakened, the player's mental power tends to be stronger than that of their peers, and they are capable of linking with soldier types, allowing super long-range control and command. When players summon soldiers into reality or take command via consciousness descend, there is also a spiritual link with the soldiers. However, the distance is very short. With his previous mental power, Yuan could only command at a distance of just over 200 meters. But in professional level battles, a distance of over 200 meters can be covered in a blink, making it feel very short. Now, it's not just about 200 meters, but even 2,000 or 20,000 meters. Yuan estimates he could command and control at such distances. The primary function of the spiritual link ability is far more than micro-operations on the battlefield, but to achieve long-distance contact and command of soldiers. On the battlefield, he is able to remotely control multiple army groups at the same time, precisely attacking the enemies and creating multifaceted pincer scenarios. In reality, he can even stay at home and remotely command generals that are dozens of miles away. Spiritual link naturally has a limit in terms of distance, which depends on one's own mental power and the number of linked targets at the same time. If you want to achieve long-distance command, it would be best to just link one or two targets. As for the distance, he hasn't tried it yet, but after looking at some information, he believes controlling within dozens of kilometers should be feasible and of great strategic value. Isn't this far stronger than talents like fire and water spouting? He thinks that awakening such a talent must be due to his exceptional looks. However, the talent in the evolution points didn't change at all. It's possible that this is not a talent, or it could be recessive talent, but it's not something that the mere elixir of life can unlock. The elixir of life awakened a talent and also enhanced his physical body and energy. Yuan felt extremely powerful. Even facing off against a level 9 skeleton warrior, he could suppress them single-handedly. However, there are no level 9 warriors in his territory, so he couldn't test it out. Yuan practiced using the spiritual link, and he stayed in his territory all day without exploring outside. He had Dead Bone and Duo Lai lead teams separately to scavenge resources from the outside world. Well, with the spiritual link and his background command, Duo Lai was finally able to lead a team. Once he mastered the talent and cultivated a few reliable generals, it wouldn't be impossible to have a third or fourth team. The future is promising. On the following day, 2 rare level buildings, the Mage Tower and Blacksmith Workshops, were finally completed. The Mage Tower is a white tall tower that stands about 10 meters high. At the top of the tower, there is a silver-white cone-shaped antenna that shines brightly in the sunlight. Compared to the ruins of the ancient civilization found outside, the Mage Tower he built was very unadorned, with no carvings on the outer wall of the tower. However, the interior layout is not monotone. It has 3 floors. The first floor features a carpeted hall, the second floor is presumably a study with some equipment that Yuan can't understand, the third floor appears to be a rest area, not only furnished with tables, chairs, and bookshelves, but even a wooden bed and a bathroom set. The decoration is simple but not shabby, understated yet elegant. Yuan immediately fell in love with this place and moved his office here. It's a pity that I can't use consciousness descent yet. The visualization provided by the computer loses some of the reality. If he could physically cross over, the earliest drafty wooden house would be uninhabitable for common people. The mid-stage residential buildings could shelter people from wind and rain, but it'd be a far cry from comfortable living. Now, living inside the Mage Tower wouldn't be much different from buying a new house in reality. The Mage Tower is really nice. Yuan also visited the blacksmith workshops. Its exterior decoration couldn't compare with the Mage Tower. However, this construction prioritizes usefulness. When he arrived, Lulu was holding a large iron hammer and pounding away. The pounding lacked any pattern, commonly known as random hammering, yet under the miraculous influence of the blacksmith workshop, one spear after another gradually took shape. However, to forge items of a higher level, skilled artisans would be required. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Under Lord Shepard's leadership, teams led by Deadbone and Duo Lai have attacked more than a dozen monster clusters, resulting in countless souls, soul sands, and materials. Despite not stepping out of his territory, the Lord Shepherd was extremely busy. He was continuously purchasing remnant souls of little skeletons, slimes, etc. This process is very tedious. He had to buy a few units from player A, then head to player B to make a purchase, and then bargain with player C. He lacks the procurement channels of large companies and wasn't about to search for them. This scattered purchasing method is not only secure but also cheaper. He was as busy as a logistics personnel. Isn't it said that behind every Krypton Gold player there's a whole team? Spending Krypton Gold is no easy task. Hiring outsiders is not suitable for me. I'd rather hope that one day, I can evolve some assistants who can help me in reality. This requires awakening self-consciousness and possessing all sorts of common sense. Yuan described it as a heavy responsibility and a long road ahead. He opened the territory panel. Level O territory, unnamed, cannot be officially named. Buildings, 4 arrow towers, 4 watchtowers, 3 residential houses. Warehouse, rare mage tower, rare ironsmith workshop. Building load, 42/100. Civilians, 0. Military units. 120 units of the skeleton series, including 3 skeleton generals, 15 skeleton warriors, 50 skeleton soldiers, and 101 units of accumulated evolution points. 80 units of slime series, including 1 duo Lai, 1 golden slime, 10 silver slimes, 20 big slimes, and 71 units of accumulated evolution points. 60 units of wandering soul series, including 15 ghosts. The number of Sentinel Archer series remains the same, among them, 7 Imperial Guards, 7 strong shooters, and 15 units of the Battle Falcon series. In this, the Golden Slime has awakened the talent Mineral Purification after evolution. This is a production-type talent ability that can swallow impure minerals and smelt and purify them into valuable refined minerals. During this process, the Golden Slime can also absorb the essence from the mineral residues to get a slight improvement. However, he hasn't found any mineral veins yet. The combat power of the Golden Slime is also quite ordinary. He doesn't plan to evolve other slimes for the time being. He is fully accumulating evolution points for Duo Lai's evolution. Because Duo Lai can break through now. It will become the first strong creature in the territory to enter the professional level. This is a big step for the territory. Gujiji. Duo Lai doesn't quite understand this important meaning. It only looks at the perfect breakthrough stone in Yuan's hand, drooling. Since you can't wait, eat it. Gujiji. With permission, Duo Lai swallowed the breakthrough stone in one bite, and it melted once it entered its mouth. The mysterious power emerging from the breakthrough stone drives the energy within Duo Lai's body to rise and upgrade, crossing that invisible barrier. Its momentum gradually climbed, erupting energy pressures from inside to outside, kicking up winds and dust. At a distance, Deadbone and others were watching. It also carefully covered Bone 2's mouth to keep it quiet. Duo Lai is a rare 3-star unit. The basic success rate of breakthrough to the professional level is 95%, using perfect breakthrough stone can increase it further, and Duo Lai's own devouring talent can squeeze the effectiveness of the breakthrough stone to the limit. The chances of it failing to break through this time is less than 0.001%. Even Deadbone dare not say it's not foolproof. About a half an hour later. Buzz. The sweeping energy pressure gradually receded. Duo Lai at the center opened its eyes, its face was full of invincibility. Chapter 62, Red Clouds Cover the Sky. Stepping up from the apprentice to the professional level does not mean learning new skills, but the breakthrough itself represents a qualitative leap. From strength, speed, to spirit, energy limit, and its application. Ordinary soldiers can't use any energy at the apprentice stage and the energy in their body is pitifully scarce. However, after stepping into professional level, with a bit of practice, they naturally learn how to attach and exercise their energy. Soldiers at this stage possess shattering making power, moving faster than a bullet within 7 steps, and outside the 7 steps, they are not necessarily afraid of bullets. If equipped with high-quality gear, even handguns and rifles can hardly threaten professional superpowers. This marks the preliminary departure of the soldiers from the mundane end, stepping into the extraordinary realm. This is an extremely important watershed. Only players who possess professional soldiers can genuinely call themselves veteran players. As for some who have wasted 2 or 3, or even 4 years and have still not achieved professional level power, they are nothing but old chickens in the eyes of others. Before breaking through, Duo Lai was already full of energy. Now, its whole body is boiling with energy, and it naturally learns some exquisite ways to use it. Come, let me see what has changed. Mu Yuan came up and pulled Duo Lai's plump and soft body. Thanks to his spiritual link talent, he could vaguely feel that Duo Lai's body was elastic and soft, frozen solid. So, what next? He looked at Duo Lai looked back at him. Duo Lai. No Jido Guji. It can also speak the language of Xian country now. But if Duo Lai could just explain everything verbally, it wouldn't be Duo Lai anymore. It does not speak, but it does. Guji. It extended an arm, which enlarged into a giant one within the blink of an eye, and cast a large shadow. In an instant, Duo Lai sucked in a large breath, making its body inflate like a small hill, then kept shrinking, started shrinking until it was only as big as a basketball. It was very unnoticeable. Its talents and skills had not changed, but the limit of their application had significantly increased. Guji. And there's more to it. It bounced to the edge of the territory and instantly stretched out a giant palm. The next moment, a surge of white energy covered the entire palm, transforming into an even larger palm print. With a forceful slap from Duo Lai, the giant palm print slowly pushed out, smashing into a lone boulder not far away. It easily reduced the boulder to rubble. This move was flashy and not very practical. Nevertheless, Mu Yuan could see that Duo Lai was now full of energy and quite solid, capable of creating a deep palm print on the ground with a simple slap. If it faced the ogre again, perhaps Duo Lai could suppress it single-handedly. Dead Bone fell silent. Indeed, it wasn't diligent or steady enough. No, it must have the ability to carry this family. Dead Bone left to cultivate in silence, taking Bone 2 and Bone 3 with it. Dead Bone's current level is LV8. Despite Mu Yuan buying a few treasures to aid cultivation, if Dead Bone wants to cultivate to level 9's great perfection before breaking through, it needs at least 6 days. Duo Lai is far ahead now. Just after breaking through, Duo Lai is still in a period of rapid improvement. Its talent and the condensing liquid shaping skill can both be further developed. Just like now, Duo Lai can already use the condensing liquid shaping skill to transform itself into a bird. Yes, a bird created from blue liquid. It's also trying to create a human form. To be precise, a mass of condensing liquid approximately in the shape of a human. All the previous training plans Mu Yuan envisioned can now be arranged for Duo Lai. Like right now. Duo Lai shaped an arm the size of a human and elongated it tens of meters away as if it was made out of rubber, holding in its hand a rare shame shaman wand. It waved the wand. Whoosh dash! A gigantic fireball, with a diameter of some 3 to 4 meters, came rolling towards Duo Lai. The fireball was bright like a small sun, spreading massive light and heat that rendered the ground scorched. However, Duo Lai then opened its mouth wide and simply inhaled. Just like a dragon taking in water, the fireball was transformed into a fire vortex in a blink of an eye, was swallowed by Duo Lai, and then expelled as a faint ring of smoke. It smelled of charcoal grilled food. It continued to train. For Duo Lai, such an exercise not only satisfied its gluttony but also made it stronger. It felt doubly happy, and this kind of training was a part earnestly taken care of in its schedule. Now that Duo Lai has stepped into the professional level, and General Dead Bone has professional level combat power. Even if the roaming ogre in the wilderness is at a higher level, it wouldn't be difficult to subdue it. He decided to intensify the search for the wandering ogre, as having a looming threat was always unsettling. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the sky in the distance turned crimson. No, it wasn't crimson clouds, but a mass of red fog formed by countless plumes billowing and then merging in the high sky. A portent of something sinister. The wild monsters seemed restless, and a band of kobolds who came from God knows where, charged towards the territory with their eyes shining bright red. Within half an hour, similar wild monster rushes occurred 4 times. Even though they were quickly put down, and the expansive red clouds began to thin, leaving streaks of red fog drifting about, nonetheless. This omen, it was mentioned in the game guide as a premonition that the Lord trial is approaching. Usually it starts appearing 10 days prior. As the trial approaches closer, the red fog omen becomes increasingly prominent. Yet today is only the 17th day since the game was launched. There are still 13 days left until the start of the Lord's trial. So what on earth has happened? Zhongdu of Xian country. Several high-ranking members in the association hastily gathered in this bright and spacious conference room. Soon, radiant light burst out from a few seats, casting out an imposing figure of woven light and shadow. The Lord's trial for this round will start early. Yes, the premonitions have already appeared, and we may not have 10 days left to prepare. The estimate may only be 8 days. Red fog omen has simultaneously emerged in the Twilight Plains, Scenic Highlands, and other regions. Does this not imply this term's Lord's trial will be happening concurrently? That's right, the time for newcomers to join the game in our country is not synchronized. It means that some regions' beginners only advanced about 2 to 3 days, some may have advanced 6 to 7 days, and it will be rather tough for these newcomers. However, what truly raised concern among the people present was the actual meaning represented by the premonitions. It's coming early. The red fog premonition has also appeared on the side of the Star Alliance, demonstrating that the merger of the Langsing world and the Eternal world is intensifying. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future, the entire Langsing will be drawn into the Eternal world. Indeed, the early warning system has already shown that 29 new border regions are about to form within the country. The rifts between the two realms will also increase, and the chaos might be inevitable. We used to withhold the information about the Chosen Ones and the Eternal world, believing in the perception of the vast majority of ordinary people as an anchor to stabilize our Langsing world. But now that we can't stop the trend of Langsing's impending fall, we might as well start releasing information to cope with the imminent impact of disaster. Regardless, we had managed to win decades of time. The impact of the merging of two realms was not significant to the strong players or great lords. However, for ordinary and new players, without the bridge of the real world, the road of development is bound to be excessively challenging. As the two worlds gradually merge, whether monsters are invading Langsing, or cities on Langsing are collapsing, it could be increasingly lethal to ordinary people. The martial arts curriculum has been implemented for many years, and the characteristics and weaknesses of common monsters like Gobanes have already become widely known through games, movies, and other channels. We have also established a sufficiently broad foundation in the Eternal world. You must believe that we have the ability and confidence to face the upcoming challenges. Chapter 63, Skeleton Mortician, asking for follow-up and data. Yuan was unclear about the major changes in the Langsing world, as they were too remote for him. After all, he was just a green hand, and it was hard enough to protect himself. However, ding 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 dash. The cell phone alert sounded, displaying Beijiang Association official group. The whole group chat had hundreds of new and old players. Occasionally, the officials would post important information in the group, such as the bounty for wanted criminals, the besieging of fleeing monsters, the application for the annual excellent player selection, etc. The information released today was extraordinarily important and marked in glaring red. The Longhu Mountain to the west of Beijiang City is currently merging with a certain area of Eternal World. The association has already listed Longhu Mountain as a danger zone. Please do not approach it and inform all players. Also, due to the formation of the area of two realms, the number of fleeing monsters will significantly increase in the future. Players who kill fleeing monsters and keep a record can exchange for rewards at the association. The peaceful environment is hard to come by, and we hope that every player will work together to protect and maintain it. After that, there was a recruitment announcement from the association, but that had nothing to do with the new players. The association had only given one warning to new players: never, ever approach the boundary zone. Yuan then entered a small group called Beijiang Tenglong Group. This was a small group for new players, with only 16 members. It seemed to be set up by the rich second generation, but Yuan didn't mind. He just quietly observed the screen. We really can't go to the boundary zone. Not only will monsters come out, but it will also attract all sorts of strange creatures. Even foreign cults might sneak into Xian country through the boundary zone. It's very troublesome. I'm ready to move to the state capital. Indeed, we are lords after all, each with a bright future. There's really no need to take risks. Is it possible that in the eyes of slightly older players, we are still noobs? But it seems there are treasures in the boundary zone. Of course, Yuan didn't have any ideas about the boundary zone, but from the few words of the association's announcement, he could vaguely sense that the situation was gradually becoming severe. Was it just because the boundary zone appeared within the territory of Beijiang City? It didn't seem to be. In the past, there had been boundary zones within the territory of Xian country, and many old players had ventured into the boundary zones for exploration. However, this time was different. Does it have any connection with the Lord's trial that suddenly advanced? For their new generation, the association expressed concern and supported these new lords with some resources, urging them to prepare for any possible accidents. In the new player group, most people expressed worries, but some were eager to try. I heard that this trial is for all new lords nationwide. Isn't this stage for me to make a name for myself? I must stand on the leaderboard. A whale said so and attached a screenshot of his territory. 20 to 30 arrow towers were standing around his village, like a wall protecting the entire territory. This was a true whale, a top-tier whale. Having so many defensive buildings, the whale declared his fearlessness of any accidents. Some hailed this. Some envied this. Yuan didn't envy, at most a little bit. He switched back to the game. Inside the game, night had fallen. However, when looking up at the sky, some red fog could still be seen drifting. When he switched to the God's Eye mode, he could also see a faint red that couldn't be wiped away at the edge of the screen. Unbearably glaring. The Lord trial has been brought forward, probably only 8 days left. I must enable Dead Bone to break through to the professional level within this period. If possible, I also want Bone 2 and Bone 3 to cross into the professional level. Originally, according to my plan, Bone 2 and Bone 3 and other elite level beings in the territory could break through before the trial arrives if they were upgraded step by step. Now that the trial has suddenly advanced several days earlier, the plan is entirely disrupted. Breaking through isn't difficult for Dead Bone, but it's almost impossible for Bone 2 and Bone 3. He frowned, unless a large amount of Krypton gold is used to purchase auxiliary cultivation treasures. But doing so would be too cost-ineffective. He didn't have so many soul crystals to spend, so he could only take one step at a time, and slightly enhance the territory's power from other aspects. Under the high-hung night sky, in a simple training field at the edge of the territory, Dead Bone was shrouded in wisps of black fog. This black fog slowly intertwined and entangled, finally attaching to the Sword of the Dead. He hadn't found a faster way to level up without side effects yet, so he had to enhance his combat power in other ways as much as possible. My lord! Yuan slowly lifted his hand, in which the light of miracle was blooming. Could it be? At this moment, even such a steady macho man like Dead Bone couldn't help feeling surging emotions. It received the Lord's favor once again and was blessed with the power of miracle. It swore to defend the territory and the glory of steadiness to the death. The light of miracle shone and slowly faded after 2 or 3 seconds. The new model Dead Bone that appeared before him was about as tall as before, and its armor changed from silver grey to bright silver. Yuan was a little surprised that the evolved troop's armor had actually shrunk and had not covered the whole body. Its shoulders, knees, back, palms, etc., were exposed, and the silver-white bones were clearly visible. Well, it seems a bit unique. Ding! Prompt: your troop skeleton General Dead Bone has bathed in the light of miracle and has evolved into Skeleton Mortician, Excellence *, and has learned the new skill Sorrow of Skeleton. Sorrow of Skeleton possesses the power to create, manipulate, and change its own bones. A simple description, but an extreme power. Without a doubt, Sorrow of Skeleton is an advanced skill. Like Duo-Las condensing liquid shaping, it has multiple development potentials. Ideas have vaguely formed in Yuan's mind. He had also almost digested and absorbed the techniques of Thunderbolt Warrior he had learned earlier, among which high-level techniques that only elite-level beings would delve into were included. He couldn't use it now, but he could describe it, right? The opportunity to teach the Emperor Dead Bone is not common. Yuan prepared to step forward, but saw that Dead Bone was still standing in place with its sword, appearing to be lost in contemplation. So he halted, retreated tens of meters, and called over a team of skeleton soldiers to cordon off the exterior of the training field, so no wild monsters would disturb. Not long after he completed these actions, the ground suddenly began to hum and vibrate. An earthquake? No, it's not an earthquake. The whole ground suddenly became loose, like mud and sand, causing ripples. In this constantly rippling earth, one after another stark white bones suddenly protruded. They were like tree branches sticking out all over the training field in front of him, encircling Dead Bone, who was standing with its sword, like a forest of white bones. Prompt: Your troop skeleton mortician Dead Bone has comprehended the special field type skill Withered Bone Land. For details, please check yourself. Yuan, what? Chapter 64, Airdrop Operation. The Emperor Dead Bone has once again mastered a new skill. Even after seeing numerous familiar situations, this left Yuan bewildered. The Withered Bone Land skill is hard to describe. It's not just about its power, it carries a unique meaning. Field type skills. These kinds of skills are very distinctive, they can effortlessly alter the surrounding landscape, and hence they can also be called environment-based skills. Beyond that, field type skills are the prerequisite for the strong ones to control domains. And the domain is one of the necessary conditions for a 4th order leader level strongman to step into the legendary realm. If a large number of intermediate conditions are removed and then rounded off, does that mean that Emperor Dead Bone is half a step into the legendary realm? No wonder he has the demeanor of an emperor. Cough cough, leaving aside the very distant legendary realm for a moment, the Emperor Dead Bone's combat power will have a significant boost now that he has mastered Withered Bone Land. Using Sorrow of Skeleton in the Withered Bone Land is even more ingenious, as it allows the Emperor Dead Bone, who originally could only control his own bones, to directly expand the control range of Sorrow of Skeleton to the entire field. Of course, this is just the basic application, and field type skills require a lot of energy, so Emperor Dead Bone might devolve back to being a 2-second bone. But it doesn't matter, the Emperor Dead Bone is a mature skeleton, he'll figure out how to improve his skills on his own. The next day, Yuan was enjoying a flight shooting game, playing with his battle falcon. He's using his spirit link talents to manipulate the Hurricane Warhawk, flying towards a densely populated spider forest. The trees here are unusually tall, with initial estimates of several dozen meters. The dense canopy completely obscures the sky, making it difficult to see any sunlight. As a result, the entire forest appears particularly dark, and even the leaves of the giant trees glow with a black-purple sheen. The poisonous spider forest, or the dark forest. With the tall trees and dense canopies, giant spiders the size of cars navigate between branches, weaving a large spider web and waiting for prey to run into it. For this reason, Yuan had not dared to let the battle falcon enter this forest before, fearing that an inadvertent moment might lead to the bird falling prey. But today is different. The level 7 Hurricane Warhawk has its vision shared at all times, Yuan is controlling it throughout the process by means of the spiritual link. It's not just commanding, there is not a moment of delay in control. He tells the Hurricane Warhawk to move 0.6 meters to the left, and the hawk will not hesitate to move to the specific position. It is indeed thanks to the precision of his Lord Shepherd command that the Hurricane Warhawk managed to escape one death trap after another. Otherwise, this hawk would have long become a feast for some monster. Indeed, the Lord himself must come out. Damn it! A considerably huge spotted poison spider fell from the sky, casting a large shadow. Yuan instantly controlled the Hurricane Warhawk to perform a mid-air flip and a half, barely avoiding the huge spider. He then controlled the Hurricane Warhawk to look back. This is a 3-star monster spotted poison spider. But the size it has, probably, it is an occupational level monster again. As he delved deeper into the dark forest, Yuan's face grew more solemn. When he began, he planned to scout out the location of each spider nest and then exterminate them with his troops. Now it seems that it's feasible to exterminate the spider nests in the periphery, but if he dared to go deep into the forest and fight these unpredictable spiders on their home ground, the losses would undoubtedly be significant. However, this location is already dozens of kilometers away from my territory, and the Lord's trial won't attract monsters from such great distances. Probably. It was like this in previous years, but not necessarily this year. Indeed, his territory is far from being impenetrable at the moment. The spiritual link is still stable, far from its limit. Let's continue exploring. But the dark forest seems very barren, there are no treasures, ancient buildings, temples, or the likes of the root of corruption. He did spot some ordinary red blood fruit and calming grass materials from afar, but their value was minimal, and there was no way he would send his elites deep into the dark forest for such mundane materials. Mu Yuan was somewhat disappointed and was just about to command the Hurricane Warhawk to turn back when he suddenly noticed. The area ahead has become much more open. The ground below the withered yellow leaves appears to be paved with stone, and further away lie ruins where you can vaguely see the grandeur of ancient buildings. Here is another ancient architecture site. Moreover, in the depths of the ruins, a faint light glowed from a certain spot, vaguely revealing a luminous curtain inscribed with one mysterious rune after another. Is this a guardian enchantment? An enchantment that still has energy and is still operating in these ruins. This piqued his interest immensely. But there were already a lot of monsters entrenched around these ancient architectural ruins. There were swarms of poisonous spiders, guarding a giant patterned spider the size of a sedan, muscular werewolves, and lizard men wielding bows and arrows. Threads of red mist drifted among them, and these creatures, who usually didn't get along, now had red eyes and coexisted harmoniously, roaming around these ancient architectural ruins. How can I, a lord with supreme morals, turn a blind eye to these precious relics of ancient civilization being desecrated by these monsters? Crush them! They must be crushed decisively, he thought. Just as he was thinking, he spotted a rare two-star monster, a bipedal flying dragon, flapping its wings and emerging from the depths of the ruins, spewing a large swath of orange flame from its mouth. The moment the flames touched the earth, they ignited into a roaring blaze, illuminating the feathers of the battle falcon in a glowing red. Oh, damn! This flying dragon is unbeatable, let's retreat strategically first and plan later. The battle falcon stirred up a light blue hurricane, and was gone in a blink of an eye. At this moment, battle falcon number 1 was still en route back, but a warning rang out in the territory as a group of about 20 or 30 snake men, wielding curved knives or bows and arrows, charged towards the territory with crimson eyes. Archers, strong shooters, fire! Skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, engage in battle! Mu Yuan controlled the battle falcon with a thought and directed the battlefield with a thought. Such a double-line operation was not difficult for him now. He even directed several strong shooters to shoot precise charging arrows at the advanced snake men in the enemy group. Soon, this group of invaders was annihilated. Several of the skeleton warriors, who had stayed behind in the territory and possessed some wisdom, immediately stepped forward, picking up the soul sand that had been gathered and stripping all equipment from the snake men, reflecting a spirit of meticulousness and zero waste. Even if the equipment of these snake men smelled a bit fishy and didn't suit their troops, it didn't matter. His territory already owned a blacksmith shop capable of remaking these second-hand equipments at any time. As soon as the red fog sign appeared, the frequency of monster attacks increased a lot. Although they are not threatening, what if their numbers increase by tens or hundreds of times? Mu Yuan found this thought troublesome, so we must continue to accelerate, to grow at full speed. The ancient architectural ruins that the battle falcon discovered must be investigated as soon as possible. However, the ruins were located deep in the dark forest, not only far from the territory, but also along a path with dozens of small and large spider nests. If he sent General Deadbone and a few dozen armies to advance all the way, it would take at least a day or two. That was too long. He wasn't interested in eliminating monster groups slowly right now, he wanted to grow rapidly. If it's not easy for the main force to go deep, then let's fight individually. As long as we get the battle falcon to carry Duo Lai, it won't take long to reach the ruins, he thought. Plan accepted. A moment later, Duo Lai, who had just left with his team a short while ago, received the order and returned to the territory with a baffled look. Mu Yuan hung a palm-sized storage pouch on the battle falcon number 2, which was in full status, tied it tightly, and then had Duo Lai shape into a bracelet, firmly hanging on the battle falcon's claw. He nodded contentedly, very good, just like that. Launching the first airdrop operation for Duo Lai, codename Slime Strike, has officially begun. Depart Dash. Chapter 65, Corpse. Mu Yuan chose to deploy General Duo Lai, not only because Duo Lai currently holds the responsibility of combat power of the territory, but more importantly, Duo Lai has the ability to grow big and small. It could also greatly reduce its own weight through the body transformation ability brought by devouring, allowing the Hurricane Warhawk to easily carry it in flight. If it was General Deadbone, he would only have to utilize the steamrolling method. Even though this general prefers to battle defensively, he can only steamroll. Duo Lai is not only light and easy to carry, but in terms of survival and escape abilities, it is stronger than Deadbone, making tactical retreat much easier when the situation goes awry. Indeed, Duo La's natural skills have all been allocated to areas that Dead Bone envies. Gliding freely is the Hurricane Warhawk number 2. It has no experience in delving deep into the dark forest, but Mu Yuan does. Under his command as Lord Shepherd, this Warhawk weaves through towering trees and cleverly avoids several places where occupational level monsters reside. Before long, these ancient architectural ruins buried in the forest appeared in the sharp eyes of the Hurricane Warhawk. What also appeared were monsters with crimson eyes, eager to pounce and bite. Now, throw it! Chirp 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 chirp! The Hurricane Warhawk abruptly stops mid-air, releasing its claw that was gripping Duo Lai. Duo Lai, shrunken to its smallest form, is thrown up by inertia, leaving a series of echoes in the air. Next moment, Duo Lai's body rapidly returns to its normal size and then quickly swells up, resembling a small hill. Its body shimmers with a metallic hue, resulting in a drastic increase in hardness and weight. It accelerates using the leap ability. It slams down from the sky. Boom! The airstrike by Duo Lai lands with full impact at this moment. The earth shatters, a sky full of dust is kicked up, and countless branches and leaves shatter under Duo Lai's strike, along with several werewolves and lizard men. Duo Lai returns to its normal size, extends a pair of massive arms, its gaze contemptuous as it slowly sweeps across the surrounding monsters. With a swing of its giant palm, it blocks all the incoming arrows, then with another powerful sweep, it sends nearby werewolves and lizard men flying like flies. Even though it is facing countless enemies all by itself, it can still steamroll undefeatable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Numerous spider webs descend, entrapping Duo Lai from all sides. They're incredibly tough. 3 enormous spiders, each as big as 2 trucks standing side by side, appear out of nowhere, their appearance horrifying. The most formidable bipedal flying dragon is also closing in, its eyes ferocious, and its mouth half open spewing out orange flames. There are a total of 4 occupational level monsters. There are also a large number of common monsters of levels 7, 8, and 9. This is the real danger that one encounters when leaving the territory and delving deeply into the wilderness. Duo Lai began to panic. It knows how to fight any enemy individually, but facing a group of powerful monsters at once. Chirp, chirp! It yells incessantly in the spiritual link. But there's no need for it to yell, Mu Yuan has already seen everything on the battlefield through the camera on the Hurricane Warhawk. Duo Lai is indeed intelligent, just insufficiently so. Use fire. Your flame power is not strong enough, but if you ignite it on your palms, it should suffice to burn off the webs. Fire is exceptionally effective against spider webs. Duo Lai quickly ignited the flames on its palms and struggled to break free from the webs. But the bipedal flying dragon has already arrived, opening its mouth and releasing an inferno of flames. Don't try to devour these flames, dodge to the side, utilize your agility. Upon hearing the command, Duo Lai, unable to comprehend with its small brain, responded instinctively. It shrank its body again and sprung to the side like a coil launching, leaving a sky full of flames to explode behind it. Continuing to artfully escape, while the sky is lit up with the orange flames that trailed behind like a long snake, nipping at its heels. Duo Lai runs, the dragon pursues, and flames fill the sky. Before long, the flames became larger and burned fiercer, gradually engulfing the surrounding spiders and werewolves as well. This is his tactic. Mu Yuan narrowed his eyes, he noticed it while controlling the Hurricane Warhawk. This bipedal flying dragon can spew a lot of fire and likes to spray flames everywhere. And once a big fire starts, the ones who get hurt first are these fire-fearing spiders. In comparison, Duo Lai, who has devoured fireballs many times, already has a strong resistance to fire. The bipedal flying dragon started to hit its own teammates hard. 3 professional-level spiders, which were quite tricky for Duo Lai, were on their last breaths in a blink of an eye. The other ordinary-level werewolves and lizardmen were almost wiped out. Under Mu Yuan's command, Duo Lai used a palm technique that rained from the heavens, smashing the 3 massive spiders one by one. Then turned to look at the last bipedal flying dragon. Gurgling dash! Only you, the big guy, is left. Duo Lai regained its invincible heart and adopted a stance. Oh invincible lord, teach me what to do next, gurgling dash! Arm catapult! After dodging another burst of flame, Duo Lai's shaping arm instantly stretched like a rubber band, grabbing the dragon's 2 feet. And pulled it hard down. Boom! The airborne flying dragon suddenly fell to the ground, the whole dragon was stunned. The next moment, its blurred vision saw a giant palm falling from the sky. Gurgling. It's not that easy, this bipedal flying dragon is high level. Take its life directly while this sneak attack is successful. Gurgling. Thump 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 zio. Duo last god palm 10 hit combo. After 10 hits, the bipedal flying dragon was still hanging by a thread, not totally dead. Duo Lai was panting on this side. Duo Lai's attack power is indeed not strong enough, it's a jack of all trades but a master of none. After all, Duo Lai is just a green hand, still in the promising future category. As the bipedal flying dragon was losing the will to live, and its scarlet eyes began to fade, Duo Lai finally sent off this formidable enemy, showing off its invincible posture. After sending off the enemy, it was Duo Lai's favorite part, the loot collection stage. It held a storage pouch, picking up the resulting soul sand and remnant soul one by one. It also didn't overlook some ancient relics and fragments that seemed remarkable around it. Take it, all of it. But this storage pouch is small and can't hold much. It can't carry too much itself, otherwise, the Hurricane Warhawk might not be able to fly. This is what the Lord said. So Duo Lai had no choice but to go deeper into the ruins. The commotion from the great battle just now attracted all the monsters in the area, causing the entire ancient architectural ruins to fall into silence. The only sound was the crackling fire casting a red glow which formed a beautiful contrast with the sparse light diffused from the profound boundary in the distance. There was a man sitting in front of the boundary. His face was thin, and his armor was tattered, but despite this, there was still a strong oppressive aura radiating from him. This is a corpse. Duo Lai initially made a tactful retreat, but after glancing a few times and realizing it was just a corpse, it plucked up the courage to approach and investigate. The situation of the corpse coming to life didn't happen. However, Duo Lai found a line of words carved into the floor in front of the body. It was a script widely circulated among various civilizations on the Eternal Continent. The erudite Lord Shepherd had some knowledge about it, or he could look up references on the spot. I have buried important things inside, whoever comes after me can open the boundary, and take them. The method to open the boundary is... The writing ends here. And the mystery man had died thoroughly. Who likes a riddle? Get off the Eternal Continent. Chapter 66, Hero. Yuan instructed Duo Lai to carefully inspect their surroundings and could be sure that in this ancient site, apart from the corpse in front of them and the enchantment behind it, there was nothing else unusual or distinctive. He examined the corpse in front of him, its features were already blurred, only the patterns and insignia on its armor were faintly discernible. It didn't seem to follow the Xian country style. The person etched the common language of the Eternal Continent, perhaps, he was a native of the Eternal World? It is also possible that he was a chosen one from another world. Xian country has established the Tai-Xian alliance in the Eternal World. The other superpower of Langxing, the Star Splendor Federation, established the Shen Yao Empire in the Eternal World. Both have considerable influence in the Eternal World, but apart from this, there are many other human civilizations and non-human civilizations in the Eternal World. There are numerous powerful forces, either in alliance or in hostility, intricately interwoven into a large network. Yuan's understanding of this was limited. After all, he was also a human being, perhaps a famous powerhouse during his lifetime. Let's bury him to rest in peace, of course. The body could be buried, but the burial items were not really necessary, there was no need for such superficial formality. Thus, Duo Lai cheerfully removed a ring, shimmering with a hint of silver, from the corpse's finger. It was a storage ring dash. And it had more stuff inside dash. Duo Lai then dug out a few items from it, an amulet-shaped pendant engraved with mysterious runes, 2 soul crystals, and a blueprint enveloped in a faint green glow. As Yuan was not there, he could not identify the items, but through his extensive knowledge and online search capabilities, he was able to identify these items. Great Amulet, a rare level item, it's the upgraded version of the amulet, capable of blocking 3 fatal damages. However, its limit has been raised to the 9th level of the First Order. It was a rather excellent life-saving item. Despite being plundered from a corpse, Yuan, as a modern-day youth, didn't feel any superstition about this, he believed in science. The miracle blueprints is also of rare level, called Guiding Landmark, Special, a special building that can attract wandering people. In fact, once the players pass the Lord trial and are promoted to a real Lord, they can build a usual guiding landmark. Placing the landmark outside the territory has a small chance of attracting wandering people. These wandering people are not from the surroundings of the territory. Like his territory, it is almost impossible to find civilians who are lost in the nearby area. Instead, it attracts lost people to the vicinity of the territory by some form of agreement with the spatial rules of the eternal world. Such wandering people have no affiliation and are likely to join the territory. Although they don't have military loyalty, they can still do a lot of work. Moreover, most of the armed forces in the entire territory are under the control of the Lord. According to the information on the forum, most of the wandering people are quite reliable, but also very mediocre. The Lord only has a very, very small chance to recruit talents. But if you can build a high-grade guiding landmark, you have a higher chance of attracting talented individuals and strong men. It is said that there is a kind of special building called the Hero Tavern, which can attract wandering heroes for players to recruit. Of course, this is just a rumor. After all, most veteran lords desperately wish for a hero, but they can't get one. Even in the stage of the Great Lord, the top-level lord, heroes are their right-hand men. The blueprint in front of them could build a high-grade guiding landmark. But at the current stage, the territory is too small. There is already a squeeze with more than 200 military types together. Recruiting more wandering people seems difficult to accommodate. Moreover, before I truly own the Lord's authority, civilians are not of much use to me. Regardless, the rarity of a rare-level miracle blueprint is beyond doubt. Not to mention the great amulet and the storage ring, both of which are rare items. This was undoubtedly a huge profit. After so many days of struggle, I finally got my standard storage ring. It really hasn't been easy. After all, Yuan did not strip the broken armor off the corpse. After burying this mysterious powerhouse to rest, Duo Lai began to circle around the enchantment. The entrance of the entire enchantment was inclined, resembling an entryway to an underground space. But the enchantment didn't only cover the entrance, it also wrapped the whole underground space with not a single gap. This kind of enchantment set up by humans can be opened with a special key. The key can be a token or a command, however. The corpse in front of him did not mention how to open it. Did I let this riddle man go too easy by burying him? Duo Lai, try to break it with brute force. After all, this enchantment is somewhat old. Captain Duo Lai took the order. His body started to swell, accumulating energy. A few seconds later, he jumped high and gave off an alloy luster at the highest point. Then he fell like a meteor, dragging a visible energy tail flame. Boom! It was like a meteor hitting the earth. The entire area vibrated violently, and the surrounding ruins collapsed like building blocks under the huge shock and aftershocks. The destructive power of Duo Lai's ground bombing weapon was not to be underestimated. However, the enchantment at the center of the ruins was still intact, only showing faint ripples. No need to try again. Yuan stopped Duo Lai. Such enchantments either have backup energy sources or can absorb free energy in the world. In short, the enchantment is not indestructible, it's just that Duo Lai's current power is far from enough. But does this also mean that the items sealed in the enchantment could be very precious? We can plan slowly. There are many ways to open the enchantment. If there is a chance, I'll try. If not, it doesn't matter. This trip is already profitable. A day later, Yuan discovered two more important areas. There is a temple deep in the swamp to the southwest, but there is a Snake Man tribe near the temple, a tribe with a totem. The Snake Man tribe is strong, and as tribal forces, they may have hidden trump cards. Therefore, Yuan did not send the slime to attack, fearing that Duo Lai might not return. The second discovery is that there is a land of filth 20 kilometers away to the east. This land of filth covers a large area and has attracted many monsters. Compared to the land of filth he purified 10 days ago, it's at least 10 times harder to deal with. But his territory is now populated by many strong individuals, they can just steamroll over this land of filth. The problem is, only a lord or hero can purify the root of corruption, so I have to risk a 20-kilometer journey to purify it myself. The distance is too far, and the map running can only be left for tomorrow. Thinking about it makes him a little melancholy. Yuan then switched to the Taishan forum to relax. There are only about 7 days left for the Lord trial, and the new lords are getting increasingly anxious. However, not everyone feels the same pressure. While most new lords are anxious due to the early arrival of the trial, a few others feel confident and relaxed. Hey, I got a treasure map. The location is 7 or 8 kilometers away from my territory. Do you think I should explore it? It's not about danger, it's just a bit far. A second-generation player started complaining. Some new players couldn't stand it, 7 or 8 kilometers. You call that far? What a joke. My friend Luo Xing has already explored 11 kilometers. Experienced players also voiced their opinion. Here's a piece of advice for you from an old player: even if you have the ability, don't go too far. You might encounter occupational level monsters beyond 10 kilometers. Of course, the chance is extremely low, but what if? Are you willing to bet your future and life? I still remember a talented player in our city once. He was ambitious, constantly exploring and collecting treasures, but once he accidentally encountered an occupational level wandering ogre. Then, he was wiped out, suffered heavy losses, and in the end, he couldn't even pass the Lord trial. His grave has grown 3 feet high grass. I just went to visit him the day before yesterday. So I advise you as a veteran player to take it one step at a time. Take it one step at a time? He agreed. It's just 20 kilometers anyway. Oh, Yuan, since when have you become so lazy? Chapter 67, Dimensional Pocket. 20 kilometers for him, indeed, was not far. His current strength as Lord Shepherd was that of a level 9 skeleton warrior, making climbing hills and mountains a breeze. Although, it could be quite time-consuming. He'd also need to clear the dangers along the way in advance. He could have Dead Bone set off first to clear the road, and when it had covered half or 2/3 of the distance, he'd go along the safe path with his combat power carry, Duo Lai. The plan was fine. However, these were all things that would happen tomorrow. For now, it was getting late and he definitely wouldn't be able to complete a round trip before night fell. Yuan continued to gather materials on the forums, searching for information to enrich his knowledge. He saw that many aspiring Lord newbies had already started planning for territory construction and development after their trials. The most common way for lords to make money is farming and mining. Luckily, there's a small iron mine near my territory. With this vein, I won't have to worry about development funds for the next 2 to 3 years, ha. Damn you, oh you Huang! Why is there nothing around my territory? However, it's not too bad. I've signed a contract with the Red Lotus Group, so I can get a batch of special seeds, which will bring me a decent income after a year. This is stable income. As our territory grows, we can lead armies to attack monster camps around us and continue generating income. Other newcomers and many old players were all shedding lemon tears. Yes, even the poorest performing Lord players, or even those who had given up trying, were able to plant special crops like jade crystal rice, red blood fruit trees, and hemostatic grass and earn a good income without having to venture out on adventures. Instead, many old and experienced players were often required to undertake tasks in the wilderness to get a decent payoff. Farmers can only earn a living through hard work, and mineral resources are hard to come by. If you really want to increase income, you have to start from production buildings such as the blacksmith shop and alchemy hut. While it's hard for us to get miracle blueprints, saving contribution points can give us a chance. Oh, come on! People in larger territories have higher equipment production and faster manufacturing speed, we can't compete. Having a blacksmith shop can only earn you hard-earned money unless we can recruit expert forging masters. The real money makers are either discovering large reserves of high-grade minerals, or having territorial specialties. Territorial specialties? Unique high-demand equipment, potions, or rare high-grade crops are all categories of specialties. Some great lords' territories have special miracle buildings, such as Springs of Life and the Wells of the Sun, which can consistently churn out valuable byproducts. However, like minerals, specialties are hard to come by and only the extremely fortunate or powerful can acquire them. Yuan was neither, but he had some thoughts. Specialties, crops. I might be able to start with plant-type troops. Some rare, high-tier plants can continuously produce rare fruits or herbs, and so might high-tier plant-type troops. At the very least, many plant-type troops have the ability to promote crop growth. As for which troop to choose, he would have to see the actual situation after the Lord's trials. Who knows, maybe the rewards from the trials would contain some kind of high-level specialty. Compared to the activity of the Forum Rookie area, the real world was quite calm these 2 days. The situation did not seem as serious as he had guessed, and the entire Beijiang city seemed unaffected by the border area, maintaining peace and harmony. Well, not entirely. The Association Exploration Team discovered a random rare rank troop building in the border area. Eventually, a few Lord players decided the recruitment quota through a battle will. Within the border area, traces of the Twilight Cult gang were suspected to be found. The gang's headquarters is located overseas, with the purpose of preaching about the end of the world, and has brainwashed a large number of disciples. The Beijiang Association has already caught 2 wanted criminal players and killed 11 fleeing monsters. They have achieved significant success. Okay, it does not seem to be very calm after all, but whether it's a wanted player or a fleeing monster, they are quickly apprehended and killed, which is why it doesn't seem much of a fuss. However, it was said that some players got injured because of this. There were even rumors that those crazy cults wanted to enter Xian country through the border area. He was just a green hand, not qualified to worry about these things. He just hoped that his peaceful and quiet life wouldn't be disturbed. I hope not. The sunset in Beijiang City was beautiful. The golden glow shot from the edge of the horizon, like clusters of arrows wound with fiery power, ready to burn off all evil gloom. Yuan had a hearty meal outside and then bought 2 boxes of instant noodles to stack in the villa before he sat down in front of the computer. As my power increases, my appetite also sees a significant increase. Thankfully, this is a player's community, and the internal restaurant offers upgraded ingredients such as the jade crystal rice. Otherwise, I would probably have to eat 8 bowls of rice in a meal. No wonder some experienced lords complain about how high-level troops are hard to maintain. Creatures like the earth dragons do eat up a large amount of food, though they are just showing off. Yuan began to draw up a plan for tomorrow's crusade. Relatively speaking, the land of filth was far away but more conducive to crusading and purification. Rose would start from this place. But tonight, there was another critical task to take care of. He muttered. Slime evolution points, 135.79. Once the exploration team returned, Yuan called Duo Lai over. Girlu. Eat, 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 all you know is eating. But the taste of evolution was even more delicious than any delicacy. Duo Lai's big eyes blinked like LED lights. Of course, it wanted to evolve. Soon, the majestic light of the miracle descended again. In the dazzling white light, Duo Lai's shape, as expected, hardly changed. But its skills, talents, especially the core talent of devouring, would inevitably improve along with its enhancement in quality. Skills like condensing liquid shaping, that could perfectly combine with the derivative effects of devouring, would enhance too. Yuan had been wanting to develop a new form for Duo Lai. He tentatively named it Duo Lai Armament, which could protect Lord Shepherd very effectively, but there's still a long way to go. As he pondered, the white light faded. A familiar reminder sounded in his ear. Reminder, your soldier devouring slime Duo Lai has been promoted to an excellence * troop and has learned the skill Dimensional Pocket. Duo Lai. Level, Ranky, Level 1. Talent, Devouring, Intermediate. Derivative, Harden, Mimicry, Flame. Skills, Leap, Condensing Liquid Shaping, Dimensional Pocket. The devouring talent has only slightly increased and has not yet broken through to advanced. However, the dimensional pocket skill involves space, it looks exceptional at first glance. So, where's the pocket? Yuan touched Duo Lai's soft belly, then pinched it. There was no pocket. Duo Lai poked his shoulder and opened its mouth. Its mouth was pitch black, as if a black hole ready to devour everything, containing 4-dimensional space. This was a true dimensional pocket. Chapter 68, The New Skills of General Dead Bone. After evolution, Duo Lai tested his new abilities as usual, giving Yuan a clear understanding of the high-level skill Dimensional Pocket. The Dimensional Pocket has a space of more than 60 cubic meters, which can hold a considerable amount of goods, 10 times more than the rare storage ring I obtained before. And, this skill, in tandem with Duo Lai's strength, can also continuously expand the internal space. That's one thing. The Dimensional Pocket skill is not only used as a storage bag. Duo Lai opened his mouth, which initially was a normal mouth grown on a jelly-like surface, but in a blink, it turned into a somber black hole, seeming able to devour everything. And indeed, it could devour everything. Duo La's devouring ability can swallow and digest energy attacks, but during battles, it dares not to devour too potent attacks, for fear of overeating, and it can't spare much effort to digest these during battles. But with the dimensional pocket, it's like having a transfer station for devouring. Well, one has to admit, it's perfect. Duo La's 2 core skills and 1 core talent not only are high level, but also mesh together seamlessly. Perhaps this is the advantage of the hidden class. Compared with Dead Bone, despite having the form of a Grand Emperor, his training wasn't as smooth sailing as Duo La's. Dead Bone has always been envious of Duo La's stable set of skills. Ding! Prompt: your troop skeleton mortician Dead Bone has developed Bones of Grief, producing a subordinate skill Bone Wing. Prompt: your troop Dead Bone has created the Decay of Grief ability based on undead energy, charge, and death extraction. Decline of Grief: this skill allows the user to attach special energy to an attack, which, upon hitting an enemy, can bring them additional negative effects such as slowdown, weakness, and life drain. Mu Yuan. The next day, Mu Yuan got up early. He browsed the morning news released on the forum. At present, the 29 newly born boundary zones within the country have largely stabilized, with 21 of them officially open to players. In Boundary Zone N0.26, the expedition team made a significant discovery, not only unearthing an intact underground palace of a former civilization, but also finding a special item, the Hero's Proof. According to the agreement before exploration and the result of battle will, Lord Xiang Tianba eventually seized this proof. His powerful follower, the Black Knight, also successfully passed the hero trial, upgrading to a hero unit. A hero unit, hi. If I had a hero unit myself, I wouldn't have to run 20 kilometers painstakingly to cleanse the root of corruption. Of course, the uniqueness and preciousness of a hero go far beyond this. For a territory, a hero is a commander. Heroes, like chosen lords, can command their troops with their minds, able to share some of a lord's abilities and handle a lord's affairs. Not only that, but heroes can also increase the strength of their troops. Under the leadership of high-level heroes, even little skeletons could have the power to fight big goblins, or even the goblin warriors. Heroes can also have strategic talents and use strategic treasures, etc. But what does this have to do with me? There are many senior lords without heroes. While savoring a lemon, Mu Yuan dismissed the morning news. He used Spiritual Link to contact the distant battle falcon and let it open the shared view. He could see that Dead Bone, Bone 2, Bone 3, and other elite soldiers had set off in advance and were tackling prominent monster groups one by one along the path. Prompt: your troops have killed 23 monsters such as goblins. Prompt: your troops have killed 17 monsters such as blood wolves. Prompt: your troops have destroyed a kobold camp. There was even a rare monster in this camp, a level 9 kobold shaman. It lifted its staff high, and in the blink of an eye, a huge fireball was fired. The next moment, whoosh! The spiked bone let out a sound, piercing the entire fireball without decreasing its momentum, then pierced the shaman's head. The whole head burst like a watermelon, and the shaman fell straight down. In just a few minutes, Dead Bone had taken this monster camp. Of course, the subsequent cleaning up and collecting of spoils took longer. Mu Yuan also set off. His team was not large, but each member was exceptional. Hopping and jumping at the forefront was the territory's general, Duo Lai. 3 skeleton warriors and 3 silver slimes were spread out on all sides. Behind them were the Great Lord Shepherd under the protection of 3 level 7 Imperial Guards. 3 stout shields were lifted up, providing an immense sense of security. Further back, there were 2 reserve Imperial Guards and several skeleton warriors clearing up the rear. The elite squad advanced along the path that the undead had cleared, pressing forward persistently. They inevitably encountered monsters along the way. Yet, no matter if it were goblins or grey wolves, or even jackal men, all these monsters were killed by the skeleton warriors before they could get within 100 meters of Mu Yuan. Thud, thud. Suddenly, several little black dots appeared in the distance. Harpy. These creatures, scantily clad with curvaceous bodies, appeared rough and ferocious and swirled down from the sky with a stench of blood. Then, they were swatted away by a huge palm that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, like swatting away flies. Squawk! Duo Lai withdrew his palm, tucking his hands in at his waist and let out a soft huff. Mu Yuan, well, that's my Duo Lai. After more than 2 hours of long journey, Lord Shepherd finally reached his destination. In the distance, faint wisps of red mist could be vaguely seen wafting around. The ground had become somewhat desiccated, showing a faint brown color. The towering trees further away were almost withered, with only a few dry yellow leaves still in the mix. The root of corruption continually draws energy from the earth, damaging the surrounding environment. As a lord whose heart is concerned with the world's safety, how can I turn a blind eye? We must purify it thoroughly. Attack! The horn had been sounded and the war had been ignited. Mu Yuan narrowed his eyes as invisible strands of mental link emanated akin to a large net, linking each and every vanguard elite. Perhaps, under the command of General Deadbone, it won't be too difficult to encircle these mobs. However, being here already, as the Great Lord, he couldn't just stand idly by. It would be great to try using the spiritual link in real-time combat. He simultaneously linked dozens of units. Sensing the same reality in the physical world, Mu Yuan simply closed his eyes. The first team, lure the enemy. The second team, ambush. The third team, charge. Quickly, a swarm of bat-like monsters rushed out from the land of filth and descended like a small cloud of darkness. What met them, however, were fireball techniques, arrows, and accurately thrown spears. Second team, fall back. First team, flank. Try to kill the enemy outside the land of filth. There were many monsters in the land of filth, and even more types. However, whenever a monster showed up, they were met with triple shots and thrown spears. The strong shooters and the skeleton warriors had their targets allocated by Mu Yuan's precise command, not a single shot was wasted. If any strong target individual appeared, Bone 2 and Bone 3 would throw a charged spear and instantly kill them. Every now and then, Mu Yuan directed them to perform strategic pulls, backline cuts, and aerial attacks. In just under 2 minutes, over 100 enemies had been wiped out. At this point, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the land of filth. A goblin, covered in blue-purple tattoos with bluish skin and bulging muscles, slowly walked out. He held 2 curved blades in his hands, which emitted dazzling flashes of thunderbolt. As he quickly swung his blade downwards, the piercing thunderbolt launched out like a roaring thunder snake, causing the ground to constantly fracture. This is Thunder Goblin. And it's definitely at the professional level. The guard techniques of the 2 Imperial Guards may not be able to withstand this magic attack. So, a chubby figure descends from the sky, landing at the very forefront of the line. It extends its palm, and a line like a mouth forms on the center of it. The next moment, the line opens up into a black hole, swallows the crackling incoming thunderbolt without a trace of smoke. Chapter 69, The Hero's Proof. Thunder Goblin, Gargoyle, and the Goblin Warrior. During the earlier tactical tug-of-war, Mu Yuan was able to figure out the whole situation in the land of filth through several Hurricane Warhawks and Battle Falcons. In reality, the troublesome enemies are just these 3. 3 occupational level monsters might cause despair for other rookie lords, but Lord Shepherd felt that it's just so-so. No, he can't get arrogant. He only has General Duo Lai who can slay these powerful enemies. He also has General Deadbone, who can also slay these powerful enemies. Through concentrating fire from Bone 2 and Bone 3 and other elites, they could also bomb down 1 or 2 of these powerful foes. That's about it. Under his command, Duo Lai led away the Thunder Goblin, not in a hurry to kill him, but instead used the goblin's thunderous power for training to enhance his own resistance to thunder and generate some arc power. This, of course, was a command from the Lord. Otherwise, Duo Lai would have already slapped this goblin dead with a palm from the sky. The remaining monsters also quickly dispersed under Mu Yuan's command, pulling, and dividing to conquer. Soon, only 2 formidable enemies were left on the big stage. Deadbone slowly walked forward. Whoosh! On his shoulder blade, silver-white bones extended 2 or 3 meters, and then instantly opened a pair of pallid bone wings. The bone wings were ragged, a bit drafty, but shrouded in a chilling swirl of black mist. The black mist spread from the bone wing's surface and swirled around Deadbone's whole body. The next moment, without flapping his bone wings, Deadbone was already suspended in the air. His arms crossed over his chest, like a demon lord, looking coldly down at the gargoyle and goblin warrior. The big one is coming. Mu Yuan looked forward anticipatively, to see how strong the current dead bone is. The gargoyle attacked. The goblin warrior was also dashing forward. Dead Bone held the giant sword in his hand, and, put it aside, he raised his right hand, his naked phalanges protruded out, the next moment, his phalanges snapped one by one, and under the impact of energy compression and energy explosion, they shot out like bone bullets. This was just the beginning. After firing a few bone bullets, chilling phalanges continued to generate, bone spurs like machine gun bullets, whistled out in rapid-fire succession. The era has changed. Bone spurs rained down, continuously bombarding the goblin warrior and the gargoyle. The spurs created by Sorrow of Skeleton were sharp and hard, in an instant, they pierced the goblin warrior into a bloody mess, leaving holes in the ground. The defense of the gargoyle was significantly stronger, knocking countless bone spurs away with loud bangs. But Dead Bone not only utilized multiple energy tactics in this attack, it also involved more than the Sorrow of Skeleton. The emitted bone spurs were also entwined with a faint grey glow. This was the power of decline of the grief. Bone spurs raining down, striking with bangs, made the skin of the gargoyle increasingly greyish and dull. From a glossy grey, it fell into a dull and worn grey. Before the gargoyle could get to Dead Bone, it was horrified to find its proud surface cracking one after another. More and more noticeable. It became fragile. Its speed also slowed down significantly. Dead Bone grasped the sword with both hands, pulling out a several meters long black sword light, delivering a steady blow to the gargoyle that rushed up to him. Bang! This is the end. But it also makes sense. Only a few occupational level monsters, how much effort could they cost? Over here, Duo Lai was already happily gathering the spoils of battle. With its dimensional pocket skill, it thoroughly deserved its title of Chief of Transportation. Gug, gug, yes, put all these edibles in, I'll keep them safe for you. Under the protection of Dead Bone and 3 Imperial Guards, Mu Yuan ventured deep into the land of filth and finally discovered a section of the Root of Corruption. This section of the Root of Corruption was over 2 meters long and resembled a small tree. It had slight branching with a crimson liquid that looked like blood flowing through it. Mu Yuan moved forward a few steps, and as expected, a notification sound rang out. Purify. Ding. From the Lord's seal, a pure and sacred white light erupted, swiftly spreading and enveloping the brown-red roots in front of him. After a while, the Root of Corruption shattered, the ominous red mist hovering in the air also dissipated mostly. The parched earth slightly improved with faint and fresh green newly visible. At the same time, the gifts of the world appeared before him, each one enveloped in a green light. Notification: 2 soul crystals acquired. Notification: random remnant soul, rare, acquired. Notification: material thunder magnetic core, rare, acquired. Notification: tool breaking boundary stone, rare, acquired. Notification: special equipment skeleton warhorse, rare, acquired. The skeleton warhorse, as its name suggests, has a body constructed entirely from pale bones. It can travel thousands of miles a day by simply feeding it some soul sand. What surprised Mu Yuan was that riding the all-boned warhorse didn't cause his buttocks to feel sore, and it didn't jolt when galloping. It was a decent mount that didn't require daily care. However, riding the warhorse made Mu Yuan stand out and easily targeted. It wasn't very secure. The General Dead Bone agreed. But the skeleton warhorse is not only used for traveling. As a piece of rare equipment, the warhorse can amplify the rider's energy, creating a unity between the rider and the horse, allowing it to leave strong enemies eating its dust. The skeleton warhorse is functional, and the thunder magnetic core is the core material I need. The other remnants can all be sold for a net profit of about 6 or 7 soul crystals. Not bad at all. As for the special tool, the breaking boundary stone. According to its description, it's capable of opening and shattering barriers. Mu Yuan immediately thought of that place. That afternoon, Mu Yuan was overseeing his territory while Dead Bone and Duo Lai, along with the Hurricane Warhawk, went to the ancient building ruins in the dark forest. Well, since Dead Bone had created the Bone Wing skill, its mobility had undeniably improved significantly. It could finally traverse the forest without having to go around. Whoosh! There was a cold wind blowing, bringing along a bone-chilling coolness that spread everywhere, forming frost on the scattered architecture remnants on the ground. Dead Bone folded its bone wing, and cautiously walked to the barrier gate leading underground. Through the light screen, it could faintly see what was happening inside. The space within the barrier wasn't large, the size of a basketball court. There were bone remnants scattered around, and in the center was a stone platform. Stuck in the platform was the hilt of a broken blade. The important item the mysterious strongman talked about is probably this broken blade. But, what treasure could a broken blade be? Yuan wondered. After observing it, Dead Bone took out the breaking boundary stone. It held this strange stone, injected its energy and ruthlessly smashed down on the light screen in front of it. Thump! The severe ripples spread out. The light screen, which didn't even crack when Duo Lai bashed it at full force, now had cracks spreading all over it, shattering in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a rare game notification sound rang next to Yuan's ear. Ding! Special item the hero's proof discovered, would you like to use it? Chapter 70, Trials and Grades. The hero's proof. Yuan was no stranger to this term, it was often discussed among older players and gaming news forums. The appearance of the hero's proof is unpredictable. It could be a sword, a bow, a suit of armor, a pendant, or a piece of jade. No matter what form this proof takes, its function is always the same: to elevate a soldier to the status of a hero. However, the hero's proof doesn't automatically upgrade a soldier into a hero upon use. It requires the possession of hero power. Just like the Lord Trial, soldiers have to pass a trial to be promoted. There is no danger to their lives if they fail, but failure means a wasted chance at the precious hero trial. Such an opportunity is not to be squandered, even by a great lord. Yuan likewise didn't dare to use it carelessly, he needed to make preparations. On the other hand, information about the hero trial was rather scarce. Most of what he knew was pieced together from bits and pieces he picked up from veteran player conversations. And who knows how accurate these second-hand tales from veteran players are. With this in mind, Yuan opened up the news he read that morning. Lord Xiong Tianba's war general, Black Knight, has successfully passed the hero trial. This was hot news, with loads of familiar players leaving comments below. Yuan also joined in with a comment, "Can anyone explain this hero trial? It seems like it's very difficult." He put on his best green hand impression. No, he was indeed an absolute green hand. How could anyone call it an act? No one could be greener than him. Given the substantial traffic on this news article, it wasn't long before other players responded, although most of them were new or less experienced gamers too. The hero trial? I have no idea. Straight up, I also want to ask. Sitting in the front row with popcorn, kick me when someone explains. A post for green hands dash. Half an hour later, finally, a veteran player who seemed to be a big shot showed up. With a verified real name of Chu Qianyuan, he said, "The hero trial is far beyond reach for you green hands, to the point that you might not encounter it for a lifetime. But since so many sincere questions have been asked, let me briefly explain. The hero trial differs from the Lord trial. Once initiated, the targeted soldier will enter a special trial space. They can be promoted to a hero if they complete the set trial task. The content of the trial isn't fixed, but it mainly examines the trialist's command ability, resourcefulness, and judgment. As far as I know, there have been cases where third-order warlord-level soldiers failed the challenge, and cases where professional soldiers ascended to hero status. That hero is also considered legendary. To deviate a bit, in short, the hero trial puts more emphasis on the soldier's wisdom. Soldiers need at least medium spiritual wisdom to have a chance of passing the trial. Of course, Lord players can provide some hints during the trial, but if the soldiers don't have wisdom, they may not understand the hints, let alone pass the trial. In summary, soldiers with higher order and wisdom have a greater chance of passing the trial. So that's how it is. Green hands and average players voiced their newfound understanding and astonishment at the trial's high difficulty. Indeed, the chances of ordinary players and even ordinary lords becoming a hero are scarce. The more they learn, the sadder they feel. Is it difficult? Not that much. For the big hots capable of obtaining the hero's proof, finding several soldiers with awakened wisdom isn't challenging. As long as one passes the trial and becomes a hero, they will inevitably awaken their self-consciousness. But the bad news is, if the soldier only possesses spiritual wisdom and has not awakened their self-consciousness, they can only just pass the trial and receive the most basic hero's baptism. The baptism of heroes varies in levels, too. While ordinary players are amazed at the difficulty of the trial, the Big Hots are already making plans to improve their soldiers' evaluation during the trial. Qualified. Good. Excellent. Perfect. 4 levels of evaluation, 4 levels of baptism. The most common baptism only grants the hero the most basic hero's aura after promotion. If a higher evaluation is achieved, the heaven and earth will grant a higher level baptism. At this time, the hero has a chance to learn strategic skills, and even awaken strategic talent, and the hero's aura they gain will be more powerful. And if they can achieve an even higher evaluation, they will seemingly gain extra gifts from the heaven and earth. Of course, even a hero who just scrapes past the trial is still a hero. A hard-to-come-by hero. Oh, a hero, the harder one craves for it, the harder it is to obtain. Oh! Evening time, Mu Yuan's territory. Looking at the broken blade in front of him, Mu Yuan had made up his mind. The hero's proof is extremely rare. He wasn't sure if he would get a second one within a year. If the hero trial is as difficult to pass as it sounds, he would delay its use to prioritize safety first. But now, perhaps, General Deadbone can pass the trial easily. Even if limited by his own strength, achieving an evaluation of qualified or good should be feasible, right? If so, there's no need to delay further. Strategic skills, strategic talents, and so forth can be supplemented later. Having a hero born early holds significant strategic value to the territory. If it comes to wisdom and command, even Duo Lai, who's riding on a skeleton warhorse, can't hold a candle to Deadbone. This guy doesn't expect anything from the hero's proof, except maybe if he can eat it. Are you confident, Deadbone? Deadbone expressed that his confidence was not very high. He didn't understand the trial very well, and currently didn't have high confidence in obtaining high evaluation. However, since the Lord had decided, he couldn't say no. He could only say he was somewhat confident. Somewhat. Mu Yuan nodded slightly, revealing a smile, then let's get started. Ding! Alert, you have used the hero's proof, targeting Sorrow of Skeleton. Deadbone. Alert, the hero's trial has started. The broken blade shattered with a loud bang, turning into a mysterious seal that enveloped Deadbone. The next moment, Deadbone's figure disappeared from the territory. He had entered the special trial space. Mu Yuan also found that he had split a strand of consciousness that was continuously rising, charging into a grey world. Just like when he entered the secret realm of challenge, his consciousness had descended once again. But this time it was just his consciousness, he had no physical form. He floated like a wandering soul, he could see and hear, but he could not touch anything. Alert, during the hero's trial, the Lord can freely watch the battle, but there's only 3 opportunities to give hints to the trialist. Please manage them wisely. The sky was grey, trees were withered, and tufts of mist visible to the naked eye floated among them. Under the red mist, dozens of undead soldiers were mending their equipment. Some of their armors were damaged and some undead were armless or legless, showing signs of a harsh battle with their limping gait. At this moment, in such circumstances, General Deadbone woke up. Chapter 71, Perfect Level. Ding! Notifications, Hero Trial has begun. The trialists must lead their team to the specified location within 6 hours and defeat the targeted enemies to pass the trial. Notification, target enemies are of high power level, but there are some troop reinforcement nodes and resource supply points within the map. The trialists can explore them as you see fit. Notification, during the trial, the trialist will be granted temporary hero powers. The notification sounded in Mu Yuan's ears and in the hearts of the trialists. However, if the intelligence of the trial troops is not enough, how much of the rule notifications they can understand is debatable. Mu Yuan looked at this group of undead and could discern from their appearance and weaponry. 5 skeleton warriors, 5 ghosts, 10 ghouls, 10 skeleton archers, and 10 zombies, a total of 4.0 troop units. Among them, skeleton warriors and ghosts are peak powers of professional level, while the rest of the undead have just entered the professional level. This level is actually not high. Mu Yuan guessed it was a balanced adjustment made by the hero trial rule based on the level of the Deadbone. But perhaps the trial space didn't expect a troop to undertake hero trials without having reached the official tier yet. Based on the notification, the forces of the Deadbone currently command might have a hard time defeating the target enemy. They need to recruit as many troops as possible and enhance their strength during the journey. Yuan judged. The dead bone also judged. As a temporary hero, it can access specific information about all its troops with a single thought. The feature of a ghoul is. The characteristic of zombies is, they are good at resisting the enemy, but their defect is slow movement speed, and more than that. The most severely injured are these zombies. Their leg injuries make their already slow movement speed even slower, like a turtle crawl. At this speed, it would take at least 5 hours to reach the designated location. Time is very tight, and it is difficult to detour to other resource nodes on the way. But if they abandon the injured zombies, it means losing some troops even before the fight starts. What should they do? This is the first test of the trial choice. Both options have their pros and cons, and the trialists need to weigh them based on their own situation. But if the trial soldiers only have a slight amount of intelligence, it would puzzle them, causing the Lord to waste a precious chance for a tip interference. The Emperor Dead Bone, of course, wants them all. It lightly raised its hand, black mist swirling in its palm and spreading all around, covering all undead troops in an instant. In a moment, except for the broken equipment, the undead troops are as good as new. General Dead Bone nodded contentedly, and all the undead set off at full speed. On the map, the position of the final boss is clearly marked. It only marks the final boss, and all other resource supply points, troop reinforcement points etc., need to be explored by the trialists. Compared to other trial troops, the strength of the Dead Bone is definitely at a disadvantage. This requires it to recruit more troops. On this point, he believes General Dead Bone can also judge clearly. While Dead Bone was marching briskly, it had time to explore its surroundings. However, there are many guarding monsters of various strengths around the troop supply points and resource points in the area. If they encounter a strong guardian monster and lose troops, it will be even more impossible to defeat the final boss. There are some areas where there are only monsters but no guarding treasure. This requires trialists to have sufficient command, scouting capability, and judgment ability. In this type of trial test, the lords usually use a lot of tips at this stage to help their troops make the most accurate judgment and enhance their power as much as possible. Lord Shepherd also did a lot of analysis and prepared to give the general some tips. But, watching Dead Bone's careful yet decisive maneuver, he silently withdrew his prepared interference chance. This Dead Bone lad, his judgment isn't inferior to mine. Just as Yuan predicted, Dead Bone once again chose to keep everything. Through aerial overview and sending cannon fodder to scout, it explored every monster-guarded area and started to attack from the lower-level areas. One after another. Even the monster areas without treasures were eliminated by it. Because. Crack crack dash. Under the black mist of undead resurrection, skeleton monsters of various strange shapes, all massive in size, rose from the heaps of bodies, and their soul flames glowed dimly. They were not truly undead troops and their existence would be limited in time, but, in a trial that lasted only 6 hours, that was more than enough. After crushing special potions to replenish his energy, General Dead Bone continued to advance. Your quasi-hero Dead Bone has resurrected Skeleton Monster X-23. Your quasi-hero Dead Bone has replenished Skeleton Soldier X-15. Your quasi-hero Dead Bone has added powerful troops Abomination XL. Your quasi-hero Dead Bone has revived Skeleton Warrior XL, Skeleton Archer X3. When the time approached 5 hours, the number of troops General Dead Bone had exceeded 2 units, and he brought back to life more than 300 skeleton monsters. This massive undead army marched straight towards their goal, to slay the final boss. Roar dash! The targeted strong enemy let out a sky-shaking roar. This was a terrifying monster, as tall as 3 to 4 stories, seemingly constructed from countless large rocks. A rocky giant of excellent tier. And it was of a pretty high level. But at this moment, this rocky giant was somewhat stupefied, with widened eyes. Isn't your number a bit off? It roared. A large rock was formed between its raised arms, which it hurled at the incoming undead army. Boom! The ground trembled, and one after another, the undead were crushed and shattered. But this was within General Dead Bone's expectations. Under his control, the troops and skeleton monsters were quickly dispersed, attacking from all directions. Much ants can kill an elephant. This was supposed to be a ground-shaking battle, with the strongest trialist attracting the rocky giant's fire, while other troops continuously hit and run, until the enemy was killed. It was supposed to be like this. Boom! The rocky giant's body was full of cracks, and it looked down at its surroundings. Nearly all the skeleton monsters had been wiped out, and only 3 to 4 dozen undead troops were left. Its battle record was illustrious. And even in defeat, it held honor. Black mist drifted, casting a dark shadow over the surroundings. Under this shadow, the bodies of the broken undead troops, their soul flames extinguished, stood up again. In the blink of an eye, the troop was as before. They were guarding Emperor Deadbone, who was holding a potion in his hand. Rocky Giant. Its end came uneasily. Yuan was pleased when he heard the sound of the rules announcement. Ding! Announcement: your troop Deadbone has cleared the hero trial. Trial summary: in this trial, the quasi-hero Deadbone killed 188 guardian monsters, occupied 11 supply points, and the map exploration degree exceeded 90%. It took the quasi-hero Deadbone 5 hours and 15 minutes to kill the final strong enemy, and 123 undead troops remained, making the army's combat power grow instead of decrease. During this trial, no Lord Hints were consumed. Evaluation settlement in progress. Announcement: the evaluation of this hero trial is perfect. Announcement: hero baptism is falling. Chapter 72, Special Weapons. A perfect rating, just like that. Taken aback, Yuan thought it sounded reasonable. Even an army of medium intelligence had a chance to pass the hero trial, not to mention Emperor Deadbone. Easy peasy, I could probably do it myself. The trial is just a threshold, keeping the weaklings outside. The real essence lies in the rule and fusion post-trial. Yuan was eagerly anticipating it. Only the real figure of General Deadbone remained, as the trial space shattered like illusions. In a moment, a halo of rules descended, refining its body and soul. Ding! Alert: your troop type, Deadbone, has been refined, upgraded to a hero unit, and unlocked Hero's Aura. Alert: your hero Deadbone has learned the strategic skill Death Legion during the cleansing. Alert! Alert! Alert noises kept ringing in his ears, more frequent than ever before. After some time, Yuan's consciousness returned. Numerous pitch-black threads also appeared out of nowhere in his territory. They were spreading and intertwining, forming a giant black cocoon. Seconds later, cracks began to appear on the black cocoon. This startled Duo Lai, who was not far away, causing him to retreat a dozen meters. The black cocoon shattered with a loud bang, revealing the figure of the dead Bone. The hero's baptism enhanced its position, unlocked the aura, and awakened its talents. Yet it doesn't alter the status of the trio list. But the dead bone that returned exhibited slight modifications. A pitch-black cloak hung over its silver-white armor, fluttering in the wind. A mysterious hero's mark was engraved on its forehead bone. It shone brightly in the sunlight, only fading away a few seconds later. Dead bone, hero. Level, O tier level 9. Strategic skill, Death Legion. Hero talent, Undead Domination. Dominance quantity, 0/1000. Hero's Aura, Attack level 1, Resistance level 1, Movement speed plus 10%, Energy for undead system troops plus 10%. Death Legion, absorb the breath of death from the battlefield to summon a large number of undead creatures such as little skeletons, skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, ghosts, abominations, vampires, death knights and more to kill enemies. The quantity, tier, strength, and duration of the summoned undead are determined by the breath of death on the battlefield and the caster's strength. During the skill's duration, the healing ability of the undead will greatly increase. After the skill ends, a small number of low-level undead can be transformed into troops, existing permanently. Note, this is a strategic skill. It requires a long prelude and consumes a large amount of energy. The caster can use soul crystals to substitute some of the energy. Death Legion. Upon scrutinizing, Yuan thought, compared to the skeleton monsters resurrected by undead resurrection, the Death Legion has advantages like large number, high level, and strong combat power. Also, they don't consume animal skeletons. But they do consume more soul crystals. Well, of course. What's a strategic skill? A skill that has the qualification to change the course of a war is a strategic skill. That's a war consisting of at least tens of thousands of troops. He's only leading legions to attack the goblin camp at the moment, which is merely a skirmish, far from being a war. Mu Yuan had heard of some strategic skills, such as fire meteor, ghost passage, brilliant inspiration, and lustrous celestial soldiers, all of which were divine skills. Strategic skills aren't used on a daily basis. But with this move, even if General Deadbone can only exert a little power due to his low level, it's a formidable trump card. It has raised my hopes for the Lord trial a little more. And the hero talent? Undead domination. The destructive power and energy limit of the creatures under the control of the undead are slightly increased, and the energy recovery speed is moderately increased. At the same time, the undead can borrow to a certain extent the power of the undead creatures under its control, gathering it onto themselves. The maximum effect depends on the number of undead within the control range and the controller's capacity. These two abilities are obviously very compatible. Mu Yuan's eyes brightened. Wondering, he theorized, the forum bosses said that the second-tier baptism can learn strategic skills and the third tier can awaken hero talent, so, what about the fourth-tier baptism? What is the extra gift from heaven and earth? At this moment, the skull of the undead was still hanging low, its eyes not yet glowing with a faint blue light, as if it had not yet woken up. The sword of the dead, its primary weapon, was slung behind it, while its palm stretched forwards, as if making the motion of holding a sword. Next moment, a faint ghostly light burst forth from the palm of the undead's hand. It was an intricate weave and pattern as if it contained the deepest mysteries of heaven and earth. Just a moment later, a dark silver greatsword that had some resemblance to the sword of the dead appeared in the hand of the undead. Both sides of the sword's edge were pitch black, and the center was somewhat silver-white. A majestic skull was embedded at the end of the hilt, and a dark purple gem was set in place connecting the hilt and the sword blade. It seemed to hold enormous power, which was continuously transmitted and spread throughout the entire blade. Ding! Prompt: Hero Undead has received a gift from heaven and earth and has created a weapon suitable for itself, the Wailing Death. Wailing Death. Category: Special Hero Weapon. Ability: Contains advanced sharpness, advanced toughness, life draining, self-repair and other characteristics. It can moderately increase the holder's strength, energy, and spirit. At the same time, Wailing Death can absorb death's breath from the surrounding area, enhancing the holder's 3 dimensions for a short time. After enhancement, the holder's 3 dimensions will also get a slight permanent boost. Wailing Death also has a great capacity for storing death's breath. Remark: this equipment is a suitable weapon for Hero Undead. If held by any other creature, including undead creatures, it will continuously drain their life force and even their soul. The baptism was finally over, and the undead slowly woke up. Their empty eye sockets glowed with a faint blue radiance. Bone did not fail its entrusted task. If it hadn't achieved a perfect score, it would feel ashamed of the Lord's cultivation. At the same time, it was also somewhat excited. After the hero refinement, it seemed capable of regaining its steady glory, resisting at the forefront, slaying the enemies of the territory. It couldn't rest assured by only relying on duo Lie to deal with powerful enemies. The new power arrived, and the undead immediately went out on a testing journey. The 4 improvements it gained this time: Hero's Aura, Strategic Skills, Hero Talent, Fitting Weapon. The one that truly greatly enhanced its combat power was the exclusive weapon. It found a lucky grey wolf, restrained it with death suppression, and then lightly slashed with the giant sword in its hand. There was no blood, the wound instantly turned grey, and then the entire wolf shriveled up, like it was just skin and bones. It fell to the ground. Goodness, that's too savage! The observing Great Lord Mu Yuan gasped, but then had a second thought: this is our general after all, so it's fine. Continue being savage, be very savage. The 2 major strategic skills, along with an exclusive weapon, these 3 complement each other. And from the looks of it, the undead is very suitable for large-scale battles. Of course, every hero was a military commander, their job was to command troops in battle, but the undead seemed more adept at it. Under its command, not only did the undead troops become stronger, it was also better at utilizing the power of its subordinate and battlefield advantage, unleashing horrifying power. This is Hero Undead. A skeleton at a high level of apprentice level 9. Chapter 73, Resentful Spirit. Compared to the increase in individual power of the dead bone, the status of a hero is actually more important. A hero not only can purify the root of corruption in place of a lord, can command armies, can communicate with the Lord in real time, can serve as a fulcrum to extend certain powers of the Lord. At the same time, a hero can also handle many special affairs for the Lord, such as building miracle buildings, recruiting troops, recruiting refugees, setting territory rules, etc. Wait, I guess I'm not an official lord yet, so I wouldn't need these functions? Then forget it, skip. The promotion of Dead Bone to a hero marks a new step for the territory, but the daily affairs of the territory are still the same. Exploring, combating enemies, collecting spoils of war, selling spoils of war, buying remnant souls, and training. That's it. If there is any change to mention, it's that after Dead Bone incorporated all the soldiers into the army, the combat power of the troops became stronger. This is the power of the hero's aura. As long as they are incorporated into the army under the command of Dead Bone, the troops can basically enjoy the aura boost, even if Duo Lai, Lulu, 17 these non-undead troops can enjoy the basic offensive, defensive, and speed increase. After some experimentation by Mu Yuan, the rusty cleaver of the level 1 little skeleton became a lot sharper after being enhanced, and its loose skeleton also became tougher, and the grey wolf could not bite it without exerting force. Even Mu Yuan himself had been incorporated into the army of Dead Bone to enjoy the aura boost. Today is the 21st day since I got the game qualification. In about 4 or 4.5 days, I will have to face the biggest challenge, the Lord Trial. Time is running out. All the newcomer lords are sprinting as hard as they can. You can find the latest achievements of many famous newcomers on the forum. Some are bragging, some are being praised by friends, many are being promoted by commercial teams, aiming to increase their exposure in preparation for the future operation of their territories. Boss October has already trained 3 level 9 troops, preparing to sprint for professional level. Latest battle report, Boss Billionaire Overnight has already breached the 6th level of the Secret Realm of Challenge. Definitely a strong contender for this term's trial list. Boss Hong Yu entered the 6th level long ago, isn't that 10 streets ahead of someone? Our Southern District's Boss Lu Miu Miu is the strongest newcomer. There are rumors that Boss Lu Miu Miu has even cleared the entire Secret Realm of Challenge. Stop bluffing, can the Secret Realm of Challenge be cleared? The 6th level is clearly an endless mode. The person upstairs has some knowledge but not much. The newcomer Secret Realm of Challenge can indeed be cleared. As time goes by and more newcomers discover and defeat the guard monsters and enter the Secret Realm of Challenge, the waiting area of the Secret Realm starts to get lively. But Lord Shepherd hasn't been there again. Gradually, players from all over the world also started to use the performance in the Secret Realm of Challenge as a measure to list the top newcomers of the year. Of course, this only applies to newcomers who have already announced their scores and have been confirmed by viewers. There are still many top tycoons who don't care about outside opinions, and don't allow outsiders to watch their challenges. They quietly improve their strength in preparation for the upcoming Lord Trial. The forum is bustling with activity, but it's the business of the spectators. Newcomer lords don't have much time or patience to join in the fun, they are increasingly nervous and under great pressure. The strong ones are aiming for the list. The weak ones fear for their lives. Because this term has witnessed an anomaly. Even the whales and the tycoons feel great pressure, and they have to continue to invest more resources in order to cultivate professional soldiers before the trial comes. This is not only for competing for rankings, but also for survival. After all, there was an anomaly this term, and the red fog heralded ill omen. In the past years, with a set of 3-star main forces of level 8 or 9, and a few arrow towers and watchtowers for defense, it was enough to withstand the Lord Trial. But who knows about this year? The tycoons are under pressure, and so is Mu Yuan. He indeed is a little stronger than other newcomers, but accidents can happen anywhere in the eternal world. Even great lords can fall, let alone a little shrimp like him. Shepherd Greenhand Yuan looked at his own professional level duo Lai, hero Dead Bone, and dozens to hundreds of rare level troops, and couldn't help sighing. He set out to pick up purchases from the association, items and resources, such as remnant souls and props he ordered online, which were mailed to Beijiang Association. These days, as the territory power increased, the 2 exploration squads went on a non-stop spree of slaughtering, resulting in profits soaring high. Even without attacking the land of filth and the monster camps, these special regions, the daily profit is still 2 to 3 soul crystals. After deducting troop training and territory maintenance expenses, he spent all the rest on purchasing, turning him into a whale. As monsters around the territory become rare, daily revenue will gradually decrease after reaching its peak. After all, earning soul sand through slaying monsters isn't a long-term solution, owning a territory and earning money by lying down is the way to go. But at least for now, the income obtained from slaughtering monsters is quite high. After returning home and sacrificing a bulk of soul sand as taxes, Yuan transported this batch of dozens of remnant souls into his territory. He opened the panel. Skeleton Series, 220 units. Slime Series, 100 units. Wandering Spirit Series, 80 units. These days, Yuan's main purchases were the remnant souls of the little skeletons, because the skeleton warriors, capable of both melee and ranged attack, are much more reliable than the slime next door and currently the absolutely main force in his territory. The number of guards and archers is too small to form an army, so Yuan's plan for them is to be part of the second line, responsible for territory patrols and defenses in the future. Another potential main force is the wandering spirits. Yuan came to the site of the territory where Dead Bone led a bunch of intelligent skeleton warriors, putting a lot of effort into digging a burrow. Yuan followed the winding path which only allows two people to walk side by side downwards and soon arrived at this exceptionally creepy underground space. He didn't descend his consciousness, and thus couldn't feel the gloomy chilliness, but he could still hear the sweeps of cold winds and see the water droplets turning into frost. Inside this not-so-big underground space, dozens of ghosts were hovering around emitting hee-hee or ha-ha weird laughs, their voices constantly echoed, sounding like devilish music from hell. As soon as Yuan stepped down, countless spirits floated over to surround him. Ordinary people seeing this scene would probably have their hair standing upright even if they were behind a computer screen, and Yuan felt the same. Even though he knew that these spirits and wandering souls were just being cute, he couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat. Quiet down. Behave yourselves. Among the 80 wandering souls, 22 have evolved into ghosts, and there are 52 units of evolution points left. Yuan asked the two most special ghosts to step forward. The ghost on the left had a fluttering long dress tainted with a bit of stark red while the ghost on the right had green eyes that were intimidating, with a ferocious and ugly face. In common terms, it's just a bit ugly. But as long as they differ from other troops of the same type, it means that the appearance of this individual is exceptionally outstanding. And ugliness is also a special trait. Ghost, red dress / Rakshasa. Rank, level 5 of 0 order. Skills, fear, tier. A bath in the miracle light for evolution. The wandering souls dispersed like birds in shock. After realizing that this dazzling light won't hurt their soul bodies, they again gathered around like curious babies. When the light faded, the bodies of the two ghosts became clearer, one with blood-stained dress seemingly dripping blood, the other one with black skin, fierce and burly. Resentful spirit, rare. Talent, resentment absorption. These two conspicuous resentful spirits hover around, even under sunlight they hardly have any discomfort. They swooshed to Yuan's side in an instant, transforming into two fingernail-sized glass beads and attached themselves to the bracelet on his wrist. Chapter 74, The Era Quietly Changes. Many soul-type troops inherently possess the ability to morph, merging into shadows or condensing into an indiscernible little soul orb that players can wear on themselves. At critical moments, they indeed serve a protective role, particularly in the real world. Some powerful soul-type troops could even stroll conspicuously down the street, remaining unnoticed by ordinary people. It's just that the grade of his resentful spirit was too low, but its future prospects were promising. Half an hour later, Yuan, who'd finished another cutting his hand routine, converting all his soul sand into accompanying remnant souls, lay listlessly on the couch, occasionally picking up his phone to check on Dead Bone and Duo Lai's teams. Thank heavens for Dead Bone and Duo Lai, otherwise, managing would be impossible. No wonder so many individual lords shifted plans before beginning. Half reclined, Yuan contemplated, everything's steady in the eternal world right now. The combat plan is to vanquish the Snake Man tribe, but that must wait until Dead Bone reaches the professional level and can exert more power. There's no hurry. In contrast, there seem to be more monsters leaking into the real world through cracks. News of monsters appearing and ordinary people getting hurt had been broadcasted over the past few days. However, before these reports surfaced, many rumors about spiritual energy resurgence, discovery of a new land, super ancient empire ruins, major technological breakthrough, discovery of a new element, etc., had already spread all over the place. The official channels even invited a number of famous scholars and professors for interviews. The information revealed could be summarized in 4 words: major breakthrough, the time has changed. Investigative research on the awakening of superpowers. Juxuan Group's new product Juxuan Physical Refiner is now for sale. This physical refiner effectively improves physical fitness and boosts immunity. Citizens can purchase one piece per person using their ID card. New martial arts courses have been implemented in all major universities and high schools, and 360 super martial arts schools across the country have officially opened. It is reported that it seemed like an overnight occurrence where many had woken up to find the times had changed, so sudden and without warning. People were a bit uneasy about the sudden monster attacks, yet they rejoiced in the major technological breakthrough announced by the authorities. Incidents of monsters hurting people were still distant, but medications, a healthier and stronger body, even exceptional awakening, all these seemed close at hand. Xian country has established a super strategy bureau to manage all kinds of super-related cases, although it seems more like they've officially stepped into the limelight. On the other side of the ocean, the Star Splendor Federation is more exaggerated. They have introduced dozens of young players, tirelessly promoting them as the world-saving superheroes. Tisk tisk. Although the situation was stable, undercurrents were undeniably present. This scenario had crises, yet it also presented opportunities. For average players, those monsters invading the real world through dimensional cracks were their chances for gaining large amounts of soul sand. In the Beijiang players' chat group, many people had called friends, ready to wander around looking for fleeing monsters. This was particularly true for this term's new ranger players. The monsters that leak into reality through the cracks usually aren't high-leveled. It's our golden opportunity. Otherwise, when will we reach the professional level by slowly working in the eternal world? Indeed, after the evacuation, we newbies also received some soul sand. As long as we are not completely useless, we should have a few 2-star troops leveled up to 6. It might be dangerous to go alone, but it's not a problem if we hunt in teams. The rewards won't be low either. This lady here has 2 level 6 half-orcs and 1 level 6 goblin spearmen. Team up requests, please take me with you, pretty please. +1+1,1 can wine too. There seem to be fleeing monsters in the Red Mountain Forest outside the city, need one more scout for our 3-man team. Me, my grey wolf has an excellent sense of smell. 1-star soldier? Weak, pass. Even some newbies of the same phase wanted to invite him to hunt monsters together, but Yuan was like, hell no. As a major lord, he harvested hundreds of soul sands in an hour. The reward from the association is indeed generous, even old players are tempted. However, hunting mainly depends on whether you can encounter newly spawned monsters, which is one of the reasons why newbies can compete with old players. As for him, his energy was all focused on preparing for the Lord trials. Other new Lord players did the same. However, if he stumbled upon fleeing monsters while going out, he, as the Major Lord, would definitely take action, for the sake of societal peace. While browsing through the notices of the association, his ears pricked up suddenly, his sharp hearing caught the faint sounds of turmoil in the distance. Seems like something happened? Right within the residential area. After thinking for a moment, Yuan summoned the resentful spirit Hong Yi, turned it into a soul orb and hid it in his pocket. He also crammed a few brave soldiers into his lord's seal, then stepped out of the door. The noises of shouting and fighting became clearer. Several figures with brownish-yellow skin and bulging muscles, wielding clubs or large knives, came into sight from a distance. They were the 3-star monster barbarians. Their eyes glowed faintly crimson, as they growled and waved their weapons. However, they were held off by a young man, well, by the soldiers he dispatched, to be exact. 2 3-star sword and shield soldiers stood in the front, bearing the fierce onslaught of the barbarians. A 3-star female musketeer was hidden in the distance, firing away. There was also a particularly noticeable soldier, a rare level halberd guard. With a mighty swing of his halberd, he split open the palm of a barbarian, staggering it to its knees. It looks like these are monsters that just fled into the real world. Landing in a residential area full of players, these 3 barbarians are fairly lucky. There were several new ranger players spectating nearby, eager to take action. Some had already deployed troops like spearmen and guards. However, there is an unspoken rule among players. The hunting rights for fleeing monsters naturally belong to whoever discovers them first, unless the discoverer is clearly outmatched. They saw that these 3 barbarians were exceptionally sturdy, probably around level 8 or 9, and not easy to deal with. They had originally planned to step him if the young man couldn't handle them, but there was no chance, the one who acted was too strong. Is this the power of a Lord player? Not only that, this young Master Tan is also a top-tier whale. Among the new Lord players, he is definitely a strong player and has the qualifications to challenge the leaderboard. It is said that he has invested more than a small fortune in this game. Damn it! Why is a whale competing with us for prey? Some new Lord players muttered. At this time, the new Lord player Mr. Tan had already killed 2 fleeing barbarians and was about to finish off the last one. Suddenly, crack crack crack! A faint space crack suddenly appeared, like a mouth. In the blink of an eye, it spat out one figure after another. Chapter 75, Resentment Radar. Yuan noticed that the situation had steadied, allowing him to peacefully continue his game. He was about to head home. However, he had not gone far when he heard the commotion start up once again at a distance, and saw multiple players leaving the surrounding villas to hurry towards the scene. Yuan also spotted a familiar figure. Liver Emperor. Big bro, you're here too. The Liver Emperor looked quite different after some time apart, his face now rosy and his body more muscular. It was clear that he had been using items to increase his physical strength. Although the significant changes, the dark circles under his eyes remained as prominent as ever. As the two of them moved forward, their eyes caught the sight of a dark fissure. The big goblins, barbarians, and jackal men surrounding the fissure were especially notable, their scarlet eyes and brutal faces shaking before lunging towards the surrounding people. Hold on, don't come over here. There were about a dozen players around, most of whom seemed to be new. Some were enthusiastically discussing how to find and hunt down fleeing monsters within the group chat. Yet, the moment they saw the hideous monsters appearing in reality and charging towards them, they couldn't help but tremble. They realized this was nothing like facing these creatures from behind a computer screen. The putrid scent was overwhelming. Some newbies, shocked by the sight, sat down on the ground due to the sudden weakness of their legs. Others managed to summon their troops, despite the clumsiness, but had overestimated their strength and underestimated the power of the 3-star creatures at the apprentice's peak. A big goblin fiercely smashed a watchman's shield, causing it to cave in and the watchman to stumble back several steps. A barbarian, wielding a club, caused a spearman to drop his weapon and go flying. The newbies finally realized their predicament. Hunting down the fleeing monsters and ganging up on them wasn't as easy as they thought. Especially now, they were outnumbered. The whale player, Mr. Tan, who was on the front line, also cursed under his breath. As more and more creatures surged out, he had no choice but to fight while retreating. If this were the Eternal Continent, a mere 20 or 30 creatures wouldn't be a problem. But in reality, it didn't work like that. The troops he could dispatch were limited. Suddenly, Mr. Tan's eyes lit up. He saw familiar figures in the distance. They were fellow newbies, lords like him, and they seemed likely to be more reliable. Let's fight together. Some middle-aged players sent forth several level 8 and 9 spearmen, managing to hold the line. The Liver Emperor took out his phone and started issuing commands. The next moment, numerous tall, muscular, and grey-skinned zombies emerged from the cross-boundary magic array, joining the battle against the fleeing monsters. The Liver Emperor took a deep breath, swiping sweat from his forehead. He then roared, "Go!" Appearing from the array was a figure riding a giant wolf, armored and wielding a wolf-toothed club. With a mighty charge, the giant wolf's claws left deep marks in the grass as if a grey van had rammed into 2 barbarians, sending them flying tens of meters, blood splattering. That was a rare rank troop, the wolf cavalry. The whale player, Mr. Tan, was taken aback, looking at the unimpressive Liver Emperor with some surprise. However, his eyes soon ignited with a competitive spirit. As a whale player, he was certainly not going to be outdone. He then ordered his rare rank troops, the halberd guards, to deploy their skills. After chugging down a bottle of potion, he waved his hand. In the profound array patterns, a scorpion with an ironclad-like sheen appeared. This was another rare rank troop, the ironclad scorpion. Seeing the fight and retreat of other rookies, they were surprised, envious, and couldn't help but swear. 2 veteran players who had been in the game for a year and a half, looked at others, then back at their own pathetic spearmen, and sighed to themselves. The whale, Mr. Tan, glanced at Yuan, and slightly raised his chin. Yuan didn't notice, he just stared at the distant monsters. Seeing the monsters start to scatter, he made his move. Without having his body hollowed out, without needing to chug potions, in the blink of an eye, a skeleton warrior appeared in the field, waving a large sword in both hands, performing a sweeping cleave. Squish! 3 jackal men were immediately cut at the waist. The whale, Mr. Tan, nodded slightly, as expected of the man who surpassed him in the initial assessment, he surely has some abilities. The second skeleton warrior appeared quickly. Its level wasn't high, but a charged throw with the bone spear still pierced the body of a level 9 barbarian. The whale, Mr. Tan, was somewhat surprised. The third person to appear from the magic array was a strong shooter, fully wrapped up, with no elegance to be seen. She bent the bow and shot the arrow, like a meteor, it shot into the eye socket of a monster, killing it instantly. The whale, Mr. Tan, he continued to chug potions, pulling out his other 2 slightly lower level rare rank troops, to put on a stronger front. Anyway, humph, he was still slightly superior. The battle continued for several minutes, with the joint efforts of several rare troops, 20 or so ordinary troops, and the players who arrived later. The fleeing monsters that had made their way to the real world through a crack were finally wiped out. The dark crack also vanished without a trace. Yuan wiped his non-existent sweat, called back his strong shooter, 17, and a skeleton warrior with a double-digit number, leaving only one standing behind him like a door god. The liver emperor wiped his sweat and gasped for breath. Seeing Yuan seemingly only a little tired, he couldn't help but marvel, big players are indeed big players, my liver power is still not enough. The whale, Mr. Tan, also came over and said, I must apologize, I underestimated you before. You do have the ability to win the resource assessment first place and compete in the trial list. However, on the day of trials, I will still be a cut above. Yuan. Bro, who are you? Wait, he remembered, he's a whale. This was a rather serious instance of monsters fleeing. Soon, official staff from the association arrived. After some recording, they said that the rewards would be transferred to the respective accounts within an hour. Also, whether it's a new player or an old player, you must team up when going to remote areas looking for fleeing monsters, and also be careful every day. It's suspected that a Twilight Cult Gang's wanted criminal player has crossed the borderland and entered our Beijiang city, and these guys are all mad. A cult gang wanted criminal player? Yuan thought to himself, and the resentful spirit's soul bead in his pocket began to hum and vibrate. His body tensed slightly, and as he looked around, he caught a glimpse of a player wearing a grey hooded jacket quickly moving away, disappearing in the shadows in the blink of an eye. All seemed normal, as players were leaving the scene at this time. But, just now, the resentful spirit Hong Ai had picked up strong resentment from this grey hooded player. This stems from the resentful spirit's unique talent, resentment absorption. They can permanently strengthen themselves by absorbing resentment and hatred, and also have the ability to sense resentment. Could this guy be the rumored cult gang's wanted criminal? He has been peeking around the entire time? Damn, that's way too dangerous. Yuan immediately returned to the villa and anonymously reported it to the officials. At the same time, he activated the battle falcon on the mountain behind the villa district through his mind link ability. A large bird spread its wings and soared, its sharp eyes scanning over the land. Chapter 76, Changeable Duo Lie. Found him. After awakening his spiritual link talent, Yuan quietly deployed several battle falcons outside. These 3-star troops looked no different from ordinary birds and were not noticeable when mixed in some mountains and forests. At the moment, under the sharp eyes of the battle falcon, he had truly found that figure dressed in a grey sweatshirt with a hood. The other party was walking leisurely towards the outskirts of the city. Is it really the wanted criminal player? Yuan wasn't quite sure, but better safe than sorry. So, he instructed the battle falcon to keep an eye on him for the time being. At the same time, he opened the game, asked the outside exploring duo Lie to rush back quickly, and arranged for the second and third battle falcons deployed outside to take off, ready to replace the energy-deficient battle falcon when necessary. In his line of sight, the grey-clothed young man was looking around, skillfully unlocking a battery car beside the road. He drove the battery car towards the outskirts of the city. Until a certain moment, the grey-clothed young man got off the car, threw the battery car to the side of the road, and walked toward a country lane. He still looked relaxed, but suddenly his brows furrowed, and he looked up at the sky. The next moment, the grey-clothed young man's expression became tense, and he dashed into the woods, moving incredibly fast, almost turning into a greyish blur. This reaction, this guy isn't normal. Yuan also frowned, and this explosive power, speed, this grey-clothed individual is definitely a professional superpower. He glanced at the villa area with resentment. This was too dangerous. The grey-clothed individual ran at a fast speed, seeming to merge into the shadows, only appearing briefly in the sunlight, rushing into the distance as if flickering. However, flying is always faster than running. The battle falcon soared high in the sky, its sharp eyes staring at the earth, tightly locked on the grey-clothed young man no matter how he ran and dodged. But the trees in this area are sparse, it might be different once it gets to the mountain. Wait, the direction seems to be the border zone. This guy is indeed unusual. He's courting death. The border zone is located on the western side of Longhu Mountain region. It has been taken over by the officials, but the entire Longhu Mountain region is vast. The officials can only block the roads and patrol from time to time to prevent ordinary people from straying in. For veteran players with high power, it's not difficult to climb over the mountains and enter the border zone. The more he watched, the more the grey-clothed individual looked like the wanted criminal. He couldn't let him run away. What if he planned to bring his partners back to cause trouble? Yuan's face tightened, adopting an attitude for facing a powerful enemy. The grey-clothed young man looked tense, as if facing a great enemy. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How was I discovered? I haven't even made a move yet. The grey-clothed individual recalled the previous occurrences. His mission was to kill the outstanding newcomers of Xian country as a credential, so that he can become an official member of the Twilight Cult gang and gain more power. Assassinating these newcomers, who owned rare troops at such a young age and whose futures were limitless, was also in accord with his intention. He will make these newcomers experience pain. However, the grey-clothed individual hesitated for a while under the crowd of people before deciding not to act. He reckoned that with his own strength, it wouldn't be difficult to kill those 3 lord newcomers, but it would be difficult to escape Beijiang after assassinating a few newcomers. The grey-clothed figure thought about playing it by ear. But, he had been discovered already? Where exactly did he go wrong? The grey-clothed figure was extremely tense, fearing that the Beijiang capture team would chase after him in the next moment. Yuan was also utterly focused, fearing that he would lose sight of the grey-clothed figure. Half an hour ago. Meow dash. In the suburban area, a deep blue, slightly transparent cat leaped down from the bed of a speeding truck. It smoothly climbed up the wall, moving forward by leaping from the wall to an electric light pole. It broke into an abandoned building and after a few steps leaped high into the air. The cat's body morphed like malleable clay, transforming into a lifelike blue and grey pigeon. It took off into the sky, flying out from another window of the abandoned building and soaring above the sky. Coo coo coo. Duo Lai, the spotted pigeon, is in pursuit. Utilizing the advantage of flight, Duo Lai quickly flew to the target area and crash-landed on a mountain in the border area. Whoosh! The pigeon's body elongated upwards and downwards, and in a faint blue glow, its figure extended out hands and feet, becoming slender. A black robe draped over it, it gracefully landed, looking around what lay before it. Human form Duo Lai, reporting for duty. This is the fruit of Duo Lai's evolution, enhanced devouring and mimicry skills honed through practice. If you look closely you can see a resemblance between it and Yuan, which is quite normal, only. Why does it have flowing light blue long hair? Duo Lai blinked its innocent huge eyes. Its current mimicry transformation, while physically appearing so, is still a congealed liquid inside that can be easily made. However, from appearance alone, it already has very few differences with a normal human. With its ability to transform into a flying bird, Duo Lai can easily travel through modern cities. Under the spiritual link of Lord Shepherd. Otherwise, its clumsy and cute nature might give away its identity in no time. It stood still for a few dozen seconds before the target finally arrived. A gloved hand appeared at the edge of a distant cliff. With a strong pull, a young man wearing a grey sweatshirt rolled up. He patted the dust off his body, glanced at the lush trees around him, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then, his eyes widened, and he took a half step back, staggered. A member of the capture team. Duo Lai folded its arms, lifted the corners of its mouth but remained silent, striking a bit of a patronizing pose. I didn't expect to be noticed by the capture team before I even made my move. Where did I reveal a flaw? Duo Lai still didn't respond. Never mind, you dogs certainly won't answer my question. He scoffed at himself, reaching his hand to his neck and gave a firm pull. Rib. The faux human skin mask was ripped off, revealing a face that was thin and emaciated, with a unique tattoo on one side. This kind of tattoo is commonly used by fallen sects like the Twilight Cult gang. Sure enough, his own vigilance was justifiable. All dangers need to be eradicated from the source. The grey sweatshirt young man did not concede defeat. After all, this was already a border area, and after all, Duo Lai was there alone. He grinned, slicing slightly on his face and licked the blood that tasted of metal. He gradually abandoned his tension and got excited. Ha 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 ha! Wild laughter echoed among the trees. Beneath the laughter, from all directions, several grey figures suddenly appeared. Cloaked and short-bladed. It's the 3-star troop assassins. No one knew when the grey sweatshirt youth had summoned them, using the laughter as a cover to suddenly attack Duo Lai. But the broken blade was blocked, emitting a sound of metal clashing. A pair of bright silver wings spread out from Duo Lai's back, extending several meters. The next moment, the bright silver wings with a metallic luster slightly contracted inwards, transforming into a giant fist that swooped down with a crash. Boom! The ground shuddered, broken branches and fallen leaves turned into fragments, the dust that blew up fell like raindrops, dropping into the 2 large pits that were smashed out, reeking of the clay-red earth. Chapter 77, Military Force. Several assassins were just at the apprentice level, levels 8 and 9. It was clear that the young man in front of them had stacked all his resources on himself, a tactic employed by many experienced players. They found it hard to buy rare-level remnant souls, but acquiring heritage stones of the same level was somewhat easier. The young man in the grey coat had inherited the rare profession Shadow Assassin. While several cannon fodder soldier types attracted attention, he appeared at Duo Lai's side, stabbing down with his short blade. Puff! Duo Lai blocked it, but not completely. Its arm was cut. No fresh blood flowed out, but a clearly visible grey-blue color was spreading around the wound. The grey-coated young man in the distance began to laugh heartily as his attack succeeded. This is a deadly poison that takes effect upon contact with blood, and it seems that I'm the one who will have the last laugh. His laughter halted abruptly. The grey-blue color spreading on Duo Lai's arm quickly receded, and it licked its lips. The taste is not bad dash. Like a big shot making a dismissive comment about a small fry. But Duo Lai was a sincere slime. Everything it said came from its heart, as well as its master's orders. The grey coat on the other side has a high level, and his speed is actually higher than Duo Lai's. But he is completely intimidated by Duo Lai. Duo Lai's signature skill, Duo Lai's palm, is unlikely to hit this enemy. Since that's the case, let's use the finger gun. This long-range attack skill was designed by Yuan for Duo Lai, modeling it after the dead bone finger bone machine gun. With Duo Lai's condensing liquid shaping, energy compression bursting technique, ability to harden, sharpen, and the fact that constantly shedding part of its body had little impact on it, this unique attack was created. So, Duo Lai stretched out its hand, with its right palm instantly transforming into a Gatling gun barrel, showering out endless fire power. The ground in the distance erupted, blasting countless mounds of soil. One tree after another was shattered under the torrent of gunfire. Even though the youth quickly dodged, he was still hit by many hardened liquids, his body shaking and bouncing about like a fish out of water. His grey coat was torn apart, revealing very strong armor underneath, but even that was cracked, and blood gushed out of some parts of his body that weren't protected by the armor. His injuries were not deadly, but there was a grey color constantly spreading from his wound. It was the large amount of poison stored in the dimensional pocket that still remained after being slightly schemed off by the middleman, returned to him. Duo Lai was somewhat unwilling. The man in the grey coat widened his eyes. You're not part of the capture team. Because in situations where the capture team was overwhelmingly powerful, they would at least arrest the enemy alive. He stared out with eyes full of unwillingness and confusion. He couldn't understand it. The emotionless Duo Lai sent the man in the grey coat on his way. The battle falcon perched on a tree branch in the distance, and with shared vision, Yuan sighed softly. Because your existence was too dangerous. After Duo Lai fired dozens more finger guns to confirm the death of the man in the grey coat, Mu Yuan finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. Too thrilling, this world is too dangerous. As usual, Duo Lai began to gather the spoils of war. But sure enough, the man in the grey coat was a pauper. His armor was almost destroyed. His pair of short blades and several flying knives were just common items, worth some money but not much. Duo Lai only found over 1,000 grams of soul sand and a blood-stained scroll on him. Snake God. Blood Book. Is this something of the Twilight cult? A token? With the sacrifice of pure blood, the blood of the snake god can be obtained. Just need to make the sacrifice, and you can break through human limitations. Through the XX method, Snake Man soldiers can be transformed. When twilight falls forever, the eyes overlooking the world will open, and the shadow of the god will envelop the world. The blood-written words above were shocking. Mu Yuan frowned. This stuff is too dirty, better burn it. Gurgle dash. Captain Duo Lai accepted the command. Mu Yuan looked through the eyes of the battle falcon, gazing towards the depths of the border zone. This place was indeed vastly different from the previous Longhu mountain. There were still some modern traces on the periphery, and the further inside it was, the more ancient it seemed, with mountains stretching across and gigantic trees soaring to the sky. The white mist drifted about, obscuring the scenery further away. The actual border zone area is likely much larger than the previous district. And it's said that the inner part of the border zone houses many newly bombed treasures. But what does that have to do with him, a green hand? Mu Yuan wasn't very desirous. After briefly handling the scene, he let Duo Lai return home. Half a day later, taking advantage of a delivery gap, he picked up Duo Lai, who had transformed into a short-haired cat, and swiftly returned home to continue his tireless struggle. The next day. Recently, 12 members of the Twilight cult gang active in Beijiang's border zone have been killed and arrested. These people are all international fugitives, who once committed. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. No wonder that grey-clad guard headed straight there that day. Good thing I moved quickly. With this, Beijiang city should be more peaceful and stable, right? I also contributed. Mu Yuan felt a bit relieved and turned his gaze to his personal territory in the eternal world. Today was the 22nd day of logging in. He had spent a significant amount of soul sand to send the newly acquired remnant soul from his online purchase into the eternal world. This is the last batch of remnant souls. The income from the next few days of exploration can't be spent on buying more. A small portion will be used to purchase war preparation materials, and the majority will be saved for war expenditure. There were always 2 or 3 soul crystals left in his territory just in case. But when facing a monster siege, such a tiny amount of soul crystal reserves was nowhere near enough to be reassuring. The Arrow Tower, Mage Tower, and the Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower that was about to be built all consumed a large amount of soul sand. The trump card of the Dead Bone, the Legion of Death, also required soul crystals. This was probably the trouble of having too many trump cards. If he was like other new lords and only had a few towers in his territory, he wouldn't have to worry about the consumption problem. Mu Yuan walked out from the Mage Tower and came before a group of lined-up skeleton soldiers. He walked from the left to the right, gently stroking the forehead of the skeleton soldiers. The next moment, beams of evolutionary miracle light one after another blossomed, enveloping the figures of the skeleton soldiers. In a moment, the skeleton soldiers completed their evolution one after another, revealing the figures of more stalwart and well-equipped skeleton warriors. Mu Yuan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Evolution was indeed a laborious task. But seeing the imposing and unmatched group of skeleton warriors standing in formation, he felt that all the hard work was worthwhile. He opened the panel. Skeleton Series, 251 units. Including, Skeleton Mortician, Skeleton General, Skeleton Warrior Orcs 90, Skeleton Soldier 50. The skeleton warriors capable of long-range throwing would be the backbone of the city defense in a few days. For the other types of soldiers, there are still 2 slimes, but now with 30 silver slimes. Their cloning leap ability could easily disrupt the enemy's formation. To sentries, all archers have evolved to rare rank. However, when I saw some for sale online, I couldn't resist purchasing a few more remnant souls. Now, there are 15 sentries and archers, and they've accumulated 10.3 evolution points. He would be able to evolve Lulu and 17 again before the trial arrives. The Wandering Spirit series has 90, including 2 resentful spirits, and 27 ghosts. Also, there are 20 battle falcons whose numbers keep fluctuating due to occasional losses, including 7 Hurricane War Hawks. Over 100 rare rank soldiers. This is his strength. Chapter 78, Involution. Mu Yuan's army is full of promising soldiers, albeit unremarkable at their current levels. Of the over 180 rare class soldiers, a vast majority are still below level 6. Nonetheless, even at low levels, they could easily kill apprentice-level ordinary class soldiers. If the skeleton warriors were to launch coordinated charged attacks, even formidable beings like Dead Bone or Duo Lai would have to retreat. It's no problem if the majority of my forces are low level, but it becomes troublesome when the core troops can't level up. He had recently purchased a batch of pure crystal dust to help Dead Bone absorb soul sand at a faster rate. Dead Bone, that brat, is expected to break through tonight and enter the first order of professional level. Given his extravagant setup, which surpasses many seasoned lords leaders, once he steps into the professional level, he will experience a dramatic power boost. Or rather, breakthrough isn't the right word, it's more like Emperor Dead Bone is unlocking more power. His progression is being hindered by his low level. Bone 2 and Bone 3 only broke into LV9 a couple of days ago. No matter what, they won't be able to catch up unless I heavily invest in cultivation aids, but that's just not worth it. Not just him, many second-generation whales also face the problem of having their rare class soldiers not growing fast enough, just like the rare class soldiers that Mr. Tan sent out yesterday. 2 of them were only at level 7. For these players, their trump cards remain their initial rare class soldiers. As if the big young master of Beijiang property has invested a huge amount of money in purchasing cultivation materials, claiming that he will upgrade more professional super soldiers to dominate the list before the trial begins. The son of the Wang clan from Biting, a top 2nd gen, has trained 2 rare profession soldiers, claiming it's just the beginning. The head of Red Lotus Group revealed that they have invested far more resources than previous years to train this term's newly signed individuals. Recently, the prices of cultivation materials have skyrocketed. Experts are advising against excessive competition. This level of competition is unprecedented. Even the top 2nd gens never received an endless supply of resources in the past. It's not cost-effective to do so. However, this year with the appearance of the Red Mist and the early trials, seasoned lords and great lords who are privy to more inside information are anticipating an incoming wave. New lords in the future will face more difficult and dangerous situations, but with greater opportunities as well. So they increased their investments. Even if some parents or elders think it's unnecessary as long as they can pass the trial, they can't resist the pressure when all other lords are investing. If they don't compete, doesn't it look like they are inferior? They would lose face. All these second-generation kids are so fiercely competitive, how could we, the poor and weak commoner lords, survive? Damn it! Oh well, they're just at professional level. Emperor Dead Bone and General Duo Lai can effortlessly beat quite a few of them. He certainly wasn't wallowing in envy, really. Mu Yuan continued preparing for his war resources. His blacksmith's shop was operating 24/7, producing boxes of arrows and bone spears. For things like energy recovery potions and supplies, he had to buy from external sources as he couldn't produce them himself. He had to prepare a lot so that his skeleton warriors and strong shooters could release their firepower without restraint. He wouldn't let any of the daily tasks of exploring and hunting monsters slip through. The second-generation players were all spending freely, so as a common player, he had no choice but to grind his way through. There's still over 3 days left. While it's tough to cultivate professional super soldiers, it's feasible to acquire some rare blueprints or war weapons which could significantly increase my territory's combat power. These could be even more useful than average professional super soldiers during a city defense. Mu Yuan's gaze was set on the Snake Man tribe located deep in swampy land and the mysterious, awe-inspiring temple buildings nearby. He has been surveying the Snake Man's tribe several times through his Hurricane Warhawk these days. The conclusion he had drawn was it was mighty and vast. While facing the goblin camp outside of the Secret Realms Gate, he dared to control the Hurricane Warhawk to intrude and take a glance, but he didn't dare to do so at this Snake Man tribe, which was at the tribal level of collection. If June went forcefully, it would definitely mean certain death. Don't ask how he knew, because he'd learned things the hard way. The Snake Man tribe frequently harassed his territory as well, and the exploration team led by Emperor Deadbone would inevitably be ambushed by Snake Man if they dared to enter the southwestern swamps. In short, their grievances had been entwined for several days, but it would end soon. He stated. The night was deep, and from time to time hoarse roars echoed from the swamp. The Snake Man tribe in the distance lit up bonfires to illuminate their surroundings. They are the dominant powers in the surrounding region, and no foolish monster dared to provoke them. In the deep darkness of night, a slime dropped from the sky. The Hurricane Warhawk, acting as the transport plane, waited in the periphery. Duo Lai, who had been airdropped, transformed into a small pigeon, gazing into the distance in the cover of the night. Before the conflict began, Yuan had airdropped Duo Lai, intending to survey the situation once more, taking advantage of Duo Lai's small size. The innate talent of a spiritual link connected his and Duo Lai's thoughts. Of course, the spiritual link could only vaguely sense the surroundings of the linked party, the observation is not as clear as sharing the vision. But Duo Lai wasn't stupid, it had eyes and wisdom to describe what it saw, which was enough. This was General Duo Lai. Coo. There were snake men who looked like this, snake men who looked like that, and there were huge snake monsters. Having heard Duo Lai's description, Lord Shepherd fell silent for a while. In future, when he had some free time, he would definitely subject Duo Lai to 9 years of compulsory education. No, he could completely start a school in the territory and extend compulsory education. The skeleton warriors could also study. Duo Lai's description was quite abstract, but Yuan was still able to discern to some extent that the Snake Man tribe was not only crowded with various types of monsters but also prowled by a giant snake. It seemed to be some kind of weapon of war, generally stayed in the marshes and came out occasionally to take a breath. Duo Lai also had to hang around for a while before spotting it. However, Yuan did not dare to let Duo Lai delve too deeply and only permitted the creature to edge along the perimeter to observe before leaving. After some thought, he asked Duo Lai to go towards the mysterious temple not far off. Coo. Duo Lai received the order. Its whole body turned into a greyish puffball, and it rolled with a thump-thump sound, quickly reaching the old, mysterious temple next to the tribe. Yuan had also observed this special building from afar before. The temple wasn't located within the Snake Man tribe, but the tribe's elite snake men were always guarding in front of the temple. They brandished scimitars and prowled in front of the temple to block any prying eyes. However, a very inconspicuous, half-palm-sized gel looked around sneakily from one side, slowly making its way into the temple. The space inside the temple was vast, with thick pillars on both sides of the road, each requiring 2 or 3 Duo Lais to encircle. It seemed that there were some god statues at the end of the temple. But they were in damaged form. This was what Yuan concluded after hearing Duo Lai's description and racking his brains to visualize it. Not only that, right after sneaking into the temple, Duo Lai noticed. Several snake men were standing in front of the god statue, chattering about something. The next moment, mysterious, radiant light descended upon them, and their bodies noticeably strengthened. Chapter 79, Deadbone's War Weapon. Yuan. Are you sure you saw correctly? Blurb dash. Duo Lai sent out an emoticon of himself standing with hands on hips in the spiritual link, affirming that he saw accurately. Wait, you described the Snake Man monster as utterly lackluster, then how come when it comes to creating emoticons, you suddenly seem super intelligent? Duo Lai moved a bit closer, now less than 20 meters away from the god statue, secretly peeping. Close enough, the Great Lord Mu obtained more information. These few snakes are Snake Man warriors, equivalent to regular 3-star troops, and the reason they suddenly became robust could be they leveled up. The troops and monsters, once they level up, become taller, more robust, and more formidable, especially noticeable at the apprentice stage. Could it be that this temple building can? At this moment, a few more snake people walked in. The lead snake man had his chest bulging out more prominent than a basketball. In his hand, he held a staff with grey powdery edges embedded with some type of gemstone. This was a snake man wizard, equivalent to goblin shaman. She too walked up to the god statue, muttered something, her entire body half leaning on it. The next moment, the god statue radiated strands of brilliant light, enveloping the snake man wizard. Her brown hair swaying in non-existent wind, the whole figure letting out a low growl, it seemed like the snake skin grew a new layer, a dominant aura emerged from her and spread around, causing other snake men around to kneel down. Yuan was also startled. Is this, occupational level breakthrough? For troops and monsters to break through occupational level, naturally there is more than just material breakthrough one, but other methods often have drawbacks like a longer breakthrough process, lower breakthrough probability, longer accumulation time, etc. Material breakthrough, not only quick and convenient but also leads to a higher upgrade after breakthrough. This Snake Man wizard seemed to have used material breakthrough, leveled up in blink of an eye. This must be the blessing given by the temple. However, such blessings usually consume usage. The more the Snake Man tribe uses it, the fewer times he can use it. Yuan had a gleam in his eyes. This was his treasure. That these snake men were consuming it wantonly, oh, the day will come. He intended to let Duo Lai approach and touch it after the snake men left, but the wizard, after breaking through, keenly sensed something amiss. She screamed as if intending to dig 3 feet into the ground of the temple. Duo Lai had to hurry away. Well, mainly because of the order from the Lord. He, Lord Duo Lai, was not afraid of some snake men. Duo Lai grumbled, swiftly retreating along the edge of the temple, but not forgetting to seize a few treasures, abandoned weapons, ores, bits and pieces piled up inside the temple. Regardless of their worth, he took a bit of everything, ensuring not to leave empty-handed. As Duo Lai passed, the big pile of miscellaneous items became sparse. By the time the Snake Man wizard realized she got robbed, Duo Lai had already made his escape. Let's go, let's go. Captain Duo Lai is on his way back. The great Lord Mu furrowed his brows in thought. He would have loved to defeat the Snake Man tribe overnight, but exactly because he saw a scene of a formidable Snake Man receiving the temple's blessing, he needed to be cautious. He needed to be ready to face a dozen or so professional superpowers. And General Duo Lai couldn't hold so many significant enemies. He could only rely on Emperor Deadbone now. That night, after relentless cultivation, Deadbone finally filled up the soul energy requirement of the apprentice stage. His body was extremely saturated, he even faintly saw that barrier, intuitively knowing that if he gathers all his power, he deserves to break this obstacle and shatter it. Of course, it was purely intuition. It may have the ability to attack the bottleneck, but it's not reliable enough. An intuition tells it that once it fails to attack the bottleneck on its own, it's likely to get hurt and lose levels. Therefore, it can't just give it a try casually. Yuan immediately fetched the perfect breakthrough stone, initial, and handed it to the Deadbone. One person, one skeleton, their eyes met, everything was left unspoken. It would uphold the glory of the land. Deadbone took the breakthrough stone and placed it in his palm. The next moment, the breakthrough stone turned into dust, and the mysterious power hidden within it surged into its body through the palm, aiming directly at its soul. The bottleneck was opened like the heaven's gate. Energy erupted all over the body of the undead, like fog, like smoke, but also like a cloud. The breakthrough was only a momentary event. Yuan had already received the notification about Deadbone's breakthrough, but the Deadbone in front of him remained motionless as if a statue, its eyes tightly closed. He wasn't surprised. This was basic operation for Emperor Deadbone. Time was not early, he only ordered a group of skeleton warriors to guard around, not to let any creatures disturb Deadbone. After washing, it crawled onto its own 1.8 m bed and covered with a blanket, it slept very peacefully. The next day, Yuan, who didn't leave his fatigue to the next day, was in an excellent disposition. He planned his day while brushing his teeth and washing his face. The highlight, undoubtedly, was the war against the Snake Man tribe. Otherwise, the Snake Man tribe, which owns a giant snake, would be a great threat during the trial period. The snake men hold the geographical advantage, the defensive advantage, and they might also ambush halfway through. He also has his advantages. The battle falcon provides aerial reconnaissance, taking in most enemy situations. The sacred spiritual power links all kinds of troops, working together as one. His main force, the skeleton troops, are not afraid of the snake men's exhaustion tactics. Even if they fight to their deaths, they can return to battle under Deadbone's resurrection technique. Most importantly, there's Emperor Deadbone. Deadbone alone is an army. With Deadbone's abilities, it must have comprehended many high-level energy usage techniques during the breakthrough process. Maybe it can generate a sword aura 20 meters long, or solidify the sword aura, slashing it out from a distance without much loss. Or perhaps create some new skills. Shaking his head, he can't have such extravagant expectations. Deadbone had created something not long ago, and during this period of time, it hasn't evolved, hasn't learned new basic skills, even Emperor Deadbone can't make bricks without straw. Thinking this, Yuan went to the training field area. As expected, Deadbone was still training and pondering, with stacks of bones scattered around it, turning the whole training field area into a daunting bone region. It stood still, gazing down, as if in contemplation, as if brewing. Is it practicing withered bone land? Indeed, after being promoted to the professional level, Deadbone already has enough power to activate this skill. The earth rumbled and trembled, the skeleton warriors guarding afar and the strong shooters on the watchtower turned their gaze, but they had already become accustomed to it. The tremors became more intense, stacks of white bones grew from the ground, and went against gravity, slowly floating upwards in the air. After hovering for a moment, these thousands of white bones quickly assembled and interlocked. Bang! The huge forelimbs and hind legs slammed down, causing the ground to concave and stirring up waves of dusty soil. The silhouette of the huge creature in the pervasive dust was vaguely visible, grey-white bone thicker than a human torso reflecting light under the sun. Crack! The remaining white bones circled the dead bone in mid-air, forming the head of the giant beast, slowly embedded in it. It slightly lowered its head, along with the shadow that was extending to the sky, covering the entire ground in every direction. Prompt: your hero Dead Bone based on Withered Bone Land, Sorrow of Skeleton and other skills, self-created combined skill Giant Beast of Death remains, please check the details yourself. Chapter 80, The Grand Commander Ghost Chief. In the southwest of the territory, a force exceeding 100 units slowly marched in the region that Yuan named the Snake Man Swamp. There were battle falcons, and hurricane warhawks soaring in the sky. However, the marshland was thick with water plants, and dangers lurked everywhere. It was far from being fully explored by high-altitude reconnaissance of the battle falcons. Snake men, familiar with the environment, were hiding within, suddenly springing from under the marsh. There were also many types of monsters in the marsh itself. Aside from smaller monsters such as the rotten walking corpse, mired worm, spike mouse, there were also some more troublesome creatures. Yuan had previously discovered swamp mud monster, a creature of immense size, its body resembling soft mud, somewhat like a big slime but much more difficult to handle. Their bodily figures almost blended into the swamp, making it extremely hard to notice them unless you come close. Bloody vulture, a creature muscular in stature, with countless capillaries exposed on the body, a flying monster that could pose a significant threat to the battle falcons. Moreover, there were rare level monsters like the jet poison dragon, a wandering monster with no fixed dwelling. He could hardly predict where such a troublesome enemy might appear. However, gradually pushing forward. No, it's more of stepping steadily and striking confidently. At the front of the force were the skeleton warriors, trudging through the marsh and spread out in the distance, acting as scouts or cannon fodder. Alone, they were sometimes dragged into the marsh by swamp mud monsters or surrounded and killed by lurking snake man squads, but they also alerted the troops behind them. What's more important is, when the dead bone walked past, a wisp of black smoke floated down. Revive, my comrades! A few of the fallen skeleton warriors were resurrected, leaving the army unharmed and ready to march on. At this moment, inside the Snake Man tribe, the great Snake Man chieftain stood in front of a massive totem pole, his hands behind his back. Praise the Orokai! He murmured. Unlike the other snake men who merely followed their instincts, he awakened one day, understood how to think and manage, and held ambitions. Thus, the Snake Man leader Ghost Chief started his legendary path. He led the Snake Men in his camp to scour for treasures, and once the overall strength of the camp increased, he led his forces to defeat and annex the other two Snake Man camps nearby. Ghost Chief consolidated 3 Snake Man camps to create a tribal-level gathering place, declared himself the Grand Lord of Snake Man, and gradually wiped out powerful monster powers around him, commanding all in his presence. Now, his Snake Man tribe has become the undisputed ruler of the eastern part of the marshland. The Ghost Chief knew that all these were gifts from the Orokai, and he would respond to the Orokai's anticipation. A few days ago, he received the revelation from the Orokai that the new Chosen One had arrived. 2. We've discovered 2 territories of the Chosen Ones so far. One was quite far away and his scouts only glimpsed it from a distance. The other was quite close, just outside the marshland, but this one's defense was formidable. After probing, the Ghost Chief decided to postpone the final attack, not that he was ignoring the command of Orokai, but just not wanting his own tribe to suffer unwarranted losses. He had planned to wait for the day when the red fog envelopes, and everything is boiling, then lead the tribal army to attack, using the power of other monsters to complete the Orikai's command. Unexpectedly, the foolish chosen lord came straight to him. This is wonderful. This marsh will be their graveyard. A snake man wizard came in, hissing, reporting to the chief. Call me the Grand Lord. Yes, Grand Lord, we have, as per your command, arranged for our people to ambush at various places in the marshland and even lord some monsters over. We have already started eroding the enemy's main force, killing a 2-digit number of enemies. The Snake Man Wizard actually couldn't speak and only hissed, but the Grand Lord Ghost Chief, with his high snake count and wisdom, managed to comprehend and sort out this information. Indeed, everything happened just as he had predicted. By the time the enemy reaches the entrance of the tribe after a great deal of hardship, nothing more than exhausted remnants of an army would remain, 2 hours later. The Ghost Chief, Supreme Commander of the Snakemen, gazed into the distance at the vast army at least several hundred strong advancing in an orderly fashion, deep in thought. Something's off. It's really off. But what exactly is off? The leading front of the skeleton warriors pointed their weapons forward. Great dollops of silver slimes fell from the sky, and an abundant amount of skeleton monsters were stationed within and outside the military formation, gradually advancing. Some of the skeleton monsters had even constructed platforms 3 to 4 meters high, with human strong shooters standing on top, no arrow fired in vain, effortlessly taking down his soldiers. And he could vaguely see that some of the skeletal structures of the skeleton monsters resembled snakemen. Ghost Chief Yuan, thanks for the bones that were generously handed over in great distances. Resurrecting a large number of skeleton monsters for show, and bringing a lot of skeleton warriors back to life, was a heavy toll on the dead bone. However, if this consumption is spread over a period of more than 2 hours, the dead bone would be able to restore itself to its peak state through various basic potions. The rest of the main force was also almost at their peak state. There were no war drums, no sounding of the horn. The silent determination of who ruled the 20 to 30 kilometers radius territory was on the verge of breaking loose. Charge! The fearless skeleton warriors slowly advanced, ruthlessly launching their bone spears at the snakemen archers standing on the watchtowers in the distance. However, the defensive setup of the Snake Man tribe could be described as impregnable. The tribe was located on elevated terrain, with a murky and tranquil river in front, thick aquatic grass hiding the killers beneath. Behind was a highland piled up with mud and rocks, where watchtowers, arrow towers, and even siege equipment were placed and built. The watchtower and arrow tower had strong sheltered positions, and the outer ring of the tribe was packed with rock formations, a few meters high, leaving only one narrow path that few snakemen could pass to wind towards the interior of the tribe. Under these circumstances, it would be challenging to succeed with only long-range attacks, and if an all-out attack was launched, quite a few soldiers would undoubtedly be buried here. Yuan's original battle plan was to launch a surprise attack and sandwich the dead bone. But now, the skeleton warriors and strong shooters created a far-off distraction around the tribe, while the dead bone led a group of skeleton monsters to launch the real attack. Boulders rolled down from above, and giant snakes shot out from the murky river, smashing the skeleton monsters into pieces. The original intention of creating undead revival by dead bone was merely to avoid seeing his companions die. Naturally, the skeleton monsters resurrected were not powerful and fell one after another during the charge. Dead bone, clad in silver armor and a waving black cloak, looked tiny and insignificant, like an irretrievable brave man, in front of the huge rocks and many towering watchtowers and arrow towers. But only for this moment. In the next second, it was as if time had frozen. The shattered bones hung suspended in midair and moved towards dead bone half a second later. The charging skeleton monsters also disintegrated in that instant, their parts scattered in midair and reassembled. Resurrecting skeleton monsters for the show was just a smokescreen. The real purpose was to allow dead bone to conserve the use of withered bone land at this time, both as a trump card and to save a significant amount of energy. Everything was going as planned. Dead bone charged in the form of a giant beast. The giant beast from death remains that was formed in the blink of an eye. Its heavy limbs landed on the ground, splattering countless muddy turbid water. It advanced step by step, unfazed by the swirling arrows and flying stones hitting its body. It waded across the turbid stream that only reached up to its legs, unflusteredly raising its forepaw and striking it down forcefully. Chapter 81, The Power of the Temple. Rumble. Large rocks several meters high shattered like fragile wood, and the giant beast of death remains clawed out and again exerted force, its entire right forelimb sweeping around. The mountain rocks first shattered, then exploded dramatically, and chunks of rubble were flung out tens of meters. Wooden walls, fences, watchtowers, and so on, all smashed into pieces, leaving only a gap several meters long within just 2 blows. Creating such a gap solely with its strength was not challenging for Dead Bone, and could even have been achieved more quickly. However, executing an attack with a 20-meter-long sword was not without costs for it. Unlike it, the giant beast of death remains could affect a vast range with just a simple strike. This was the power of war weaponry, unreachable by single entities. That was also the sole reason why Dead Bone had invented the war skill with all its efforts. Bang! The giant beast of death remains continued to strike around. Its magnificent body loomed a few meters higher than the arrow towers, casting a large shadow as it looked down and effortlessly plowed through the entire arrow tower with a single sweep. Meanwhile, the giant beast of death remains naturally faced countless attacks from the snake men. Arrows, acid, rolling stones, and even massive fireballs, several meters in diameter, fell one after another. However, the sturdy Dead Bone, when constructing the giant beast of death remains, didn't just erect a skeleton. It also covered the exterior, especially the weak joints of the limbs, with a thick bony shield. Unlike the fragile skeleton monsters, the giant beast of death remains was perfectly integrated and its bones were connected to Dead Bone's own skeleton, making it quite hard. As the giant beast rampaged across the battlefield clad in white armor, not even flaming fireballs causing bone shards to splash about could defeat it. Whoosh! 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 More high-level monsters had appeared, including roaring giant snakes, snake men wielding curved swords with their forearms, and even snake man wizards that summoned marshland elites such as the jet poison dragon. The white-scaled giant snake, a war weapon cultured from flesh and a special method, not a real-life form. Snake man trick dancers, rare profession level 3, proficient in swordsmanship and capable of killing enemies subtly. Jet poison dragon, rare profession level 1, skilled in spewing corrosive acid. The Great Lord was not on the battlefield, but once Dead Bone was promoted to a hero, it acquired the instant assessment ability just like a chosen lord. Meanwhile, Dead Bone acted as a signal relay station. Its spiritual link power spread around through the hero Dead Bone, with no loss, connecting all the over 100 units on our side. Its mental power was fully unleashed, causing its eyes to glow faintly silver. Under its command, dozens of skeleton warriors had already advanced to the front of the Snake Man tribe under the cover of the skeleton giant beast. Dust filled the air here, but under the view of various scout positions, Hurricane Warhawk, Yuan could always perceive some silhouettes. He then precisely directed the skeleton warriors to launch attacks. Further away, strong shooters and the silver slime and ghosts scattered around also coordinated their efforts. The over 100 elites were like a giant tightly knit gear wheel, rolling forward and crushing everything in its path. At the core of this gear wheel was the rampaging and destructive, one bone power holding up the greatest pressure, the Dead Bone Generation 1 Giant Beast of Death Remains Edition. There were white-scaled giant snakes leaping and trying to wrap around the giant beast's forelimbs, but they were slapped into the ground causing the whole body of the giant snake to shrivel and ooze greenish blood. Snake man trick dancers kept harassing it. For such a powerful individual, the attacks of the skeleton giant beast couldn't hit them easily. But Dead Bone didn't just control the giant beast for these enemies, it also wanted the warfare power. In the battlefield, deafening sounds erupted one after another, splintered rocks and soil flew around. After a while, the skeleton giant beast, which had attracted a large amount of enemy firepower, finally couldn't hold on. Its sturdy skeleton snapped and the tremendous creature fell heavily to the ground like a collapsing mountain peak, stirring up a sky full of dust. The black-robed Dead Bone was revealed in front of the snake men from the cracked open head of the giant beast. Offense and defense had finally reversed, and now it was their turn. The snake man trick dancers, several of them, surrounded him, grinning and laughing maliciously. Dead Bone unplugged the bone spurs connecting to its body and slowly walked out. Facing him, about a dozen blades were slashing towards him, even an equal-level powerful being would be dismembered if they are not careful. But for Dead Bone, lost the protection of the giant beast of death remains? Wrong. Shed the heavy shackles and show its real power? Dead Bone held wailing death, and wisps of black fog drifted over from all directions, merging into the sword body. With a single sweep of its sword, the heavy force of the blade crushed the several rays of knife light in front of it, causing the snake man's curved knife to break and its arm to retreat in horror in a bizarrely twisted waving motion. However, at the same time, rays of knife light from both sides were about to fall on Dead Bone. Several bone swords suddenly pierced out from Dead Bone's scapula, elbow, knee and other parts, not only blocking the curved knives that were hacking over, but the bone swords also twisted like snakes, stabbing towards the snake man trick dancers around it. Hacking, stabbing, chopping, swiping, sweeping. The sound of metal clashing continued non-stop, with dozens of counterattacks taking place in just a few seconds. The snake man trick dancers were horrified to realize that although they held the numerical advantage and even had 2 pairs of arms, somehow, they seemed to be surrounded by a single skeleton. They gradually couldn't hold on, and their power was somehow being drained. Squelch! The bone sword pierced through a snake man trick dancer's torso. Dead Bone, fearing that the snake wasn't dead enough, took the opportunity to get closer. Countless bone spurs emerged from various parts of its body, piercing the snake man and causing its body to continuously convulse. A few seconds later, as if being attacked by dozens of sword blades, Dead Bone controlled its bone sword to pierce through the chest of the second snake man, firmly nailing it to a large rock like a dead eel. It raised its hand, shooting out bone spurs, continuously piercing through the snake man, causing a huge rock to explode as a result of the punctures. In the blink of an eye, only the highest level snake man trick dancer remained in front of the fallen giant beast's corpse. This was a disheveled female snake man. She staggered back 2 steps, her eyes turning blood red as she charged again. She let out a sharp scream, her 4 curved knives slashing in deep trajectories. In her struggle for life, this female snake man seemed to have made a breakthrough, her skills becoming increasingly profound. But responding to her was Dead Bone, which suddenly increased its energy output. In an instant, Dead Bone drew out a pitch-black sword light several meters and tens of meters long. Its surrounding energy surged, dyeing the ground a withered black. Holding the sword with both hands, it made a heavy chop infused with intense undead energy. Boom! A fan-shaped energy shock wave erupted, carving a deep dent of 60 degrees on either side into the ground and engulfing the female snake man who was still unable to avoid it while moving in a serpentine fashion. The ground trembled. In the dust-filled pit, only the remnants of a vaguely snake-like body were left. Dead Bone cautiously approached, taking the opportunity to deliver a few more slashes while there was still time. At the same time, Captain Duolai, who had not appeared in the battle at all, had already quietly approached the mysterious temple amidst the chaos. This, of course, was commanded by Lord Yuan prepared 2 plans for this battle. He was not sure whether he could conquer the Snake Man tribe or not. If he couldn't, he would take the opportunity to explore the situation in the temple. If he could, the chance of getting the temple blessing would also make the battle easier. Therefore, when Dead Bone was controlling the giant beast of death remains to attack the city, Yuan was directing Duolai, Bone 2 Bone 3 Bone 4, straight towards the temple gate on the west side of the tribe. Cluck dash! Bang! Swish! Duolai swiftly extended his 2 huge claws and patted them down, and several skeletons like Bone 2 also forcefully threw their bone spears, blasting the snake men to pieces. At this moment, snake men were rushing over from afar, led by a snake man wizard who was standing on the head of a giant snake and commanding it. Duolai stood in front of the temple gate with his hands on his hips, obstructing the path. Bone 2 and others, along with a camera-carrying Hurricane Warhawk, quickly entered the temple under Yuan's guidance and came before the god statues. There were 7 god statues, with 6 already ruined. Only the last statue remained, its hands open, each hand releasing a faint light, but the light from the left hand was very dim, leaving only a wisp of it. Ding! Notification: your unit Skeleton Warriors Bone 2 has discovered the temple, and you can choose one of the 2 blessings. Blessing 1, Breakthrough. The temple blessing can help units that are fully accumulated in the current stage to break through the bottleneck. The higher the stage to be broken, the lower the chance of success. The power of this blessing is exhausted and is currently recovering. Blessing 2, Leveling Up. The temple blessing can help a targeted unit to increase its level. Note: in this temple, any unit can only receive a blessing once. Chapter 82, This Wind is Too Cold. Most of the power of the temple blessing had already been consumed, which was within Mu Yuan's expectations, but it still made him feel a pang of loss. With an energy-saturated temple, how many professional superpowers could I have created? But at least, there was still some residual blessing power left inside the temple, which was a silver lining on a gloomy cloud. Bone 2 seemed to get a hint from the abyss, and stepped forward, coming nearer to the god statues. It tilted its head up to look at them, the pale blue pupils in its eye sockets flickering rhythmically. The next moment, the glorious light of the temple blessing descended on Bone 2, and its aura slightly increased. Its experience value rapidly hit the overflow state. Bone 2 entered level 9 great perfection at level 9. The palm of the god statue's raised right hand darkened a bit as its misty brilliance dimmed. Bone 3 and Bone 4 stepped forward next. Bone 4 was a little short of reaching level 9, but under the blessing of the temple, it made substantial progress, skipping over 10 days of hard cultivation and directly reaching level 9 great perfection. At this point, the misty glow on the palm of the statue's right hand finally faded, leaving only a trace of it flickering. Blessing 2, increase. This blessing power has been exhausted and is recovering. I have 3 junior experts at great perfection. Of course, the combat power of those at gate perfection level 9 had not significantly improved compared to before, at most their power had grown, and their energy was more abundant. If it were only so, the power of these 3 Bone 2 skeletons would still be far from enough to affect the overall battle situation. Hence, at Mu Yuan's urging, Bone 2 took out the breakthrough materials from a small bundle. After discovering the blessing effect of the temple during last night's reconnaissance, he opened the Tixuan platform overnight and quickly exchanged 3 sets of undead system breakthrough materials, each for 300 contribution points. Now, he has 100 contribution points left, and he didn't muster up the courage to use the perfect breakthrough stone. The materials had been delivered to his domain this morning but had been kept in Duo Lai's dimensional pocket until just before they stormed into the temple, when Duo Lai took out the batch of materials. It's time for a breakthrough. Outside, the sound of killing, booming, and roaring was continuous. Duo Lai, as a single individual, had blocked the charge of countless snake men, opening his mouth wide to suck up the sky full of fire. Inside, a slight tremor was barely felt, and the dust was falling. Skulls were rolling down, but the pillars supporting the entire temple were not moving. Even the few flames that entered through the gates could not leave burn marks on the seemingly old and worn wall and ground of the temple. Under such a unique atmosphere of peace, Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4 each picked up the breakthrough materials. Guided by their spiritual power, they absorbed it, resonated with their overflowing body's soul energy, and erupted a mighty water column towards the dome, aiming to shatter that invisible barrier. Crack! Boom dash! Bone 2 and his peers are professional rare 3-star troop skeleton generals, having already gathered considerable power due to their natural death extraction ability, and they have far more than the basics at level 9 great perfection. There were no surprises with their breakthroughs, it was as smooth as water flowing along its course. A little while later. Fearless charge! Bone 2 concentrated the energy in his legs, which spun like a turbocharger. With a burst of stored energy, he slammed the ground. The entire skeleton, like a throttle-stomping truck, roared towards the distance. Faster and more powerful, it was as if it had launched a charge skill. This kind of energy application technique was already no less impressive than Dead Bone 19 days ago. Very soon, the batch of snake warriors who had rushed out from the side of the tribe and approached the temple were completely annihilated, and on the main battlefield in the southwest of the tribe, General Dead Bone was also dancing non-stop, his gaze fixed on the gate of the tribe. He was cutting his way in mercilessly. Meanwhile, snake men warriors kept pouring out from various parts of the tribe. There were multiple instances where traps were activated, with explosive barrels bursting open, acid raining down from the sky, and countless spikes shooting up from the sunken ground, creating an incredibly chaotic scene. But a closer look would reveal that the chaos was only affecting the snake man side. They were yelling out in terror, sometimes even being hit by their own traps. In contrast, the skeleton warriors who had already penetrated the enemy lines moved as if they had eyes on their backs, effortlessly avoiding the deadly traps without even looking. Skeletons, guards, and ghosts, each soldier coordinated seamlessly, often using the traps to their advantage and turning them against the snake men. This was the power of a universal spiritual link and the overhead surveillance of the battle falcon eye. Why could they fight many with few and the strong with the weak? Because their great lord shepherd was silently pulling the strings from behind, a true major support always contributing his strength from the backstage. General Deadbone was on a killing spree. General Deadbone had run amok. General Deadbone was approaching divinity. His silver-black figure was bathed in blood, like a demon dancing on the battlefield, spreading waves of chill that made the snake men's hearts flutter. However, those snake men who believed in Lord Orokai and were bathed in the red mist tidal wave had already lost the concept of fear. Their eyes gradually turned blood red, and they not only showed no fear but became even more crazily aggressive. Only the great snake man pioneer, the supreme leader, Ghost Chief, who has the intelligence equivalent to a high snake count, stood silently in the distance for a long time. The situation is beyond control. Ghost Chief was high level, indeed an elite of profession level rank 7. When the giant beast of death remains charged into the tribe, he considered taking action, but seeing the beast's huge size and terrifying destructive power, he hesitated for a moment and decided to stay at the rear and command instead. He was not afraid, but as the supreme leader, he couldn't act hastily. He was like the anchor of the Snake Man tribe. When the giant beast of death remains fell, and its driver lost armor protection, Ghost Chief thought the time had come, so he shook his large cape and walked forward. But before he could get into the battleground, his 3 generals were beheaded in the blink of an eye. Ghost Chief silently retreated, observing the enemy's tactics carefully. This was the wisdom of a supreme leader. The observation led to the present situation. He looked at the towering Orokai totem, knowing that all he had today was guided and gifted by Lord Orokai. He also wanted to shed the last drop of blood for Lord Orokai, but Ghost Chief, the supreme leader, tightened his cloak. The wind is too cold. As we all know, snakes like warmth and fear the cold, and so do snake men. He blocked the 3 minions next to him with his special powers. His eyes gradually turned blood red, and then rushed away through the back alley of the tribe with his 3 generals. He did this for the future of the Snake Man tribe. Attacking the Snake Man tribe was easier than Yuan had imagined, with the most intense battle being when General Deadbone drove the giant beast of death remains to break through the tribal entrance. After that, although the snake men charged fiercely, their momentum gradually weakened. Was it that weak? Thinking about it carefully, it's not that weak. The professional-level Snake Man trick dancers and wizards that died at the hands of General Deadbone have already reached 7, plus those who died at the hands of Duo Lai, Bone 2, and other skeletons, as well as those sneak attacked by the skeleton warriors. About 12 or 13 have died, and there are still 1 or 2 Snake Man wizards attacking from afar. This number is almost in line with what Yuan estimated. It's quite reasonable. At this time, as the Snake Men's charge gradually weakened, General Deadbone led a group of skeleton warriors to steadily advance, soon far away from the landmark building at the heart of the tribe, the Orokai Totem. Chapter 83, Snake Valley Plantation. A place where tribe-level monsters gather often has a type of totem culture. This kind of totem belief seems to have an incredible power in higher-level tribes, but in the primary tribes it is just considered as a type of art culture. Probably. The gigantic snake totem was pretty rough in construction. The main body was a gigantic tree trunk that stood 2 to 3 meters tall, which turned into a humanoid giant snake looking down, carving under the trimming of the Snake Man's scimitar. Its modality wasn't ordinary. It could best be said that the artistic cells of the snake men were poor. Even the eyes of the giant snake were carved disproportionately, with a significant size difference between the two. However, at this moment, through the pervasive dust, Yuan clearly saw the snake men's blood on the ground converging towards the giant snake totem, almost forming little streams, and a faint blood light also diffused over the wooden giant snake sculpture. I knew it couldn't be this easy. Xian country curse. Upon his notification, General Deadbone immediately spread his pale and ragged, yet shrouded by a grim black mist, bone wings. He ascended into the air, bypassing many pairs of red-eyed Snake Man warriors, split apart a huge fireball flying in from afar, and his body then steamed with a burning black mist. Deadbone continued to build up strength. When he flew close to the giant snake totem, the black mist around his body suddenly infused into his sword, rapidly drawing out a dark sword light, and fiercely chopped down at the giant totem. The blood light split apart like water, but at the next moment, an even more intense blood-colored light burst forth, melting the black sword light. Within the radiant blood-colored light, a suffocating and extremely oppressive aura spread around the snake totem. 10 meters, 100 meters, several hundred meters. Within the tribe, each snake man warrior took up their scimitar against themselves, sliced open their chests allowing their fresh blood to spill out, fly and sprinkle towards the distant totem. Outside the tribe, dark clouds blocked the sunlight, the air was filled with a dull smell, and even the aquatic plants on the swamp ground seemed to gradually bend down. At the same time, on the giant wooden totem, which was a sacrifice of a large number of snake men, the blood light became increasingly glaring, as if viscous blood was surging upon it, and this originally inanimate totem was gradually coming to life, revealing the true body of the gigantic snake. It's reviving. It's descending. It's transforming. If this were a game, this would be the cuts scene when the big boss appears amidst frantic, shocking, and oppressive music. The player has to wait until the boss appearance is fully revealed, regardless of how impatient they are. But, the Eternal Continent is a real place. The transformation process can't truly be invincible, at most one's own output is just insufficient. Use that. Deadbone also thought of it. The god monster crystal lamp, one of the trump cards of the territory, was handed to it by the lord before setting off. He took it out of his storage ring, and quickly rubbed this already cleaned, as good as new, crystal lamp 3 times. In the blink of an eye, faint blue smoke wafted out of the pot mouth, forming a soldier-like form, whose body seemed to be made of elemental particles. The upper body was humanoid, the lower body resembled a cyclone. God Monster, Rare 2nd Order 9th Level. ALV 29 Elite Pinnacle Master. Upon receiving the command, it flew up with a swish and arrived above the giant snake totem. Its strong arms swung out continuously, leaving a trail of after-images. More so, its arms were wrapped in sparks of thunderbolt. In the blink of an eye, the god monster sent out countless thunderbolt punches that Yuan couldn't count or see clearly. The punches continuously bombarded the top of the giant snake totem. There was no deafening boom, but the viscous blood light on the giant snake totem was noticeably fading at a noticeable speed. The slightly revived giant snake opened its mouth slightly and let out an angry hiss, "I am the snake." Its voice was quite peculiar. Even though it was not any language familiar to Yuan, the meaning came through clearly in his ears. However, he wasn't listening. The moment Deadbone rubbed the crystal lamp, and when the rest of the Snake Men tribe fell when harvested by the totem, he had already commanded all units to take the chance to charge. Especially the skeleton warriors and the ghosts serving as concealed backup energy supplies. Deadbone didn't listen either. An invisible aura of death drifted from all around and flowed into his body. Undead energy visible to the naked eye surged from the skeleton warriors and ghosts, converging on General Deadbone like rivers returning to the sea. The black fog was billowing. General Deadbone landed back on the ground, digging deep into it. Holding the energy brimming, trembling sword, he moved forward 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, and unleashed a sword light dozens of meters long. The black storm surged up dozens of meters high, uncovering layer upon layer of the earth's crust, shattered the red light from the totem pillar, and eradicated it inch by inch. Only the Orakai, with its mouth wide open, was left behind with its roar echoing between heaven and earth. Ding! Hint, your hero General Deadbone broke the resurrection of the blood totem, do you want to destroy it completely? Hint, only lords or heroes possessing the purification power can truly destroy totems. Looking at the base still standing solid under the scouring of the undead energy, General Deadbone gently walked up and extended his finger bones to touch it. Boom! The purifying light broke through the sky. Indeed it was dangerous, this Snake Man tribe has some abilities. The clouds gradually dissipated, and the warm sunshine sprinkled inside the Snake Man tribe, oddly contrasting with the undead creatures wandering the streets. General Deadbone was still purifying the base of the totem, which took some time. Thanks to the harvest of sacrifices when the Orakai woke up, more than half of the ordinary snake men had died outright, their bodies dried up without a drop of blood. The good news is that his troops can save the not-so-easy task of clearing. But the bad news? These sacrificed snake corpses, not only couldn't squeeze out a drop of blood, but couldn't squeeze out any soul sand or remnant souls either. Damn it! Gurgle gurgle dash! With his hands on his waist, Captain Duolai nodded repeatedly. This Orakai definitely had a death wish, it made his blacklist. But apart from these sacrificed snakes, the soul sand torn from the remaining Snake Man monsters was not few. Inside the vast Snake Man tribe, there were also many treasures waiting for him, the great Lord Shepherd, to rescue. As Captain Duolai couldn't wait to begin treasure hunting. Mu Yuan was also controlling hurricane warhawks, flying freely within the tribe, taking in the panorama of the earth. There is no trace of the snake men left. Battling towards the end, the snake men, with red-rimmed eyes, threw themselves one after another. By the time the Orokai awoke, all of the snake men committed suicide. At the back of the snake man tribe, near the position of the hills, there grew a special fruit forest. If I'm not mistaken, these are snake scale fruits. This fruit can be eaten directly to enhance physical fitness, and can also be used as the main or auxiliary material for potions. It has a wide range of uses. This snake scale fruit forest seemed quite large. In the center of the fruit forest, on several taller fruit trees, Mu Yuan even found the rare treasure snake blood fruit through the battle falcon's vision. This fruit can significantly enhance a player's physical body, is quite popular in the market, and is the main ingredient for the snake blood potion. The snake men built their tribe here, perhaps because of this fruit forest and the temple in the distance. There were no snake men in the fruit forest, but there were goblins, kobolds, and caves people shackled and whipped. Ah, have the snake men learned to keep slaves? Chapter 84, Harvest. These slaves were not a small number, possibly over 100. Compared to the commonly seen goblins and kobolds in the wild, these little monsters were more emaciated, with scabbed scars all over their bodies. Most likely, they were used as slaves for the fruit garden district, performing simple tasks such as tilling the land, watering, and weeding. It seemed there was more to it. Through the sharp eyes of the hurricane warhawk piercing through the treetops, Mu Yuan noticed more details. There were numerous bodies half buried around the root of the fruit trees, faintly revealing features of greenskins, kobolds, and so on. Goodness, this was a one-stop industry from slavery to fertilizer. This snake man tribe was quite advanced. The fruit garden was an important resource site, so Mu Yuan immediately sent a battalion of skeleton warriors and ghosts to take over. However, when his troops entered this forest, the goblins and other monsters that were originally doltish, stunned, and honestly lying under the tree shadows, their eyes suddenly glowed a faint bloody red. Their dull faces eerily deformed and bulging veins slipped out, looking hideous and sick. They roared and fearlessly pounced towards the skeleton warriors that were 10 or even 100 times stronger than them. Then they quickly fell in battle. Mu Yuan scratched his head, what's the logic here? They obeyed the snake men while they were being kept. And I'm the hero who killed the big bad snake men, although I never thought about saving these goblins. But I still can't stand this injustice. Mu Yuan pondered the deeper reason, his mental thoughts continuing to command the army of skeletons. Of course, after the war, he didn't have a spiritual link with all the soldiers. Otherwise, even with Emperor Deadbone as a transit station, Lord Shepherd would be drained. At this time, he only linked Bone 3 and Bone 4, evolved skeleton generals with significantly improved wisdom, to convey his orders as temporary commanders. With the help of the battle falcon's vision, he hovered around the fruit garden a few times, conducting a simple census. There are more than 2,000 snake-scale fruits at least. Of course, most of these fruits are not mature, and the unit price of the snake-scale fruit is not as high as the red blood fruit next door, but they are numerous, super many. This batch of snake-scale fruits is a huge fortune. There are a total of 13 snake blood fruits at the rare level, 2 of them can be picked. Mu Yuan had already remotely controlled Bone 3 and summoned a few more skeleton warriors to form a bone ladder and carefully picked them. Compared to snake scale fruits and snake blood fruits, this piece of land in front of him is also valuable. Being able to nurture a large amount of graded materials, it is undoubtedly a resource land. If he was already a formal lord, at this point, there would probably be a prompt in his ear. Ding! Reminder, your troops have discovered a first-order resource place. Snake scale fruit forest blah blah blah. There is a temple and resource lands, this place is quite suitable for building a base, but it will have to wait after the Lord's trial. He pondered. Duo Lai has already led a large number of historians, skeletons, soul warriors to search throughout the Snake Man tribe, inside and out, with high efficiency. Moreover, Duo Lai's arithmetic ability is self-taught and he has learned addition and subtraction within 100. He's simply a genius. Gurgle Dash, 57 regular grade remnant souls Gurgle Dash. Among them, 36 were random remnant souls, 11 were 2-star Snake Man remnant souls, and 10 were 3-star Snake Man warrior remnant souls. There were also 2 random remnant souls at the rare level. The number of soul sands was too large, Duo Lai couldn't count them all at the moment, but a large pile of soul sands had begun to gather together, forming 2.5 soul crystals. Duo Lai. But didn't it just count? There are countless other bits and pieces of loot that are temporarily difficult to count, but among these items, only a dozen have stepped into the grade, and there is not a single high-value treasure. In the most luxurious Snake Man tribe hall, lined with thick animal hides and various beast and monster skulls, there were some traces of hurried looting. It certainly wasn't that some thieves had snatched his loot in advance, it was very likely that the chief of the Snake Man tribe has fled. After all, encountering a rare 3-star goblin leader when exterminating a goblin camp doesn't seem very probable when compared to only meeting rare 1-star monsters in the vast Snake Man tribe. But can a monster leader flee? It usually doesn't, but this tribe is known to keep slaves and have a revivable totem snake. A fleeing monster leader does not seem that odd in this setting. Duo Lai continued to scour. It was determined to dig 3 feet into the ground. Its giant paws morphing into shovels, huffing and puffing as it dug everywhere. Meanwhile, it took Emperor Deadbone 6 minutes and 36 seconds to finally completely destroy and purify the totem base. Purification doesn't require any additional energy from the Lord or hero, but it does take more time to purify higher-ranked targets. This makes the tactic of sneaking into the enemy camp to dismantle the crystal untenable. Ding! Prompt. As the prompt rings, strands of gift light from heaven and earth descended. One after another, white and green light balls appeared, emitting a charming glow. Great Lord Shepherd rubbed his hands together. We players' duty to save the world is beyond question. Please, let there be many more chances like this. Emperor Deadbone began to open the boxes. The first light ball contained 3 soul crystals, while the second one had a rare treasure, Experience Stone of the Broken Blade Dancer. This is the Experience Stone for the rare 3-star troops. Well, it can come in handy for Emperor Deadbone. Don't assume that Emperor Deadbone doesn't need to learn, it needs a foundation to develop skills. It can't create something from nothing. Controlling bone spikes, bone swords in battle requires high skills and abundant experience. Although Broken Blade Dancer and Bone Dance are completely unrelated, he believes that Emperor Deadbone can assimilate useful experiences and make connections. Then, he obtained a rare random remnant souls and the remnant soul of rare 3-star troops, the Royal Griffin. Including the previous loot, this makes a total of 4 rare troops. The rare random will definitely be sold, and then this Royal Griffin. With a lion-like appearance, majestic eagle wings, and a body shimmering in golden hue. The Royal Griffin is a visually attractive troop, among the rare level. Most importantly, unlike the small Hurricane Warhawk, the Royal Griffin can be ridden. Who wouldn't want to ride a mount in the sky? But after a moment of sober thought, Yuan shook his head. At the end of the day, the Royal Griffin was just for show. Even if it could carry a rider, it's not like he would dare to ride the Griffin up to the heavens. He wouldn't dare. It's better to aim to become a Dragon Knight in future. Now, there was only the last green light ball left. Emperor Deadbone stepped forward to open it, and a miracle blueprint enveloped in faint light floated out and hovered half a meter above the ground. It was a blueprint named Outpost Tower. Outpost Tower. Grade, Rare. Description: a special building that can be constructed outside the range of the territory, serving the function of expanding vision. Reminder: you have not yet been promoted to a full-fledged lord and cannot construct this special building. Chapter 85, Live Show. The description for the construction of the watchtower was somewhat rudimentary, so Yuan immediately logged onto the all-encompassing Taishan forum to search for more information. He found an answer quickly. Upon the construction of the watchtower, the Lord will be able to open an overhead view in that area, revealing the map. Not only that, within the viewing range of the watchtower, you will also be able to construct miracle buildings. This was tantamount to establishing a small sub-base. Even if its coverage area is small and unexpandable, its value is immeasurable. Many senior lords wish to build a watchtower at an important outpost in the wilderness, but alas, these blueprints are hard to come by. Even if they are available for redemption on the Taishan Covenant, the price is high and limited purchases are allowed. This Snake Man habitat, though tribe level and fairly advanced, was similar to the previous 2 goblin camps. It was rife with various adult-only scenes, and there were some deformed remains in the cellars. It seemed that the Snake Man tribe frequently held sacrifices for the Orokai. Yes, bloody sacrifices. The little monsters they caught, such as goblins, could serve as slaves, fertilizers, and sacrificial offerings. It could be said that they used them in various ways. Having seen a lot, Yuan was basically immune to these sights. Yes, only when viewed from afar through the battle falcon's vision. If he descends in consciousness and physically enters this tribe, the remains scattered across the ground and the pungent smell of blood and guts that hit his face would still make him feel sick. He would need to get used to it gradually. He couldn't build the watchtower for now, and even if he could, Yuan wouldn't build it before the trial. He spent over an hour dismantling the entire Snake Man tribe inside and out, and also picking almost all the ripe snake scale fruits. The skeleton warriors were merely troops, their clumsy handling inevitably led to some losses during the picking process. He then did some simple cleaning. Dead bodies were either burned or thrown into the fertile soil of the orchard, while bigger elite creatures like the jet poisonous dragon were given to Duo Lai as a pre-meal snack, but humanoid creatures were left alone. We had to have some principles, otherwise, how would we handle being banished by the great god of censorship? After cleaning up, Yuan left behind a small squad of skeleton warriors and 2 hurricane warhawks to temporarily guard the fruit forest, watching for any monsters that might covet the place. Then he led his sizable force on a slow march back home. Since they didn't need to carry any materials, all were stored in Duo Lai's stomach. Their return journey was much faster than the trip there. However, after about a half, Dead Bone noticed that it was still early and thought that going straight back would be a waste of time. So, he took half of the troops to start sweeping the swamp. Due to the existence of the Snake Man tribe, the exploration level of this swamp area was very low previously. Now it was certainly time to thoroughly explore it. Dead Bone went to clear up the area, Duo Lai continued to transport the materials back, and Great Lord Shepherd remained in the territory. Everyone was busy. Go and gather some information on the forum. Let's see what the other newcomers are doing to see if there's anything I missed. As soon as he opened the forum, he saw a post marked hot. It was a live stream post from a new lord. A live stream for a lord's expedition? This is rare indeed, no wonder the heat has shot up so high. The expedition has yet to commence, but it seems like the behind-the-scenes team of the live stream has been warming up the audience, bringing in a considerable number of old and new players. I heard a newcomer is planning an expedition against a large monster camp? That's pretty brave. Not gonna lie, this might be a suicide mission. Going against a large camp barely 20 days into the game? Aren't they afraid of losing their main force and risking an accident in the Lord trial? You make a good point, but if this youngster dares to start a live stream, they must be pretty confident, right? Live streaming? This is just a task from the White Shark Group. Indeed, it's a requirement from the White Shark Group. But, this tuna player is no average Joe. He's a descendant of the White Shark Group's top executive and is being promoted as the poster boy for this Lord trial. They are aiming to rank high and make a name for the White Shark Group. They've invested quite a bit into this. The expedition still hasn't started. Yet, White Shark has already invited a well-known veteran player, Master Ma, to be a guest in the live streaming room, teamed up with a random female player. Master Ma cleared his throat and said, "From the barrages, we can see everyone is really fired up and very keen to see whether our tuna player can conquer the large monster camp." As a master tactician, Master Ma wants to give a word of advice to all new Lord players: do not emulate this expedition. The strategy guide suggests that all newcomers should clear as many monsters as possible around their territories before the Lord trial arrives. However, by monsters, it refers to individual monster groups and not strong monster camps. These kinds of camps often have watchtowers, ranged troops, traps, and many disadvantages for the attacker. Especially since the Lord trial is upon us, taking risks to attack monster camps is not advisable, but Master Ma changes his tone. If the new lords themselves have an incredibly strong force, and their staff team assesses that they can securely take down the large monster camp, then, gathering a bit more foundation before the trials is not a bad idea. Obviously, our tuna player has made adequate preparations. The live stream screen changes, showing a view of towering mountains and dense forests in the audience's sight. This is likely the perspective of some aerial reconnaissance tool, peering down at a monster camp from afar. Some kobolds are weak, armed with wooden spears and shabby equipment. However, some are equipped with fine short swords and shields, some even holding crossbows, standing high atop watchtowers, awaiting invaders' execution. Most novice players are seeing this type of monster camp for the first time, which draws them into a cold thrill. Numerous hiss barrage ensues, making Mu Yuan think he has returned to the Snake Man tribe. At this point, Lord Tuna has already begun leading his troops into battle. There's a flurry of swords, arrows raining down, even massive fireballs flying about, exploding like powerful grenades. It sends shivers down the spines of many newcomers, but the Tuna player, worthy of being the promotional stand-in for the White Shark group, leads various troop types with firm tactics. During the battle, although the player himself encountered several mini-crises and lost dozens of 3-star soldiers, they still managed to conquer the monster camp. Impressive! After the live stream ends, countless newcomers on the forum are still debating intensely. Even the small group of new lords from Beijiang Sichuan are discussing it hotly. Liver Emperor, I'm not playing hard enough. Mr. Tan, if there were monster camps around, I'd be up to it too. But I have to admit, this guy is indeed awesome. At Ordinary Player, what are your thoughts? This is Mu Yuan's group nickname. He connects to the 4th Hurricane Warhawk, looking down at the wrecked land, filled with many large ravines, gigantic pits, and huge palm prints. He then glances at the screenshot of the Kobold camp in the live stream. He praised, "You're right, it's indeed impressive." Chapter 86. Preparations. Game login day 23, night time. Crash, bang, boom. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, yes, yes, yes. Darling, this is the last rare remnant soul we have here. It's such a rare opportunity, think about it, owning a unique troop type could offer you chances to level up further. No matter how much money you spend, it's totally worth it. On the other side of the forum's private chat, Mu Yuan seemed to have witnessed an older player frowning, hesitating for a long time, his heart aching, yet eventually gritting his teeth heavily and crying out, "Bye!" Then collapsed in his chair as if exhausted by all strength, much like his empty wallet that was probably in debt. But upon thinking about the coming prospects, a chrysanthemum-like smile bloomed across the old player's face. It's all about fully supporting the potential of those unique troops. After the transaction was completed, Mu Yuan glanced at the trading area again and connected with another old player. "Sweetie, this is the last rare remnant soul." He was like a salesperson, or rather a middleman, continually selling various goods, from the cheapest goblin wraiths to the precious rare remnant souls, as well as materials like the snake scale fruit, playing the role of a merchant player. n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. There were quite a handful of merchant players like him. Some lord players would also work part-time as middlemen to earn some extra income for their territories. Old brother My WA is now engaged in sales. He wholesales goods from the one-handed Chamber of Commerce and resells them at a slightly higher price to various players, making a profit. To outsiders, Mu Yuan is also such a middleman, a pretty competent new merchant who can come up with numerous 3-star remnant souls and even rare remnant souls. However, the goods he has are not from any wholesale, he obtains them all by himself. The harvest was a bit too much today. I've been selling till now and I have only just sold most of it. I've really worked hard. Lord Shepherd put his back into it for his household. He could certainly sell it for a bit cheaper, which would allow it to be sold out immediately, but when it comes to making money, it's always preferable to hang a higher price first and then haggle back and forth with the buyer, especially when selling treasures like the rare remnant souls. Lord Shepherd put his back into it for his household. Tomorrow, he must deliver this batch of goods to the Players Association via the official trading channels. The advantage of doing this is that the officials act as a guarantor, neither the buyer nor the seller needs to meet in person. But the downside is, the shipping cost and the guarantor's fee are not cheap. For him to trade privately? Impossible, absolutely impossible. 3 rare remnant souls were sold out for 9.5 soul crystals. The price was not much higher compared to the contribution points, but if you exchange the contribution points, you would receive your goods in half a day to 1 day. While using soul crystal coins, you often have crystals at hand but can't find the goods. If he's willing to hang it for a few more days, exerting a bit more, he might be able to earn more. However, even if he earns more, he has to deduct the official shipping guarantee fee as well as the Eternal World's transdimensional fee. These are the real bosses always making fat profits. Mu Yuan roared out of heartache for Duo Lai, damn you. Finally, he recycled the Royal Griffin remains to the Taixuan Covenant platform and got 300 contribution points plus 5 soul crystals. Well, the recycling rules of the Taixuan platform are, it can only give you less than half of the contribution points, the rest is replaced with soul crystal coins, unless the recycled treasure is extremely valuable. Obviously, the trashy Royal Griffin is far from being a treasure, it just barely meets the platform's recycling requirements. Apart from that, the prices of ordinary 3-star remnant souls have started to fall drastically. It is clear that at this point the whales are no longer buying remnant souls and are moving on to Horde War supplies. I have more than 20 soul crystals that can be used now, it's about time I turn into a whale and start purchasing on a grand scale. Stamina Recovery Potion? Order it. Energy Restoration Potion? Order it. Junior Building Repair Stone? A must-buy. Scrolls of Wall? It's good to have some on hand in case of emergency. Wealthy Lord Mew placed orders repeatedly. The more he roamed the trading area, the more supplies he found he could prepare in advance. Take a common level potion named Ground Hardening for example. It has the effect of turning loose soil hard and can be a great help in building basic mud walls. And also a variety of magic scrolls that can be used for both killing enemies and many other auxiliary uses. Yuan couldn't help but buy over 10 types as reserves, most of them being auxiliary techniques. Including Ground Hardening, Root Entanglement, Junior Invisibility, Junior Insight, Junior Purification, and so on and so forth. Most of these scrolls might not be used at the time, but once he encounters special circumstances, using techniques specifically for such situations can definitely solve urgent problems. Yuan listed over 100 possible situations that he might encounter, and based on these, he made careful purchases of scrolls and supplies. Only in this way, could he gain a bit more peace of mind when facing the Lord trial. Money is just not lasting. Scraping for small gains, he had no right to call himself a whale. The next day, Yuan went out before dawn. After walking a few hundred meters, he scanned a green shared bike parked on the side of the road and cycled to the nearest subway station. Influenced by the changes of an era, some people were restless, either excited or restless. The situation was inevitably a bit turbulent. But no matter how much it changed, as long as the apocalypse had not arrived, as long as a large number of mutated monsters didn't crawl out from the sea, the people everywhere still had to continue to work diligently for their boss's new car and new wife. Many bitter and tired people crowded the early train on this subway line. Wonderful! After all, Lord Mew, scratches it off, had risen to the level of a ruthless boss. He was earning hard-earned money though. The 4 soul orbs strung around his wrist trembled slightly, transmitting emotions of joy and delight. Resentment was absorbed in large quantities, and the power of the resentful spirits was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was his plan. JPG. By doing this, he might be able to lower the temper of the working people and maintain their physical and mental health. Probably, he wasn't sure if resentful spirits had such a function. In just 3 or 4 stations, the 4 resentful spirits were already satiated. This was related to their low level, but it also showed that the modern environment was very suitable for the healthy development of resentful spirits. Thanks for the hospitality, I'll be back. After feeding the resentful spirits and sending and picking up goods at the Players Association, Yuan returned to the villa he rented. As soon as he opened his computer, he set out cola, together with some fruits and snacks. His work for the day officially started. Eternal World, start up. The territory was exceptionally bustling today. Work was being done everywhere, skeleton warriors holding iron shovels were digging all over, and using small trolleys to transport the soil to designated locations. Mounding it up and shaping it into a vertical shape, then pouring some rock solidification potion on it, a 2-meter high, crooked, and squat block of soil was formed. It looked pretty unique, but it was actually quite sturdy and long-lasting. Even a skeleton soldier's battle blade could only hack some shallow traces on it. In the interior of the territory, the layout was similar to before. The blacksmith's shop was open 24 hours a day. However, not far from the blacksmith's shop, a high silver tower had been erected. Chapter 87, The Final Evolution. Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower. This defense infrastructure can effortlessly manipulate the power of thunder. Its main material, thunder magnetic core, obtained when purifying the land of filth. The coil tower stands more than 10 meters high, its overall structure is pointed and long without any internal space. It stands tall, like a giant lightning rod, with silver tracks wound around the outside, stretching from the bottom right to the top. Suddenly, a flickering arc of lightning lit up on the coil tower, swiftly streamed to the top, and then shot a blue lightning bolt as thick as an arm, striking at a squishy jelly not far away. Sizzle! Countless tiny arcs of lightning exploded on the jelly, causing its surface to be slightly charred but quickly recovery without a trace. Duo Lai opened its mouth wide, inhaling sharply. Slurp! All the jumping arcs of lightning on it were sucked into its mouth and swallowed down. After dozens of thunder swallowing, there was a faint flash of electric light in Duo Lai's big turquoise eyes. Good. It felt it. Guji Guji -1, again, again. It called out to Boss Deadbone in the distance. Because except when an enemy steps into its range causing it to attack automatically, the control of defensive buildings can only be accomplished either by a lord or a hero. The Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower is special, with its Thunderbolt attack adjustable in strength. The longer the thunder travels and charges along the tracks, the thicker and stronger the resulting lightning, and the more destructive it will be. Even though Duo Lai, which currently has a certain degree of thunder resistance, only dared to use low-power thunder during its cultivation. After all, nobody likes pain. The single-target destructive power of the coil tower is significantly stronger than that of the mage tower, plus, with the high speed of the thunderbolt, enemies basically can't avoid it. Just like what happened now. Duo Lai opened its mouth wide wanting to directly swallow the fired thunder, however, it overestimated itself. It didn't have time to capture the path of the thunderbolt as the electricity hit with a shocking effect. Mu Yuan went around and sent the 4 satiated resentful spirits back to Eternal World. Hong Yi, Rax Hasa, LV6. Their levels are somewhat low, even failing to enter the late period of apprentice, but the ranks of the rare 3-star professions and their temporarily fully filled resentments make these resentful spirits possess considerable combat power. Tearing apart a group of level 9 Big Goblin would be no problem, at least the attack of the Big Goblin only resulted in immunity after hitting them. Resentful spirits and Ghost Squad can be used as extraordinary troops, as long as they carefully avoid being hit by energy-based skills, they can freely engage in battle, invincible in the moment. For this reason, Mu Yuan summoned the versatile Deadbone to personally teach Hong Yi and Rax Hasa how to skillfully wield energy. These two goods of Hong Yi are somewhat special, but not special enough to ding to comprehend new skills. However, Emperor Deadbone made a discovery. The power of ghosts is very special, they can resonate to a certain extent. Mu Yuan mulled over. Hong Yi used the tearing skill. Tendrils of black smoke rose from its palm which appeared to be human-like. The smoke then metamorphosed into a forbidding ghost's claw and tore viciously at the boulder in front. Whoosh! Several deep scratches were carved into the boulder, even emitting tendrils of black smoke from within, which was highly corrosive. This is the power of a being like Hong Yi. But what if, just if, could resonate the powers of dozens of ghosts, what would be the sight? Not a bad idea, we can give it a try. Mu Yuan tiptoed, patted Deadbone's shoulder, and gave him an approving look. At the end of the sky, the red fog seemed to have thickened, and even during the day, visible strands of pale red fog were drifting about, signaling the imminent arrival of the trial. All day, Mu Yuan had been directing the skeleton warriors to build earthen walls, set traps, and check for any oversights. General Deadbone split his time evenly between exploration and cultivation, with slightly more time devoted to coaching Duo Lai, Bone 2, and other skeletons, as well as Hong Yi and other spirits. Everyone was making their final preparations. Time quickly advanced to the 25th day. Buzz buzz. The phone vibrated. As a new lord, Mu Yuan received an early warning prompt from the association. Warning from the Department of Catastrophe, the Lord trial will arrive at the latest by dawn tomorrow. All aspiring lords are advised to be prepared for monster attacks and to pass the trial successfully. Mu Yuan put down his phone and logged onto the forum to take a look. Tonight, huh? There's still enough time to make final improvements. Half a day later, Mu Yuan summoned the 3 young generals in his territory. The Imperial Guard Lulu, Strong Shooter 17, and Number 1, the Hurricane Warhawk. It was time to bestow upon them the light of evolution. This was the final evolution radiance before the Lord trial. Start! Mu Yuan walked up to the hardy Lulu, who knelt down on one knee. Mu Yuan touched his head, the glow of a miracle blossomed the next moment. Glory! Guard! Everything is linked to one arrow. Lulu advanced to the rare 3-star troop type Royal Guard. His full body armor also upgraded to a more luxurious iridium-colored Ultimate Glory edition. The golden eagle on the tower shield was lifelike, ready to spread its wings and fly. He awakened the gift named Steadfast Will, which greatly improved his willpower. The harder the battle, the stronger he could explode. 17 advanced to the rare 3-star troop type God Archer. She also put on very elaborate light armor, which seemed to shape her body better than before, and barely exposed some curves. She awakened the gift of Mind Arrow. The arrow could follow her heart. If she could bring her heart power to the arrow, much more incredible power could be exerted. Will, heart, it seems to involve quite high-end power, but for Lulu and 17, who were in the apprentice level, this was far too remote. Yuan didn't expect them to deeply exploit the power of their gifts. Even using it instinctively, the improvement was big enough. Just like now. God Archer 17 fired an arrow. The arrow in midair turned a corner and bypassed the obstacle in front, hitting the invisible target directly within the field of vision. Thud! The entire wooden target exploded. Just by using her talent instinctively, 17 didn't consume anything extra. The temple has brewed a new upgrade power. It's a pity that 17 was recruited a bit later and her level is still not high enough to reach the great perfection of level 9, even after eating this upgrade power. Otherwise, having a professional level God Archer in city defense would certainly be a big killer. Given this, he could only leave this precious spot to the local hero June, who has entered dangerous places for reconnaissance many times, being chased by strong enemies but still stubbornly survived. The glow of evolution enveloped him. Within the sparkling white light, the body and wings of the Hurricane Warhawk began to elongate. In the blink of an eye, a majestic large bird with grey-green feathers and wings stretching over 2 meters appeared in front of him. Ding! Prompt, your Hurricane Warhawk has bathed in the miracle light and transformed. It has evolved into Storm Falcon, rare, awakening the gift of Power of Storm. Chapter 88, The Wind Rises. Power of Storm, a talent that can increase affinity with wind elements and stir up the ability to manipulate storms. After awakening this talent, when June uses the wind speed skill, the skill effect under the same energy output will increase by at least 30%. Moreover, after evolution, many fundamentals such as the body, spirit, energy of June has greatly improved. With such changes, it is now not just a reconnaissance falcon, but a powerful reconnaissance falcon. After it absorbed the Evo power from the temple, Yuan took out the prepared breakthrough materials for it to smoothly break into the professional level once it got used to the post-evolution body. Thus, the territory now had 6 professional superpowers. It's time for the storm. The night of the Eternal World was about 3 hours away, and Yuan did not plan to send any troops out to explore in the remaining time. Time to conserve energy. The group of skeleton warriors stationed in the snake scale fruit forest had also been recalled. Now, the entire territory was bustling, and somewhat crowded. The preliminary territory was too small, and some areas had to be reserved for strategic depth, which made the place even more cramped. From time to time, Yuan overlooks with Lord's vision or controls his character to wander around, checking and filling gaps at close range. Add a few more shields to this watchtower. There are enough reserve weapons. Potions and scrolls of magic should be stored in multiple places. This makes them handy and avoids total loss in unexpected situations. The weak little skeletons, little slime, and wandering souls are hidden in various cellars to avoid any harm. As ruthless producers of evolution points, they are indeed weak, but they also have advantages. Their size is small enough, and a lot of units can squeeze into a cellar if pushed. Perfect. Yuan opened the panel. He didn't buy any new remnant souls in the last 3 days, but the evolution points kept pouring out. So naturally, he sprinkled the miracle light on many troops again. Among the skeleton series, there were 10 rare 3-star troops skeleton generals, most of which were born with the territory, with very high levels. After evolution, their combat power is extremely strong, and they even have a chance to fight against weaker professional level monsters. The main skeleton warriors increased from 90 to 115. Skeleton soldiers and little skeletons used to make up numbers are overlooked. The slime series had 3 golden slimes and 45 silver slimes. They are quite large and occupy a lot of space, but they seem to be able to stand up in case the outer wall is broken. Cough, stand up for now. The Wandering Soul series had 4 resentful spirits such as Hong Yi Rax Hasa, and 39 ghosts, forming the surprise attack team. The Watchman and Archer series, excluding Lulu and 17, had 9 Imperial Guards and strong shooters each, forming the defensive team. And the Battle Falcon reconnaissance team. Another troop good at magic would be just right. However, such troops are basically of a rare rank. Even if he could afford them, and send them to the territory after the Lord trial, they are too cost-ineffective. Let's talk about it later. The night had already fallen in Beijiang City, quiet as water. But hidden under the silent night were hearts gradually rising, either anxious or excited. On the forum, numerous newbies were refreshing the page, counting down, waiting for the trial to start. Among the newbies, the prospective lords were even more serious than ever, waiting in concentration. This battle will determine the future. How are you guys preparing? So, I've only managed to build a dozen arrow towers or so. An extravagant comment by a certain whale left many casual players speechless. I hate it. But not all whales are equal. The top-notch whale, Mr. Tan, said, I won't beat about the bush. I've trained 3 professional superpowers. My aim is to make it onto the trial list. Unfortunately, one of my rare troops didn't perform well and failed to break through to the professional level, even losing some experience. It might be due to my haste. As he spoke, Mr. Tan thought of Mu Yuan, who owns 3 rare rank troops. In his heart, Mu Yuan was definitely a formidable opponent. If that strong shooter of his had already advanced to the professional level, that would make him an invincible city defender. However, Mu Yuan seems to come from a civilian background, without any group investment, right? Then his strength at this stage may not be that great. Mr. Tan felt regretful, but understood that everyone has their own choice. Mu Yuan had chosen a difficult path in the early stage, but perhaps it could make things easier in the later stage. In fact, he was also an independent lord, but he didn't need to face hardship in the initial stage. With this thought, Mr. Tan gave up on the idea of tagging Mu Yuan. Instead, he entered the Taishan forum to gather information on potential competitors who could make it to the list. He left behind a newbie group that was blown up by his comment and was still bubbling with excitement. 3 professional superpowers is indeed pretty impressive. Mu Yuan nodded slightly. After all, disregarding his skeleton general who could take on 10 opponents single-handedly, the lowest rare 3-star rank and talents, and the already initiated spiritual wisdom and other factors, his troops only comprised 6 professional powers, hardly stronger than Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan, on the other hand, was just an ordinary whale. The real threats were the second-generation lords and the leading figures from various groups. In the forum, newbie area, one live stream room after another was opened. Player Tuna has shared real-time footage.j. Player 10 billion in one night has shared real-time footage.j. Player Red Rain has shared. The player Liver Emperor you follow has started a live stream. In his memory, Liver Emperor wasn't someone who sought attention. There could only be one truth to this, it was all a task assigned by the group. Mu Yuan clicked to enter. The first thing he saw was the player's perspective looking out from his own territory. The night was dark, the stars scattered across the sky, and the arrow towers and watchtowers stood tall, blocking the view further out. What people could see was tall towers' backsides and the large, conspicuous advertising boards hanging there. Choose Medicine God for the best medicines. The Medicine God group promises all medicines sold are of premium quality. To celebrate the arrival of the new Lord Trial, all branches of Medicine King Pavilion under the Medicine God group will offer a 3-day 10% discount. The Medicine God group sincerely invites Mu Yuan. The case is cracked. It turns out that the famous large group Medicine God stands behind Liver Emperor. It's a group that primarily deals with potions and medicinal ingredients. No wonder even the weak Liver Emperor has visibly grown stronger, how could he not beef up eating supplements every day? Liver Emperor is not one of the leading figures pushed out by the Medicine God group. He's just one of the new lords they have signed up. He had to sell himself as per the terms of the contract. There are quite a few players like Liver Emperor. Most of the players currently live streaming are doing so due to group tasks, while a handful are trying to build momentum to get a head start in future development, most of them being standouts among the new lords. And a very few are top-notch newbies overflowing with confidence and a desire to show off. The second and third types of live streamers, quite a few of them hang an advertisement space for rent, inquire at XXX sign behind their arrow towers and watchtowers. If they can make it onto the trial list, they could make a fortune just by renting out advertising spaces. Yuan was a little envious, but unfortunately, he was destined to be a man businesses could never have. He keeps a low profile. Chapter 89, Tian Yuan. Yuan browsed other game live streams. He saw that there were whales constructing 30 to 40 arrow towers. These towering arrow towers were like spears jabbed into their territories, giving the territories the appearance of hedgehogs, and indeed possessed strong deterrence. He also saw that some top rookies built rare-level defense buildings, a kind of magic high tower called the Flame Tower, pulsating with flames under the night sky. There really are many talented people, and many of the strongest second-generation lords, like me, have not opened up live streams and are keeping a low profile. Time trickled by bit, making the night feel especially slow and long. At this moment, the Lord trial could start at any moment. Rookies virtually held their breath, forcibly suppressing their anxiety and continuing to sit in front of their computers as if waiting for their moment of judgment to arrive. Suddenly, the night of the eternal world became desolate. All was silent, the roars of the wild beasts and monsters abruptly ceased, and it seemed like the whole world was sinking into a deep lake. The dark clouds concealed the moon, and the night became dim as a result. Only the bonfires in the players' territories burned continuously, as if trying to resist the darkness of the world with these flickering lights. Under the dark clouds, outside the territories, red fog gradually thickened, viscosity as if it were cotton floating in the air, or countless parasites scattered between the heaven and earth, disseminating an ominous and terrifying aura. It emerged from the end of the visual horizon, still clear under the gloomy night, slowly surging forward, gradually covering the forests and rivers, inch by inch until it spread to the nearest place of the territories, then slowly ceased. But it still felt like it was attempting to strangle the players' throats, causing difficulty in breathing. Ding! A louder and clearer notification sound than ever before rang out. It didn't come from the computer but was really echoing next to players' ears. There was a slight warmth on the back of the hand, the mysterious Lord's seal appeared. The next moment. Reminder, the Lord trial has started, you have 30 minutes to prepare. Reminder, with the trial underway, the prospective Lord can enter the game in the form of consciousness descend. Reminder, the trial has started, please name your territory. Reminder. The heavenly sounds echoed in the ears, lingering for a long time. All these reminders and changes were mentioned in the strategy guide. Yuan was not surprised. He recited it. A panel, rippling like a water curtain, appeared in the real world. Territory, unnamed. Reminder, please finish naming your territory within 30 minutes, any delay will result in a random name. Yuan paused for a moment, then spoke lightly. Tian Yuan. Reminder, Tian Yuan territory has been officially named. The rule's power descended from the unseen, and at the center of the territory on the altar, the word Tian Yuan was engraved. From this moment on, Tian Yuan village was finally established. Half of it was established. The other half depended on whether the player could withstand the Lord trial. If they couldn't, even the most dazzling territory name would be obliterated along with the Lord's altar. From this moment on, the connection between the players and their territories became extremely intimate. As long as the character is in the territory, they can build a connection bridge by using themselves and the territory as anchors, to directly realize consciousness descend. However, consciousness descend is not necessarily all advantages. It's a high-level mode with high peaks and extreme lows. Ordinary players may not bear to face the blood and violence, and are more likely to be overwhelmed by the oncoming threats. Yuan activated the seal. His consciousness spread out like a tide, causing ripples. The next moment, when Yuan opened his eyes again, he was lying on a not-so-soft bed, looking up at an unfamiliar ceiling. He was in. This was the Mage Tower. He got up familiarly, his gaze swept around, and even though he had experienced consciousness descend before, he couldn't help but feel a little excited at this moment. This place was his territory, a home he built with his own hands. Yuan pushed open the door, thought for a moment, did not take the stairs but leaped down from the third floor of the Mage Tower, which was more than 10 meters high. Thud. He rolled to dispel the momentum and stood up steadily. A bit thrilling. He'd been wanting to try this. Although he played too merrily, he still attracted the attention of a swarm of skeletons, a swarm of ancient spirits, and a swarm of souls, etc. Lord Shepherd calmly put his hands behind his back and walked around his territory. He occasionally touched the forefront of the dirt wall, knocked on the arrow tower, and sometimes squatted on the ground caressing the earth. Duo Lai had a huge question mark on his forehead. Only Emperor Deadbone understood, the Lord was so attentive that even a mud wall should be inspected by hand. This was the interpretation of steadiness in the details. After Mu Yuan felt a sense of real touch for a while, he began to get down to business. His consciousness kept soaring, hovering high to overlook the entire territory. This was the Lord's vision in the consciousness descent mode. The entire territory was in full view, and at the same time, all the troops and buildings within the range could be controlled by thought. He had established connections with 4 arrow towers, the Mage Tower, and the Thunder Coil Tower. Everything was ready. Just waiting for the monsters to show up. In the outside world, the noise raised. Old and new players discussed heatedly that this was the first trial conducted simultaneously throughout Xian country. It was significant, who could win the highest honor under the focus of the public? Would it be the little sister of the Lord of Hanyu City, the heir of the Tianli family, or the son of the Biting Wang clan? In Beijiang City, several heads of the association were full of expectations. Our new talent in Beijiang this time is not bad. Indeed, Mr. Tan has the potential to make it to the list, and Mu Yuan and Zhou Qi, Liver Emperor, may also perform well. This Mu Yuan is the younger generation whom President Zhang pays attention to. I have noticed Mu Yuan. A few days ago, he and Tan have eliminated a group of fleeing monsters. The revealed strength was quite strong. If he took the officials or corporation path, he would probably have the strength to make it to the list now. What a pity. That's true. If 2 newcomers from Beijiang City made it to the list, they could brag about this for 100 years. But this also proves that President Zhang has a unique vision. This young man Mu Yuan has the ability to go down the road of an independent lord. In a very vast and dangerous border area. Zhang Cheng was riding a 4-winged dragon in the sky, and the army he commanded has suppressed this monster power, the overlord monster force, below. If I calculate the time correctly, the Lord trial should be about to start now, right? He looked at the horizon. Under the night sky, he could still see the faint red fog in the distance. I hope there will be more promising successors this year. He was thinking about that very steady young man. Would he perform well? Just wait until we get back, and see if there's any good news. Riding the 4-winged dragon, Zhang Cheng flew deeper into the border area marked by towering mountains, pressing on relentlessly. At another place, inside a certain mansion, Zhang Loxing, the leader of the forum in the consciousness descent mode, looked at the foolish and ignorant spectators. He couldn't help but recall the shock caused by the skeleton general breaking through the secret realm that afternoon. He sneered and felt a sense of superiority that he grasped the truth. Wait until that big shot tops the list. I wonder how many people will be shocked. He gazed at the sky. The red fog lingered, and the gloomy clouds were dark. Just get it started, he wanted to see blood flowing into a river. A whoa! Roar dash! The echoing roars of monsters came from the wilderness nearby, getting closer and closer. The first wave of monsters attacking the player's territory has reached the battlefield. Chapter 90, Hanging Sky Golden List. On the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower, Mu Yuan stood by the window, gazing into the distance. The roar of the monsters grew louder, and the earth trembled slightly. They're here. Outside the territory, this area of the forest that had been completely chopped down, suddenly, 2 tiny bright red dots appeared in the dead of night, followed by 4, 6, 8, countless more. The countless glowing red dots illuminated the desolate darkness, and also illuminated the figures that were arriving from afar, changing from walking to running, their speed growing faster, their faces more aggressive. Gobanes, jackal men, grey wolves, giant bears, walking corpses, all sorts of monsters appeared seemingly from nowhere, each different yet sharing common traits: grotesque faces, crimson pupils. The crimson in their pupils was more intense than ever before, completely filling the eyeballs, even seeming to spread to the capillaries holding the eye in place, like web-like strands of red spreading across half of their faces. The flesh of goblins, jackal men, and similar monsters had more muscles, faintly glowing with a red hue, as if red worms were crawling beneath the skin, causing their skin and fur to bulge. Damn! Mu Yuan quickly set aside his telescope, but after some thought decided he couldn't show any fear, so he forced himself to keep watching, taking deep breaths, confronting the hideous monsters. He must adapt. The current monster tide, though not strong, was a suitable target. The enemy has entered the attack range. He could faintly see a line. Once the monsters stepped over the line of defense buildings, they could fire at will. The range of the arrow tower is 400 meters, the mage tower is 700 meters, and the thunder magnetic coil tower can extend its range according to the power output. But Yuan did not fire. They were just minor monsters. These defense structures were strategic weapons, and also major consumers of soul sand. At the forefront of the defensive line, there were some skeletons who wanted to charge into the monsters for a fight to the death, a disadvantage of low-intelligence troops that required the player to keep a constant eye on them, even when going to the bathroom. But Yuan had General Deadbone watching them. Deadbone, an undead hero, suppressed all the restless skeletons, allowing only the strong shooters in the watchtower to fire at will. Their range was longer than skeleton warriors, the shooting was much easier. Swish! Swish swish swish! Under the command of Deadbone and Yuan's grand strategic guidance, the strong shooters drew their bows and fired their feather arrows without using skills. The lead shooter, the God Archer 17, aimed at the elites of the monster pack. An arrow severed the sky, shooting through the eye socket of the big goblin, splattering blood. The big goblin's sturdy body fell with a thud. One by one, monsters fell, but this didn't discourage the others from leaping towards Tianyuan territory. Their figures and the field of view grew larger, but what awaited them were expressions, or rather, the lack of expressions on the faces of skeletons who were not much less intimidating. Engage! Deadbone spoke. The skeleton warriors didn't throw their bone spears, instead, they all jumped down from the earthen wall, drew their swords, and faced the wave of monsters. This was a probe, necessary for intelligence gathering. Deadbone wanted to understand if there were significant differences between the monsters shrouded in thick red fog and those they usually encountered, lest they be caught off guard when the battle intensified later. Slice! The skeleton warrior grips the hilt of the sword, slashing mercilessly towards the snarling, wide-toothed, axe-wielding jackal man, leaving a resonating roar in its wake. Within just 2 rounds, by leveraging its superior strength it parries the jackal man's axe, cutting down the relatively higher-level jackal man warrior right on the battlefront. After securing the first kill, the emotionless skeleton warrior continues to hunt for its second target. Taking large strides forward, it suddenly gets gripped. The jackal man, only having a small upper body and 1 arm left, crawled up eerily like an evil spirit. The crimson light in its eyes was even more mysteriously bright, with blood-red foggy threads clinging onto it, its eyeballs were throbbing like a heart. Prick! Unfortunately for it, the skeleton warrior cannot be scared off, it vertically plunges its sword heavily into the eerie eyes, bursting the jackal man's head as if it were a watermelon. The effects of these crimson lights are more potent than those in the land of filth. In the trials, the monsters are more brutal, more powerful, and they have an extremely mysterious and tenacious vitality. You must explode their entire heads to truly kill the monsters. More accurately, it is the eyeball. That is the true weak point of the monsters. Yuan ponders. He stands on the mage tower, being blown by the gusty wind. The nauseating smell of blood already blowing towards him. In the far distance is a sticky red mist, integrating with the liquid flowing on the ground, the sky and the earth are all crimson. This is the real eternal continent, without filter. After all, it was just the first wave of the monster tide, and it was quickly exterminated. Yuan then enjoys the wind, while multitasking in the real world to open the forum to peek at the situation of other players. They have also started their fighting. A sword and shield soldier chops down a goblin, however, just as he turns around, the goblin, with its bloody, mangled body, opens its crimson eyes. Spreading bloody threads towards its neck, it suddenly jumps up and pounces on the back of the sword and shield soldier. Its sharp wooden thorn is aimed at the relatively weak area of the neck, stabbing viciously 1, 2, 3 times. Blood spurts out. The rather high-level sword and shield soldier struggles for a few seconds before it collapses with a thud. The player controlling it right behind the scenes is stunned, astonished, screaming, "Darn it, my sword and shield soldier!" Similar accidents occur from time to time in various players' live broadcasting rooms. The vitality of monsters in past years has never been so exaggerated. Sure enough, under the ominous red fog premonition, this year's Lord's trial has become more difficult. Only after resisting the first wave of the small monster tide and barely having a breather, the aspiring lords began to understand what was going on through the forums, by watching the performances of other top newcomers, and by inviting several senior players to provide guest commentary. We have to explode their eyeballs. This is too tricky. Many newcomers frowned, feeling nervous and uneasy, but at this moment they had no way out, they could only press on. Also, around this time, the newcomers who descended into the eternal world through their consciousness, seemed to receive a revelation in the darkness, and naturally looked up. In the dark cloudless sky, clouds that look like golden dust quietly appeared, slowly rolling and lighting up the pitch-black night sky. It lasted for a few seconds before gradually dimming, leaving behind only a small, winding golden list, hanging high in the sky. The trial golden list. Who can be at the top of it? The name of one territory after another appeared on the golden list, with their rankings constantly changing. The total number on the list is 100. Chapter 91, The Brilliance of Thunderbolt. Those among the top 2 in the trials can be recognized on the golden list, thereby receiving the rewards of heaven and earth. What standard is used to rank the golden list? The ranking could be influenced by various factors such as the number of enemies killed, the efficiency of kills, the number of soldiers lost, whether the territory is destroyed, and so on. Undoubtedly, the most crucial factor is the kill count. Naturally, higher level, higher grade monsters carry higher kill scores. The exact weight of these factors is unknown, but the trial golden list, condensed by the rules of the eternal world, is absolutely fair. The strong rise, the weak fall. Of course, during the trials, players are passively killing monsters. Perhaps the powerful territories of new players can kill a wave of the monster tide more quickly and easily, but the kill count depends solely on the scale of the siege onslaught. If there are too few monsters, even mighty territories can't cook without rice. However, such an awkward situation rarely happens. The stronger the forces of the new lords, the more advanced and comprehensive the construction of the territories, and the broader the range of exploration and sweeping, the more prominent their presence becomes. It's as if they are torches in the night. Some torches only burn a few sparks and are not striking, while others are like the dawn torches that drive away the darkness, attracting countless evil spirits to rush over, wishing to extinguish the glaring and eye-catching torches. The struggle for the trial golden list began at the very beginning. Powerful new territories will shoulder more responsibilities, endure more violent assaults from the monster tide, but they are also more qualified to challenge the golden list and receive favors from heaven and earth. As for whether they will overreach, even when dealing with more violent monster tides, the top-ranked new lords can resist much more easily than most new lords, and there is almost no possibility of being breached by the monster tide. It was like this in previous years. Ding! Prompt: your territory Yuan territory has successfully entered the trial list and is currently ranked 99th. The rank is not high. After all, during the first wave of the monster tide, the skeleton warriors of his family didn't kill quickly, more of probing in the fight. The golden list's rankings are changing rapidly at this time, with territories constantly making the list and being pushed down. In a while, his Yuan territory has disappeared from the trial golden list. No rush. The territory trials are a war of attrition, lasting at least 2 days. The later it gets, the more critical it is, whether it's competing for ranking or resisting the potentially fierce onslaught of the monster tide. Patience is an essential condition for stability. At this time, monsters were still intermittently attacking the territory. There were only a few or tens of monsters at times when there are less, and hundreds or even thousands at times with more. This was the situation Yuan faced. It's almost the same for all the new lords, only facing a lesser level of attack. The danger level is not high for now. Despite this, none of the new lords dared to be careless. Accidents can happen at any time. Yuan made a pot of tea in reality to refresh himself, and in the eternal world, he also brewed some calming grass as tea. Picking up the cup, he sipped the tea. Listening to the occasional roars and explosions outside, his mood was exceedingly calm, dull, in fact. After all, without lifting a finger, Great Lord Mu managed to slay all the siege monsters outside the battle line. He glanced at the trial golden list. Several hours had passed, and Yuan territory had already risen to the 30s. At this time, the ranking on the golden list was more valuable. Yuan also saw several familiar names in the top ranks. At this time, the territory temporarily ranked first was Dari territory. It seemed that this lord was one of the flagship new players pushed by the Red Lotus group. The live room had started early and was bustling. While Mu Yuan was idle, he went to take a peek. Indeed, the battle at the front of Dari territory was fierce. Monsters came out from the dark far away. Mu Yuan even saw many big goblins, skeleton soldiers, giant wolves, zombies, and other 3-star monsters. But in the next moment, one after another, brilliant golden lights shot out from a watchtower inside Dari territory, and each one of them instantly wiped out these troublesome 3-star monsters. The entire process took only 10 or so seconds. The bullet screen was filled with exclamations. The camera also timely turned to the watchtower and focused on a figure wearing golden armor, holding a faintly glowing golden bow, looking incredibly majestic. What kind of troops are these? This is just a rare 1-star strong shooter, however, he has donned a set of extravagantly luxurious armor, holding a rare level war bow, and the arrows he fires are even accompanied by an explosive effect, an entry-level consumable. The arrows he shoots are not just arrows, they are money, such a waste. This must be the Red Lotus group intentionally stirring up the atmosphere. Mu Yuan sips on his lemonade just as he spots 17 on his own watchtower, a figure of elegant vigor, a rare 3-star archer with exceptional natural beauty, yet only wearing basic initial equipment and equipped with ordinary arrows. He feels somewhat ashamed. Next time for sure. Compared to the fierce battle situation in the Dari territory, things were quite calm here. The monsters didn't seem too enthusiastic. Roar dash! A deafening roar echoes from the darkness in the distance, the earth trembles, the few green plants in the territory rustle their leaves in response. A hurricane warhawk takes flight, its sharp eyes capturing a giant and robust figure appearing under the red fog in the midst of the monster tide. It has turquoise skin, a rotund body, muscles coiled like pythons, and even a height exceeding 6 meters. It's terrifying beyond belief. It's a rare 2-star level monster, an ogre. Probably the one we couldn't find earlier. It charges at an incredible speed, each step it takes causes a thumping sound, its solid paw leaving a clear footprint on the ground. Ordinary monsters in its path are knocked away like small toys. Unstoppable, plowing through everything. We cannot let it charge directly. Mu Yuan's mental power acts like invisible threads, dialing in to connect with Dead Bone, Duo Lai, 17, Lulu and other generals, pulling them into a group chat. General Duo Lai volunteers. Indeed, Duo Lai is suitable to take the enemy's head amidst the disorderly army. Go ahead then, it's decided to be you. Grr. In its wild charge, the ogre with blazing red eyes still retains a strong innate instinct, an intuition for battle. The veins in its muscles pulse violently, and under the momentum, its body swerves sharply, leaping to the side. The very next moment. Boom! A massive object falls from the sky, brutally slamming the earth with a giant claw-like impact. The entire earth vibrates several times, causing dust and stones to rise several meters high. Ordinary monsters within the area of impact get blasted into the ground and crushed into pulp. But, the wandering ogre narrowly avoids the onslaught. Duo Lai, who has a certain level of combat experience, immediately changes shape. Its 2 giant iron palms clenched into fists, humming as it maxes out its power gauge, and pummels the ogre relentlessly. Back and forth, the conflict intensifies. Massive fists and wooden clubs clash continuously, making sparks fly, and creating multiple craters on the ground. But this way, even if they fight until the universe falls into silence, they might not be able to beat this formidable ogre to death. Duo Lai's ability to attack at specific points is weak. This has always been its shortcoming, but now, under the guidance of Lord Shepherd, this shortcoming has been largely remedied. Zap! Duo Lai changes its fists to palms, numerous lightning arcs sprouting from its palm, immediately spreading to engulf the entire giant iron palm, forming a dazzling and brilliant thunderbolt palm. But this is still not enough to handle this tall wandering ogre. Duo Lai pondered, when you need to be tough, you need to be tough. Being merciful at this moment would only make things worse. Biting down, it releases all the thunderbolt energy stored inside its body, which originates from the coil tower. It seems as though a bolt of lightning shoots upwards, illuminating the night sky. The uncontrollable thunderbolt energy dissipates in all directions, scorching the earth, destroying monsters, and causing the messy hair on the nearby ogre's head to stand on end. In front of the roaring ogre, Duo Lai lets out a roar that carries an immense momentum, and the thunderbolt enveloping its iron palm exponentially intensifies. Its steel arm emits a creaking sound as if bearing a great burden, turning a burnt black and spreading inch by inch. Duo Lai leaps and pounces, carrying an endless thunderbolt, its giant palm falling heavily, tearing through the lingering energy on the ogre's body, smashing the giant wooden club being waved around, and then strikes heavily on the ogre's massive blue head, like bursting an inflated ball. Lightning streaks across the sky. Chapter 92, briefly reaching the peak. A stunning pillar of thunderbolt light shot up towards the sky, scattering the dense dark clouds hanging over the territory. A second or two later, the boundless lightning began to shrink, turning into a thinning beam of light which slowly dissipated from top to bottom. All that remained was a charred figure shrunk within the scorched pit, still entwined with the remnants of the lightning arc. Influenced by the firm principles of Emperor Deadbone, Duo Lai, wielding his massive hand, pummeled the deceased corpse incessantly, only stopping when he confirmed it was thoroughly dead. Seeing a crowd of monsters surrounding him, Duo Lai activated his leap skill and disappeared into the waves of monsters. In mid-air, he transformed into a pigeon and fluttered back to his territory, then resumed his human form, his hands on his hips, bursting into laughter. General Duo Lai, killed the enemy in one blow. Thwack dash. Mu Yuan tapped Duo Lai's forehead, you made a lot of mistakes in this battle. Even now, in human form, Duo Lai's arm was still charred. He couldn't control the wild power of the thunderbolt, and he had been seriously hurt. This was the price of overreaching. With Duo Lai's attack power, it was indeed difficult to kill an ogre, a rare rank, professional level monster of thick skin and flesh, in one blow, but he had many ways to defeat this ogre without damage, and it wouldn't take long. Ehehe dash. Duo Lai held his head attempting to pass the blame with his cuteness. After the city defense battle, the skeleton warriors quickly emerged from the city, retrieved the soul sand and remnant souls left behind by the monsters, and dragged these red-eyed monsters into the pits dug earlier for purification by incineration. Duo Lai looked and felt a bit regretful. But he couldn't eat them. The Great Lord wouldn't allow it. Even if they were non-human monsters. After all, these monsters were filthy. Mu Yuan was afraid that if Duo Lai devoured them, he would become dirty. Ding! Prompt, your territory Tianyuan territory is ranked first. On the trial golden list, the names of the territories at the bottom are tiny and inconspicuous. But the names of the territories at the top shine brightly, exuding an extraordinary presence. At this moment, the name Tianyuan territory had surpassed the previously ranked Ri territory, ascending to the top and overlooking the world. It appeared in the eyes of countless new lords and spectators. Tianyuan territory, whose territory is this? I don't know. Even if it's just the first day of the trial, even if he can only stay at the top for a short while, the Tianyuan territory definitely has the ability to compete for the top 20. But boss, Tianyuan territory, I've never heard of it. Look it up. At this moment, the territories ranked in the top 20 or 10 on the trial golden list all have some degree of fame. Either they are live broadcasting themselves, or they are the well-known second-generation lords or corporate trademarks. What about Tianyuan territory? It's neither. It's like it popped out of a crack in a rock. Oh, it was previously ranked 30-something. What other information is there? This might be a dark horse. Someone mused. Second-generation Lord Zhongloxing, looking at the Tianyuan territory at the top of the list, couldn't help but wonder, could it be that mysterious big shot? It's only the beginning phase, so it's still unclear. Let's wait and see. The first night passed quickly, and the real world welcomed the daylight. But the sky in the eternal world was still dark, without a trace of daylight. The red mist was also wafting around like an invisible monster lurking outside the territory. It didn't seem to be thinning, but appeared to get denser. Making use of the monster's brief lapse in aggression, Mu Yuan began to arrange for his defensive soldiers to take turns to rest. Organizing the rotation and maintaining the status of his own soldiers was key to surviving the trial. His main force, the skeleton warriors, had a varying state of strength. After a long period of intense fighting, they would become worn out, their soul flames dimmed. However, their recovery was easier compared to other troops. It was suffice to absorb some versatile soul sand. War, it's all about soul sand reserves. Before the war, Mu Yuan had saved more than 10 soul crystal coins. After each city defense battle, the amount of soul sand hasn't decreased but instead has increased. Now, the consumption is only on troop recovery and repairing worn-out equipment. The real heavy consumers of soul sand, the defensive structures and the dead bones' strategic skills, don't need to be used at all. The trial process is too smooth, even the simple earthen wall, till now, doesn't have much damage. It's so peaceful that Lord Shepherd feels like such a poor guy. Aren't these monsters too unenthusiastic? Isn't it said that the Lord's trial is very intense and even the top rookies unavoidably suffer losses even if they pass smoothly? Yet, at his place, there are only a few dozen or a few hundred monsters rushing over after a while. The number is disappointing. The evening glow drapes the land in a veil. The dawn light again dispels the night. In the real world, day and night alternate unceasingly. Time quickly arrives at the third day of the trial. The Lord's trial on the Eternal Continent has become extremely intense, and has already entered a white-hot state. In some rookie territories, the troops are already exhausted, armors are worn out, even the arrow towers have marks of monster attacks. Some rookie lords are roaring, their nerves stretched tight, constantly wiping out the incoming monster tides, making their rank on the hanging sky golden list advance a little further. Everyone is giving their all. Mr. Mew wants to give his all but doesn't have a chance. The ranking of the Yuan territory on the trial golden list keeps falling. It has already fallen from being once the top to current 19th place. He doesn't doubt that if the pace continues like this, falling out of the top 20 is just a matter of time. Even though my own territory is as solid as a rock under the attack of the monster tide. Even though the power of characters like General Deadbone is strong, but why there isn't a large monster tide attacking? Yuan has already guessed the reason. He feels somewhat toothache. It's probably because, due to my territory's strong power, I thoroughly exterminated the surrounding monsters before, so much so that the monster density within 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers of the territory has greatly decreased. They couldn't even summon enough siege monsters during the trial period. Actually, the top second-generation lords would only target troublesome enemies when they clear the surrounding regions. They don't want and don't have too much spare energy to go around and systematically notice and wipe out every inch. Except in Yuan territory. They have the battle falcon to scout in all directions, and lock onto each monster group. They also have the skeleton corps to bulldoze everything. Even if some soldiers die in battle, they can be resurrected under Deadbone's black smoke. In any case, it's all his fault for being too strong and trying too hard. But understandably, he has a wide exploration range and should also attract the attention of some powerful monster powers, right? Yuan sends the Hurricane Warhawk into the red fog to seek monster traces, wanting to see if he can attract some over, but soon returns with nothing gained. The visibility in the red fog is limited, and the troops venturing out unknowingly would be eroded by it. Even the Hurricane Warhawk that flew out for just a dozen minutes, when it returned, the eyes were already a bit bloodshot and needed to rest for half a day to barely recover. There's great horror in the red fog. Even so, Yuan keeps sending the Hurricane Warhawk out in turns to check the situation. On the third day of the trial, around 7 or 8 in the evening, there are countless figures appearing in the red fog at the edge of his sight. Rushing towards him. Lord Shepherd sheds tears of joy. Chapter 93, The Assist from the Goblin. What appeared in the field of vision of the Hurricane Warhawks was a countless number of goblins, so many that the horizon was not visible. The Goblin Legion. Yuan didn't know where these goblins came from but knew that the moment they arrived, his rank in the trial would be saved. Surveying hundreds of monsters, he found that he could best deal with the trustworthy goblins. He would never say that goblins have a natural way to die. The Hurricane Warhawk quickly returned. Yuan ordered the whole army to be on alert. He squinted his eyes, recalling the images just shared. Without a doubt, the enemy was powerful. He even faintly saw the figures of war machines. Indeed, a powerful territory will face a powerful impact. There's no way the universe's principles would allow a lord to pass the trial easily. This is the true trial. It's coming. Thud. 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 The ground began to tremble slightly, with the vibrations becoming more intense as time passed. Pebbles on the ground trembled as if they wanted to make one's heart throb. It's here. Rushing forward through the red mist, were a group of big goblins and goblin spearmen riding giant grey wolves. They were not rare-level monsters but merely a simple combination of two. Their eyes were blood red, just like the previous monsters, with blood seeping from their eyes. Much more fearsome were the enormous, rough-skinned elephants, whose weight and impact power was greater than the professional-level ogres. The thin earthen wall would collapse even with a slight touch from these elephants. Even the arrow towers wouldn't stand a few hits. This was a war weapon similar to giant snakes. Fortunately, the effects that the red fog brings to these monsters is not entirely beneficial. He believed that there must be commanders within the Goblin Legion. But at this moment, the goblins, giant wolves, giant elephants, and other monsters, rushed chaotically without rule. The red fog had increased the strength and vitality of the monsters, but at the expense of their intelligence. This was their opportunity. Yuan sent out the Storm Falcon and several other Hurricane Warhawks to scout and ascertain the enemy situation within the red fog. He quickly came up with a plan. I've found the figure of the goblin leader, and there are at least several, maybe even a dozen professional superpowers, but they're just equivalent to the Snake Man tribe we confronted earlier. And now, we have a geographic advantage, so there's no big problem. As long as we destroy those troublesome war elephants that can easily cause major damage to the territory, everything will be fine. He already had a strategy to deal with these powerful, thick-skinned monsters. He would use a weak point to attack them. It's time for the surprise attack. Led by Hong Yi and Rax Hasa, the ghost troops flew out close to the ground, approaching the positions of the war elephants. They unleashed their absolute counterattacks against these monsters who were powerful but only understood brute force. The effect was outstanding. Immune dash. At the same time, skeleton warriors and strong shooters also met the monster tide rushing towards the territory, launching the first round of charging arrows since the trial began. The General Deadbone also drew Wailing Death, the gigantic sword filled with infinite death breath, commencing his great killing spree of the day. In the real world, the Taishan Forum. Official players and group players were real-time updating the trial rankings. On the forum, countless eyes were watching. The new talent trial was always a grand event, especially this year, which held extraordinary significance. Lord Wangba has taken the top spot for more than 3 hours. Some player said. At this moment. 1 ST place, Lord Wangba. 2 ND place, Shenlei territory. 3 RD place, Huanchao territory. 4 TH place, Da Ri territory. The rankings have begun to stabilize, especially the top 10. At this moment, the Lord's trial is probably at its final sprint. Only Da Ri territory has started a live broadcast among the top 4, but the information about the other 3 territories was already exposed by enthusiastic players. The Lord of Wangba territory is none other than the highly famed Wang Erteng, the son of the Wang clan from Belting. He's one of the second-generation lords who everyone thought had the highest chance to top the list. The Wang clan has a very strong influence in the northern region of the Taishan Alliance. They rule over dozens of cities, have countless treasures, and Lord Wangba is the second son of Lord Biting. Wang Erteng truly has the demeanor of a great lord. Looks like this time, the top spot is going to be snatched by Wangba territory. I wonder what powerful force they have. Not necessarily, the rankings of the first, second, and third place don't vary by much. Shenlei territory, Huanchao territory, and even Da Ri territory that's currently in the 4th place still have a chance to climb back. The Lord of Shenlei territory is the current heir to the Tianli family lineage, inheriting the thunder talent and many secret arts. They can even bless their troops with the power of Thunderbolt. The Lord of Huanchao territory is the sister of the Lord of Hanyu City. The name Hanyu City itself carries its weightiness. But these guys are all top-tier second generation. Even the Lord of Da Ri territory, a draw card rolled out by the Red Lotus group, is a second gen. Damn, when can we average players ever be top-tiered? Wake up, it's impossible. Lords from average backgrounds do exist, but in the Lord's trial which only lasts under a month, average geniuses or average OU Huangs are no match for second-gen lords. But we must believe, the future holds promise. In Luoxing territory, during a brief respite in the monster tide assault, Lord Zhang Loxing stared upwards at the golden billboard in the sky, somewhat puzzled. Where is the mysterious lord? Why can't I see him? He was already familiar with the details of the top 10 listed territories, and none of them belonged to that mysterious lord. Even among the top few dozen, there were only a handful that he did not recognize. The highest ranking one was Yuan territory, in the 20th place. But how could that lord, who owns the invincible skeleton general and the legendary slime, possibly only rank 20th? He'd sooner believe he could top the list than believe that the mysterious lord had fallen. Hi! Suddenly, Zhang Luoxing rubbed his eyes, noticing Yuan territory had jumped one place ahead, and was temporarily in 19th place. Looking again, Yuan territory moved another spot ahead. Its ranking was rising at an incredibly fast rate. 16th, 14th, 12th. It swiftly surpassed Luoxing territory that belonged to him, and continued to quickly rise up until... Boom dash! The glowing Yuan 2 character took the honor of topping the list, overlooking the world. Yuan territory had reached the top once again, but this time it was more valuable and it had done so with an unbelievably rapid ascent, seeming to announce the arrival of a king. Zhang Luoxing, with his eyes wide open, pinched his arm hard, so the mysterious lord is Yuan. Yuan. Countless viewer players were at a loss for words. Where did this Yuan spring up from? I know, Yuan territory had topped the list 2 days ago, and before this, it was in 20th place. Nonsense, what the boss wants to know is what the hell is the background of Yuan territory. Search it. I want to know all the information about Yuan territory within the next 3 hours. But, my lord, I can't do it. At Wangba territory, Wang Ertang, who had just discovered that he had dropped to 2nd place, was somewhat puzzled, but soon, his eyes were lit with a fiery fighting spirit. Yuan territory, huh? The one who'll eventually top the list will definitely be me. In front of Yuan territory, the ground seemed to have been bombarded by shells, swept by a level 10 typhoon, full of pits, stones everywhere, broken wood, and even the city walls that served as a barrier in front of the territory had several broken sections. This battle was too tragic. Even 8 skeleton warriors and 14 ghosts died in battle. Ghosts are considered invincible when it comes to ordinary level or apprentice level hordes of monsters, they can move freely through them. However, their level was too low. The ghosts that had died were inadvertently bombed by occupational level monsters' skills, and burst instantaneously like bubbles, not being able to withstand even half a second. But one resentful spirit was getting stronger and stronger in the battle, with blood bizarrely pooling onto it, dyeing all its clothes red. Chapter 94, Real Trial. Ding! Alert! Resentful spirit Hong II level has been raised to O grade 8. Vibrantly red blood congregates, purging impurities, absorbing the essence. Unnoticed, the resentful spirit, originally just having a bloodied edge to her dress, is now completely drenched in red, her entire soul body solidifying from its previous semi-translucent state, so much like a real person. If it wasn't for her inability to see her toes beneath her red dress, her ability to float mid-air and her somewhat translucent head. Resentful spirit Hong II has mutated and learned the new skill Bloody Robe. This is a high-level skill combining offense and defense. For defense, one can use the Bloody Robe as a shield, protecting against enemy energy attacks, especially the attacks such as fire and thunderbolt that can counter the soul body. Even if the Bloody Robe is evaporated and faded, the Hong II's soul body wrapped in it will not be damaged. For offense, the Bloody Robe can act as a spear, as a carrying extension. At this moment, Hong II combines the tier skill with her Bloody Robe, manifesting a huge blood claw several meters long. The intertwined red and black signify a much stronger power than before. Hong II may not be able to invent skills, but she can mutate and awaken. Through this mutation, even her wisdom significantly increased. So where then, would be the opportunity for Rakshasa? With the end of the battle, the first thing to do is to resurrect. General Deadbone lifts his hand, black smoke curling from his palm, drifting in all directions. Similar to summoning a soul, skeletons that have been downed and ghosts whose soul bodies have disappeared, leaving minor crystal remains, return in uniformity. Otherwise, as Lord Shepherd, how could he let the ghost troops venture into the monster tide alone? Yuan has already snagged the help from the old steel goblin. At this point, the goblin's presence in his territory has considerably thinned, but various monsters continue to emerge from the red fog and launch an assault on his territory. The monster tide is evidently becoming more frequent. Yuan has found no respite to clear the monster corpses from outside and collect the spoils of war. But this is not a bad thing, as the spoils of war won't grow legs and run away. The red fog is no longer as dense now and is showing signs of thinning out. Based on this, there may be only a few hours left until the trial ends. I should be safe now. During the just occurred goblin monster tide, there were quite a number of leaders, warriors, shamans, and all kinds of strange and powerful monsters. Great Lord Shepherd does have some confidence. After the increasingly enthusiastic monsters, the corners of his mouth slowly rise as he subtly sips his coffee. Indeed, after 1 hour, 2 hours, Tianyuan territory still stands firm like Mount Tai, standing at the top of the leaderboard, unshakable. Only minor changes have occurred in the top 10, with the Huanchao territory overtaking the Tianli territory to rise to third place. Not bad, keep it up until the end. Crack. Situated tens of meters behind the soil wall, the ground suddenly bulges upwards in sections, as if something underneath kept crashing against it. The ground cracks open where it bulges, with cracks spreading out one by one, until it finally can't take it anymore and, a bang bursts open. Among the flying dirt and stones and the broken holes in the ground, a snake-like creature emerges. The revealed upper half of its body alone is 7 to 8 meters long, its belly bulging and its large head like a Venus flytrap. With a WA, it spits out objects covered in sticky mucus. The object wriggles and swiftly gets up. It's the figure of monster after monster. Humanoid monsters. Crypt Assassin, Common O Grade 9x9. Man New Soldier, Rare 1 Grade 3x2. Dark Night Stalker, Rare 1 Grade 711. Marked as Special, the Crypt Worm, this appears to be a living transport vehicle. At this point, more than one Crypt Worm appears. Elsewhere in view, the earth bulges up in 4 places, big worms emerge, and monsters appear one by one from the worms' mouths. They clearly came prepared and are nothing like the goblins who sent blessings earlier. Of the 5 Crypt Worms, 3 broke ground outside the soil wall, 2 directly broke into the territory's interior, with the strongest being the Dark Night Stalker. Though covered in thick slime and moving gracefully, her figure is terrifyingly ghost-like. Her eyes are as red as blood, but she seems to retain some measure of wisdom. She immediately struck a nearby silver slime with a dagger imbued with a gloomy aura, as if puncturing a giant bubble. Next, she dashed past the side of an Imperial Guard, causing blood to spray from the slash of her blade. Unstoppable, undeterred. She was too fast and completely disregarded the code of chivalry. Rumble. The ground suddenly trembled as the Hurricane Warhawk spotted a larger wave of monsters approaching from the northwest. Once they emerged, the monsters were only 1 or 2 kilometers away from the territory. How did the Warhawk miss them during its scouting mission? With a large numbers of monsters approaching from the outside and elite monsters wreaking havoc from within, the situation quickly became dangerous. Yuan. He only wanted to maintain his ranking. Why was there another storm brewing? General Deadbone quickly ordered the Imperial Guards and Skeleton Warriors to intercept the monsters, Man New Soldiers, and Crypt Assassins that had infiltrated the territory. But they failed to stop the elusive Dark Night Stalker. She appeared to understand the difficulty of dealing with Deadbone, didn't give him a chance to react, and charged straight towards the heart of the territory. Arrows and javelins from the strong shooters and skeleton warriors were easily dodged or swatted away by her. Aside from the slime, she didn't even have a speck of dust on her. This was the strongest enemy that Tianyuan territory had faced since its establishment, overwhelmingly stronger than the previous ogres. A late professional-level powerhouse. Her crimson eyes, as menacing as those of a snake, emitted a cold and murderous aura. She was staring at Grand Lord Yuan, who was standing in front of the window on the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower, and rapidly approaching him. Swoosh! 17, atop the watchtower, drew his bow and quickly fired 2 tri-shots. The 6 feather arrows created a mesmerizing trail in the sky, resembling a chain of 6 sparkling stars. They tightly targeted the leather-clad stalker, constantly changing their paths. The Dark Night Stalker's face slightly changed upon realizing she couldn't evade them. She swung her blade, deflecting the relentless but relatively weak arrows one by one. Then, she dashed forwards like a flicker, leaving behind a stream of after-images. The next moment, bang bang bang! One bone spear after another, like cannonballs, followed close behind her, leaving numerous pits in the ground. However, they still fell short by a whisker. By this time, the Dark Night Stalker was no more than 200 or 300 meters away from the Mage Tower. It seemed like no one could stop her. It was time for Lord Shepherd to make his move. Mu Yuan held his breath and, through the Lord's vision, locked onto the speeding figure, leaving behind traces of after-images. In a fleeting moment, he linked with the towers at all four corners and shot swift and accurate arrows. He anticipated her, blocked her path, his arrows formed an enclosing net. However, the force of these arrows paled in comparison to the powered ones from 17. They were insufficient against this speed-specialized Dark Night Stalker. She was extremely fast. But had she ever seen the speed of a lightning bolt? Lightning strike! Mu Yuan softly chanted. As soon as Deadbone and 17 began their assault on this enemy, he had the far-off Thunder Coil Tower start charging. Blood of lightning sizzled and leapt upwards along the silver rail tracks, gathering at the tip of the tower and condensing into increasingly brilliant thunderous radiance. It locked onto the figure, leaving after-images, but within the Lord's field of vision, and heavily struck. A blue-purple luminescence formed a pillar that pierced the sky. In the explosion of lightning, the Dark Night Stalker, with her dark skin and lithe figure, turned to ashes. Chapter 95, Dawn. The battle had not ended. After blasting the intruder who had broken into his territory, Mu Yuan held his breath and quickly issued orders. A group of skeleton warriors immediately took bundles of scrolls of magic from various storage points. Under his meticulous manipulation, the scrolls titled Ground Hardening 1 were torn one by one, letting their power take effect on every inch of the territory. Yellowish lights bloomed, one beam after another. In just a few tens of seconds, Mu Yuan had used more than 20 scrolls of earth hardening, hardening all the earth within the territory's wall, including the excavated cellars below. Tens of meters deep below, the geology had now become much harder. This effect was temporary, but sufficient for a single battle. The two holes within the territory wall were also quickly filled and compacted. After managing these issues, he looked outside and noticed that Undead and Duo Lai, along with other generals, had killed most of the enemies. Only a few Man-Niu soldiers were still struggling. Now, it would take the fastest monsters from the far-off monster tide at least 20 to 30 seconds to reach the battlefield. Man-Niu soldiers. It seemed that the earth-hardening scrolls had taken effect. Transport worms could no longer tunnel out from within the territory. The following worms appeared one after another outside the dirt wall and were met with charged bone spears as soon as they showed half their bodies. These sharp spears, filled with tremendous energy, viciously punctured the giant worms, spewing juices and monster blood alike. Some professional-level monsters inside the worms were pierced through their vital points by the bone spears, and died unceremoniously. Nothing was going according to the plan. Why hadn't the human territory descended into chaos? Far away, beneath the red fog, deep in the dense forest, several figures sat coiled on tall branches, their lower bodies like pythons and upper bodies human. They watched over the brightly lit human territory from afar. 5 snake men, their eyes burning red, constantly hissed in agitation. The difficulty of resisting an impulse born from their bodies and souls was apparent, longing to rush into the human territory and cause chaos. But they were restrained by the Snake Man chief. The Ghost Chief watched in confusion as well. It had been observing for a while. When the goblin army appeared, it wanted to rise and take revenge, trampling the human territory. However, it possessed wisdom beyond the snakes and quickly suppressed its inner impatience. Indeed, it was right to stay calm. Those goblins were indeed weak and couldn't even break down the gate of the human territory. If that was its Snake Man tribe, his tribe was no more. The Ghost Chief clenched his fists and continued to wait. His patience soon paid off. When he saw the transportation worms appear, he almost swung his fists in triumph. Those underground tribes. As expected, they too have their eyes set on the human territory. This is guaranteed. Damn it! The head of the Ghost Chief decided to continue monitoring for a while. At this time, the Tianyuan territory had resolved its internal threats, but the situation remained perilous. The arriving horde of monsters outside was too numerous. It was as if several tribes had brought multiple times their number of monsters, rushing towards the territory like a chaotic tide, crashing and toppling everything in its path. In the depths of the horde, a tall, dark-skinned figure rode on a grey shadow leopard, swaying as it rushed forward. More than half of her pupils were blood red. Rationality told her that even if they could conquer the human territory, their tribe would suffer substantial losses, giving an undue advantage to other monsters. However, the closer she got to the human territory, the more the bloodshot veins in her eyes spread and the demonic voices in her head pushed her forward. She might have been able to resist, but her confidants and soldiers couldn't. Staring at the distant territory, her eyes flickered. Attack! Boom! The dirt wall, covered in battle scars and relics, finally began to crumble. The Imperial Guard, desperately trying to hold back the breaches in the wall, was forced to withdraw. The waves of monsters started to flood into the territory, fighting bitterly with skeleton warriors, silver slimes, Imperial Guards, and various troops. Duo Lai, his body hardened and enveloped in bright lightning, continuously fought within the monster tide. He pushed them back, he came down with his palm, he moved in and out 7 times. However, there were just too many monsters, and to add to the complication, many were high-rank monsters. Duo Lai felt that he had killed at least 200, yet the enemy numbers did not seem to lessen. And he was gradually getting overwhelmed by the power of Thunderbolt, his whole body scorched black. The steel in his body would shatter and then reform, his wounds would rip open and then heal with difficulty. In the Mage Tower, with its doors and windows tightly shut, Yuan was just as tense. He focused his entire concentration on controlling the defensive buildings and the numerous troops under his command, constantly using the Hurricane Warhawks and his territory's vision to seek out high-rank enemies within the monster tide. The lights from the Mage Tower and the Arrow Tower kept bombarding relentlessly. Those professional-level enemies who had fallen under Lord Shepherd's command were beyond 6 in number. However, there were just too many monsters. Without a city wall to withstand the surge of monsters, Tianyuan territory was left vulnerable. If the battle continued, while he could eradicate this batch of monsters, a large number of them would invade the inner parts of his territory and cause significant damages. When he saw the monsters break through the dirt wall and rush into the territory, the Ghost Chief vaguely saw an opportunity. It's time. Just as he was about to leave, the already dim landscape turned even darker. Gusty winds blew past, carrying the wailing of countless ghosts. The dense aura of death converged and formed a visible black wave, making the ground churn. Within Tianyuan territory, the General Dead Bone, guarded by 3 Imperial Guards, lifted the wailing death high into the air. The death aura stored within it roared out, connecting the sky and the earth, like a black dragon enveloping everything. The blue glow in the Dead Bone's eyes brightened, shining like 2 stars in the dark night. It called out. Countless undead responded and came forth. Skeleton warriors crawled out of the black surge, phantom-like figures emerged from the darkness one after another, even massive abominations with bodies resembling sewn-together pieces of flesh marched out from portals that looked like the gate to the underworld, sweeping everything in their path. At this moment, this place belonged to the undead. They reveled in frenzy. It was akin to a coronation ceremony. The Ghost Chief's eyes widened. Wait a little more. No, I can't stay in this place anymore. He utilized his superior snake-like wisdom to strategically retreat. Wangba territory. 2.5 hours ago. Wan Furteng stared at the high-altitude billboard with full confidence. I will stand above all. 1.5 hours ago. Wan Furteng's face was solemn. Lord Tianyuan. It's no wonder he could exceed me and top the golden list. He is not to be underestimated. If I want to truly overtake him, I might need to take a bit of risk. He took out a strange flower from the warehouse. The bizarre plant named Misfortune Charm Flower would, once it was burned, spread a unique fragrance that would entice waves of monsters to charge forth relentlessly. Wan Furteng lit it. A half-hour ago. The unending tide of monsters continued to assault Wangba territory wave after wave. At this moment, the city walls here had collapsed, several arrow towers had been destroyed, and the main troops had suffered heavy casualties. Wan Furteng, however, didn't care about these. His gaze was fixated on the hanging sky golden list, almost popping out his eyeballs. Impossible, absolutely impossible. But reality lay bare before him, and it wasn't just bad luck. He looked off into the distance, sighed in resignation. If Yuan were not born, why then Wang? The trial battle was coming to a close. This year was harsher than usual, and most of the new lords could no longer pay attention to the trial golden list. They were fully focused on their territories, gritting their teeth, controlling their troops, and trying to reinforce the breaking or already broken defenses. Tattered troops and monsters were locked in deadly combats. From time to time, some troops would fall, cutting off their connection completely. It seemed like their territories might be swallowed by the monster tide at any moment. Suddenly, the pressure was suddenly gone. No new monsters emerged, and the old ones started scattering and fleeing. The monster tide began to thin out. Outside the domain, the red fog visibly dissipated at a rapid pace. Strips of golden dawn light pierced through the heavy clouds, casting their glow upon the earth. After a long and grueling battle that lasted for 2 days and 3 nights, the newbies finally saw dawn. Chapter 96, The whole world is looking for Yuan. Outside the Yuan territory, the red fog began to thin and slowly dissolve from sight. The orange-red glow of dawn fell upon the earth, burnishing the scattered debris with a flame-like light that seemed to sear the sins and profanity littering the land. The Lord's trial had ended, the scarlet lights in the monsters' eyes faded, and they instinctively fled in disarray. But the battle outside the Yuan territory had not fully concluded. Skeleton warriors, ghosts, abominations, skeleton mages, and numerous skeleton soldiers, ghouls, zombies, and other undead creatures continued their assault, surrounding the figure at the center. At this moment, they were the overwhelming wave. Yuan looked over from afar through the eyes of the hurricane warhawk. This enemy, presumably the Dark Knight Dancer, brandished 2 dark silver blades, striking with a force that resulted in meters-long waves, having already slain countless undead creatures. However, under the strategic skill Death Legion, there was no shortage of undead creatures. This is a formidable foe, General Deadbone mused. Therefore, it did not move forward. Instead, it continuously commanded the expendable undead creatures, who were not its allies, to initiate wave after wave of attacks. The Dark Knight Dancer gradually started to exhaust. She was swaying perilously, and the crimson glow in her eyes began to recede as the red fog thinned out. Glancing around, her gaze passed over the horde of undead, settling briefly on the distant figure of General Deadbone, then moved to the human territory and the tightly shut doors and windows of the Mage Tower. She knew that the human lord was inside. "You'll end up just like us. Cough, kill me." The wind was too strong for Deadbone to hear. It solemnly waved its massive hand, ushering the remaining undead creatures to engulf the figure. Lord Shepherd watched as his walls collapsed and his lance and arrow tower were left in ruins, his heart filled with aftershocks. If the number of enemies doubled, it would have truly been dangerous. At this moment, numerous regular lords who had just survived the trial were equally shaken. A lord looked at his territory, where almost no intact buildings stood, and the ruins stretched out before him. With only a handful of soldiers remaining in front of his lord's altar, he fell to the ground, unable to hold back the tears and snot flowing down his face. After a while, he let out a low laugh that grew louder and wilder, his laughter echoing hundreds of meters around. "I've finally become a lord. I have survived." The battle was intense and even brutal. Initially, many spectators were excitedly discussing, criticizing those with different views and looking forward to their favored second-generation excel in the trial, outdoing all competitors and ascending to the new king's throne. However, as the battle grew more brutal, soldiers were continuously falling and some spectators' lands were completely defeated, collapsing in terror. The audience became silent. They were eager to watch the show but fully aware that the scenes unfolding before them were real, with Lord with promising futures dying. That could happen to them too, right, these ordinary players? The red fog was indeed a sign of disaster. In the wee hours of the night, the discussion forum was almost silent. Not until the monster tide retreated at dawn did the spectators release their tense strings. This year's trial was indeed brutal. After all, the monsters are stronger than before, and the newcomers had less time to prepare. Will all future Lord trials be this dangerous? It might be even more dangerous. Or perhaps, there will be no more Lord trials. Some who were in the know said it so. Around and around, since the difficulty had been overcome, people's attention once again focused on the final ranking of the trial. So, who topped the list? Some gamers asked, but no one answered. The trial golden list was just a small one, suspended high in the sky. New lords could naturally see the tiny font above when they looked up, but the audience outside the field could not. They could only wait for the in-game lords broadcast. However, due to the fierce battle conditions, the officials and group players responsible for the broadcast had no time for other things, leaving a gap of more than 2 hours in the broadcast. I remember before it was the Dark Horse Yuan territory that emerged HKE a comet to ascend to the top. But in my opinion, Lord Wangba still has greater hopes. I see it the same way. But as the trials ended, the official landlords who had caught their breath soon provided the latest news. Tian Yuan still stayed on top. Moreover, for several hours, Wangba didn't even make Tian Yuan flinch. From the moment of his existence, he was like an invincible king, dominating the world. The players who were praising the names of other lords suddenly stopped talking. Pair after pair of eyes fixed on the word Tian Yuan, showing various expressions of blankness, surprise, disbelief, and so on. Who is he to be able to outshine top second generations like Wan Furteng and Lu Miamu? He must be a super second generation. Research, continue researching, this is big news. Whoever gets the first-hand information about Tian Yuan territory, reward of 3 million. You can't find anything after 3 hours, are you useless? But all the information about the new lands came from themselves or their acquaintances. Only then could they follow the vine to find some information clues. Tian Yuan territory was like a rabbit out of a crack in a stone, an entity created from nothing. Where the hell are they supposed to look? Why does this young man hide his information so tightly, not revealing a bit of? Gamers are searching, reporters are searching, and various large groups and powers are all searching. Still no results. Who the hell is it? It must be him. Huanchao territory, Lu Miamu looked into the distance, affirming with certainty. It was within her expectation, completely unsurprising. But who exactly is this young man who is extremely mysterious and only left a silhouette for her? She was thinking, searching, comparing. Suddenly a thought sprang up, taking root and budding rapidly. Is it possible he isn't a second generation? Zhang Loxing looked at the internet forum, at the countless guesses of the players about the Tian Yuan territory, and chuckled. You all dumbfounded, huh? Can't find it? It's right you can't find it. I know but I'm not telling. He hummed a song, finding the shock and confusion of other players more pleasing than his own ranking at 13th place. After enjoying himself for a while, Zhang Loxing suddenly froze. Wait, I don't seem to know who this mysterious guy is either, damn. Within a small circle of second-generation lords. Damn, who the hell is this Tian Yuan territory? Step up. Don't make me beg on my knees. Let's get real, the Lord Trial rankings are not entirely based on results. If it weren't for the lack of monster power in my area and the weak siege strength, I could at least climb a few more places. Surpassing Tian Yuan territory is not impossible. Exactly. Some people were comforting Wang, who missed the first place. But seeing these messages, Lord Wangba just sneered, "Huh, you really think it was due to bad luck? You have no idea how terrifying Tian Yuan territory is." Only he deeply understood, this was a mountain, worthy to be chased after. Chapter 97, Basic Gifts. The Beijiang Tenglong group was filled with an incessant stream of alerts. The newcomers were all expressing their relief and excitement about surviving the calamity. He saw that the Liver Emperor had excellent merit and his territory had been largely preserved intact. Mr. Tan had even reached his expected goal and made it into the top 100 of the rankings, albeit he was in 99th place, still it counted as top 100. This was a great honor. Upon seeing this, Lord Shepherd immediately sent his congratulations. However, the group did not have much of a joyful atmosphere, as 2 of the new lord had tragically died in the trials. This is the trial. And it's just the beginning. To an official lord, the Eternal Continent is still a place full of crises, requiring constant vigilance. Mu Yuan reminded himself quietly that since he had started this path, he just had to keep going, stride by stride, striving to become the strongest, before he could secure a peaceful existence. He stepped out of the mage tower, facing the bright daylight and strode forward. Trudge, trudge dash. Heave, heave dash. The newly resurrected skeleton warriors soon threw themselves into their busy work. They stripped off usable armors and picked up the scattered soul sand. They also purified and burned the worthless monster corpses. Mu Yuan also had lots to do. He kept checking for omissions everywhere, constantly prepared for the monster's potential onslaught. Where did the last monster tide come from all of a sudden? Soon. Through the Hurricane Warhawk, he discovered a huge pit just 2 or 3 kilometers away from his territory. The pit was deep and seemed to lead to the underground. Mu Yuan couldn't help suspecting that the enemies came from below ground. However, now was not the time to explore and linger over this. He went forward to take stock of the losses. Some of his troops had unfortunately perished. 3 silver slimes, an imperial guard, and a strong shooter. Many skeleton warriors had died too, at least several dozens in total. This is where the preciousness of the ability, Undead Resurrection, truly showed itself. It was a justifiable divine skill. Defensive buildings like the Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower, consumed about 4 soul crystals during the trial, most of it was used in the final battle. Emperor Deadbone's death core took an even bigger toll, consuming the energy of 5 soul crystals all at once. According to him, this wasn't even its limit. Other expenses, such as the recovery of the troops, repair of the equipment, etc., also consumed 3 to 4 soul crystals. War really did consume soul crystals. He hadn't even accounted for the cost of repairing the buildings in his territory. But the more one spends, the more one earns. This battle was like a meat grinder, and Mu Yuan had lost count of the number of monsters that had been eliminated in the Tian Yuan territory. Under the influence of the red mist, monsters became crazy, as though their potential was squeezed out, resulting in a lower drop rate, but even so, the huge quantity poses a significant report to the Lord. Duo Lai found lots of food, lots of soul sand and remnant souls. 1. Captain Duo Lai, now in human form, dragged a huge bundle to assure he didn't taste any. He counted on his fingers and said, "There are about 6 soul crystals, as for remnant souls, there are 127 random remnant souls, 36 1-star remnant souls, 49 2-star remnant souls, 17 3-star remnant souls, and 4 rare-level remnant souls. However, it seems that a lot of soul sand fell into the cracks. What a loss! No. I have to turn these places over again to find them." With that said, Duo Lai dropped the bundle and rushed out to continue digging the earth. Mu Yuan roughly calculated his income. He wasn't sure about the other territories, but he was definitely making a profit. For other lords, there was no loss as they greatly profited by acquiring the formal lord identity. Furthermore, they were given gifts from the eternal world after passing the trials. Ding dash! He murmured softly. As expected, the notification sound rang out. Prompt: your territory, Tian Yuan territory, has passed the trial, promoted to a level 1 territory, unlocking the formal lord, formal territory abilities which include Lord's Power and Construction list. The details are for you to explore. Prompt: you have passed the trial and received a gift from the eternal world. 1. Light descended, just like when purifying the root of corruption. Within the light, several precious objects took shape. Some soul crystals, 2 special, self-assignable rare 1-star remnant souls marked bound, 3 similarly bound types of breakthrough material. The gifts were modest, after all, they were rewards that newbie lords could receive. To most of the new lords, the 2 rare remnant souls were already quite precious. Most of the new lords did not even have a rare troop at this time. But the gifts didn't stop there. First there were physical gifts, then warm celestial light fell, blessing the various types of soldiers in the territory. The smallest in Tian Yuan territory, a LV1 little skeleton, advanced 2 levels in the light. Others that were slightly higher, like the LV4, LV5 ghosts, also advanced 2 levels. The LV8 Hong Yi, the LV8 17, Lulu, and those who had ranks like Bone 5, Bone 6, etc. overflowed with experience in the gift of light. However, they couldn't store the excess experience, which was a little disappointing. Emperor Deadbone, June, Bone 2, and other skeletons were all promoted to First Order Professional Level 3. As for Captain Duo Lai, who had held the highest level in Tian Yuan territory since early on with First Order Professional Level 3, he directly shot to Level 6. It seemed that the higher the level, the bigger the reward. If the trials had resulted in heavy losses of soldiers, then they would stand to lose during this phase. But no matter the losses, once the lords survived the trials, it was like a fish leaping through the dragon's gate. Now they were free to roam beneath the sky. The soldiers received upgrades, and of course the lords did too, and even more so. Soon, a brighter milky white light column fell upon Mu Yuan. He was completely covered, as if bathing in a hot spring. His body was warm, his pores opened, and the warm essence energy seeped into his body. The crack sound echoed. As if a barrier had broken, the energy inside Mu Yuan's body suddenly burst out. It had transformed from a thin stream into a bubbling torrent about 3 fingers wide, showing signs of forming a circle. Both the output of energy and the recovery of energy were several times higher than before. It was also much easier to wield this power, like a weapon that had been heavy in his hands suddenly became light. Many advanced techniques that he had only understood in theory previously, felt attainable now. Smooth. Transparent. Unparalleled. Is this what the realm of first-order profession level feels like? Simply describing it is far from enough to showcase its profundity. As the light faded, Yuan closed his eyes to experience it for a while before his eyes sprang open. Stretching his hand out straight and clenching his fist, his power surged along his meridians, inflating his sleeves as if buffeted by a storm. A tiny white light appeared in the center of his palm, almost like an energy cannon, and it shot out with a bang, leaving a small crater in the ground. If he had not been skillless, Lord Shepherd could have easily handled Bone 2 or Bone 3. But being skillless was not a problem. He was now a formal lord, and soon he would be able to wield the power of the lord. With the basic gifts now complete, expansion of the newly promoted territory began. Under the lord's gaze, the mist on the boundary receded inch by inch, symbolizing the expansion of Tianyuan territory. It spread over the main battlefield, extending further to the desolate wasteland, the huge pits filled with corpses, the small woodland that seemed devastated by a tornado, the undulating hills, the burbling stream. All these scenes were vividly reflected in the lord's sight. He now had ample territory for planning and construction. At this point, the names of the territories on the trial golden list, which hung high in the sky, started to disappear one after the other from the bottom. The extra gifts from the golden list began to drop, one after the other. Chapter 98, 3 Types of Architecture. Mr. Tan received a rare 3-star troop. This is just one of the gifts. Ranked 75th is Long Tao, who received a special building warrior college. It is said that after cultivating diligently within it for some time, one has the chance to change their profession to be a warrior. The most important feature is that it can be used by the citizens of the Lord's territory. Rounded up, it equates to a soldier-type building. Extra. Ranked 49th, Lu Renai acquired the Wild Wolf Den Soldiers-type building. Can you acquire a soldier-type building if you rank in the top 50? In previous years, only the top 10 had a chance. The gifts this time have indeed significantly increased. Envious? We paid with our lives to get them. What can the top 10 receive as gifts? That depends on whether the top 10 tycoons are willing to unveil them. As the names of the territories on the leaderboard were retracted one by one, Yuan also started to look forward to his turn. The leaderboard's rewards are the most heavyweight. The second-generation lord must also fight envy. They most naturally want to possess soldiers-type building. Even the most basic soldier-type buildings like the Wild Wolf Den have strong practical utilities and are not limited to recruiting just ordinary first-grade wild grey wolves. A soldier's-type building has always been the core of a territory. The precondition is that you should possess one. What type of soldier's building can I get? I hope I can get one that suits my taste. It is said that the heaven and earth gifts often provide to the player what they need. If this is true, then there shouldn't be any rumored junks. Finally, the reward for the top-ranked players descended. Unlike previous heaven and earth gifts, no light ball emerged. Ding! Prompt: you have obtained the special building Breakthrough Dojo, rare, please choose a location to place it. Oh, no need to invest in materials for construction? This is really good. Yuan already had a vague sense of the Breakthrough Dojo's scale and effect. He thought for a while and chose the location in the southern part of the territory, even further south than the previous mud wall. In the now expanded territory, this area is still considered the hinterlands. Confirm. The ground in the distance started to tremble slightly, startling many skeleton warriors into retreating. However, some curious babies like Duo Lai came forward. They seemed to be stopped by a wall invisible to the eye, and bumped into it with a plop. Here, the rugged barren land appeared to be smoothed by an invisible divine hand. The excess gravel, mud, and weeds all fell off to the side. Then, light and shadow fell, intertwined. Barely discernible were the silhouettes of ancient buildings. A gust of wind swept across, blowing the tender leaves down as if it seemed to also blow away the interlacing light and shadows. Green walls and stone doors, flying eaves and gables. The building, seemingly filled with mysterious artistic conception, appeared in the blink of an eye within Tianyuan territory. It somehow didn't seem out of place, as if it had always been there. Breakthrough Dojo, rare. Category: Cultivation Building. Level 1. Ability: assist individuals who have cultivated their current level to perfection with continue gathering soul sand even in a sated stated, and perform energy compression 3 times to break through the bigger rank barrier. This method of breakthrough requires a certain amount of time and the success rate is somewhat lower than using breakthrough materials, but the breakthrough effects are identical. Note, the Level 1 Breakthrough Dojo can only assist the breakthrough of the apprentice level. This type of special building is one of the ways for troops to break through to the higher level, besides using breakthrough materials. Indeed, it's what he really needs. After all, breakthrough materials are expensive. They are fine for supplying a few dozens of soldiers, but to supply an entire army, even a seasoned lord probably can't afford it. Some veteran players would rent such a breakthrough building for their own troops to break through. However, it's often hard to rent one. Lords themselves feel it's insufficient. Buildings like the Breakthrough Dojo have a limited number of slots for nurturing and providing benefits. My Breakthrough Dojo can currently accommodate about 30 types of soldiers concurrently. However, the process of breakthrough is time-consuming. It could take a few months or as little as half a month. 30 slots are just a drop in the bucket. Additionally, the breakthrough is not entirely free. There are additional expenses for further cultivation, operational costs of the building, time cost, and so forth. But Yuan was still quite pleased. The Breakthrough Dojo can be further upgraded, but this would need to wait until the land rank increases, and the upgrade level of the interior buildings could follow. After the establishment of the Breakthrough Dojo, the second pleasing gift prompt sounded in his ear. Prompt: you have acquired the special building Fountain of Life, rare. Please choose a location for placement. After a while. Boom! Not far from the Mage Tower, a clear pond surrounded by undulating boulders rose up. The spring in the center bubbled incessantly, with spring water gushing out. A burst of intoxicating fragrance, just by smelling it, one could not help but feel rejuvenated, drifted from above. It's a building that can continually produce special byproducts. The great Lord Shepherd had previously pondered on how to make money after establishing his domain. Now, he had a way. Vitality spring water is an extremely versatile material treasure. It can be directly drunk, used as a main or secondary ingredient in potions, and even for irrigation. This was worth considering. Following the Vitality spring water, was another special production building Gold Fertile Soil, rare. A fertile soil, that seemed to shimmer golden under the sunlight, was spread at the periphery of the territory. Covering about 10 acres of land, it had effects such as adaptive fertility and rapid growth. He needed to consider what to grow on it. After the 3 special buildings, the long-awaited troop building finally arrived. Prompt: you have acquired the first-rank troop building Skeletal Cemetery. Skeletal Cemetery. Effect 1: after a specific time interval, a certain number of little skeletons can be recruited, and skeleton soldiers can be recruited with a slight chance, with a tiny chance to recruit skeleton warriors. Effect 2: the skeletal cemetery will continuously modify the surrounding environment to form a habitat suitable for the lives of skeleton babies, and the skeleton troops within the cemetery's influence range will gradually level up. Effect 3: the cultivation speed of the undead species within the cemetery's influence range is increased. Remark: when certain conditions are met, the skeletal cemetery can be upgraded to a second-rank troop building Skeleton Cemetery. In the past, Yuan had heard quite a bit of information related to troop buildings. But all those rumors were mixed and unclear. At the first sight of it, the reason why countless lords are pursuing it became obvious. To the seasoned lords, this was a pillar. For the great lords and top-level lords, the first-rank troop buildings were still an indispensable foundation. Just Effect 2 alone could save a huge amount of soul sand over the years. Yuan pondered where to construct the skeletal cemetery. The influence of troop buildings on their surroundings seems quite substantial. They certainly couldn't be built in the heartland of the territory. Previously, he had a bit of a plan to segregate the core area, civilian area, and barracks region separately. Given that, he cast his gaze on the most western part of his territory and made his final choice. Chapter 99, a new type of soldier has appeared. Located at the westernmost part of the territory, there was originally a dense forest with grey wolves, goblins, and other monsters frequently emerging. However, today, the trees here are sparse, and what one can see the most are tree stumps with unsmooth and rough-cut marks. After all, the skeleton warriors are not professional woodcutters, and though their swords might be sharp and their strength considerable, they always get a bit too enthusiastic when chopping down trees. Cutting straight, cutting backwards, cutting diagonally, cutting vertically they would chop in all sorts of crazy ways. Being able to chop down trees was already an indication of some level of intelligence. The great Lord Shepherd was not demanding more, but the area's environment was a bit nauseating, especially when looking down from high above through his field of vision. It was as if a dense head of hair had been almost entirely shaved off, with only random tufts of tiny black hair remaining unevenly scattered. This scenario would soon be a thing of the past. Confirm. Rumbling. A noise several times louder than the one made by constructing the previous specialty building emerged from the western end of the territory. The dead bones, informed in advance, didn't panic but simply commanded some troops to stand by at a distance, preparing to kill any fleeing monsters that might appear. Within Mu Yuan's view, thick black mist emerged, akin to when the general dead bone exerted his full strength. Within a blink, it spread out several hundred meters. The ground within the black mist gradually withered, looking like an ancient burial ground that had buried countless dry bones and changed over time. Under the black mist, the uneven tree stumps withered and seemed to become rotten black stones. The remaining 10 or 20 big trees in the vicinity also quickly withered within a dozen or so seconds. Then, like hair falling from a critically ill person's head, they rustled and all fell off blown by a breeze. Upon falling to the ground, the withered yellow leaves continued to wither, and very soon they became like burned pieces of paper, leaving nothing but rotting spots of grayish-black ash. The withered trees, devoid of any leaves, appeared like monstrous beasts bearing fangs and claws under the black mist. If one were to walk in, it would undoubtedly give one the creeps. Fortunately, I built the skeleton cemetery at the very western end of the territory, which is still quite far from the core area. Skeleton troops are good, but living in such a gloomy environment. Damn it! This environment, rich in undead energy, benefits the skeletons and spirits, but it's harmful for ordinary humans. The black mist didn't spread outward, but remained constrained within a few hundred meters. On one side was bright sunlight, on the other was a cold and stern atmosphere. Only a thin line of separation. By this point, the ground at the core of the black mist slowly ascended, creating several heaps of earth resembling graves, with dry bones poking out from the grey soil. These were merely environmental props, all guarding the center, a giant tomb-like mound nearly 6 to 7 meters high. On the side facing the Lord's altar, a door over 2 meters tall was wide open, appearing like a deep black hole. The troop building structure, the skeleton cemetery, is indeed good, I'm very content. However, if Lu Renai, ranked 49th, can have the troop building Wild Wolf Den, then he himself should surely have more than just the skeleton cemetery. There must be a second troop building. This certainly goes against past patterns, but it's not surprising. I originally thought I would get a higher order troop structure, but it seems like I was mistaken after thinking carefully. Quantity is indeed what I need more of. Even so, there's still a bit of regret. If a low-level building like the skeleton cemetery has so many special effects, what would a truly high-level building look like? I'll have a chance to see in the future. Ding! The final gift of light has descended. Alert, you have received the third order troop building Treeman Forest. Mu Yuan. Treeman Forest. Effect 1, after a certain period of time, a certain number of treemen, rare, can be recruited. There is also a small chance of recruiting treeman guards, rare, and a very small chance of recruiting ancient treemen, excellent. Effect 2, within the range of Treeman Forest, all trees can become eyelines of the treeman. Vegetation growth will be more lush and there is a slight chance of generating low-level special materials. Effect 3, in the Treeman Forest area, levels of the treeman type troops can slowly rise. At the same time, the strength and recovery power of the treeman will increase. Effect 4, within the influence of Treeman Forest, the cultivation speed of natural fauna is increased, and the probability of breakthrough is slightly increased. Note, under certain conditions, Treeman's Forest can be upgraded to the Treeman Courtyard, a T4 order troop building. Lord Shepherd let out a gasp. The Treeman's Forest was naturally situated far from the skeleton cemetery. Mu Yuan chose a location on the far eastern end of his territory, where the trees hadn't been extensively chopped down, making it suitable for future settlement for the tree men. He snapped his fingers. Buzz! The environment on the east side began to transform drastically, creating an even bigger commotion. Giant trees grew rapidly as if stimulated by hormones. In the blink of an eye, century-old trees sprawled across the east of Tianyuan territory. It even extended beyond the territory, making the forest there even denser. The leaves swayed gently, releasing refreshing air that cleansed the lungs, even clearing out some of the stench from the distant battlefield that was yet to be burned clean. The range of the tree man's forest, both in terms of its coverage and influence, was larger than the skeleton cemetery. However, on first glance, it wasn't as eye-catching as the eerie cemetery, making it seem as if Yuan territory had always been nestled within a dense ancient forest. Deep into the lush forest and at the heart of it, there was a large arch created by intertwined branches of two ancient trees. This was the true recruiting spot of the tree man's forest. The tree man's forest had officially been established. It was only at this moment that the divine light from the rules gift officially disappeared at the end of the sky. The trial was over, and it was time for a new start. Let's take a look at the state of things in the troop building. Yuan stood up, conjured a skeleton warhorse, a versatile but not particularly outstanding combat asset, and rode it towards the cemetery in the west of the territory. He was accompanied by the Emperor Dead Bone, Bone 2 and Bone 3, and the skeleton clan, as well as a curious duo Lai. Upon entering the cemetery, Bone 2, Bone 3 1, and the rest of the skeletons reverted back to their active state, just like fish returning to water. However, duo Lai, being originally a slime, seemed a bit more sluggish and didn't liven up. Yuan was unaffected, this was thanks to his status as a lord. He approached the large burial mound and walked into the dark entrance. The interior was surprisingly open, with ethereal soul flames illuminating a green light. Numerous skeletal projections overlapped each other. As he walked in, a prompt appeared in a timely manner. Prompt: the current recruit limit is 200 soldiers and every month, 50 additional units can be recruited. The maximum number of units that can be stored for recruitment is 500. Prompt: would you like to recruit 200 units? This recruitment will cost a total of 2 of soul sand. Yes. Crack dash. Crack dash. Inside the massive burial mound, one after another, little skeletons crawled out from the burial ground, and their numbers kept increasing. So many that the space inside the burial mound couldn't hold them all, and they started spilling out. Yuan had naturally retreated to the outside a long time ago. He saw a large group of skeletons walking out of the mound. Among them, at the front, were a couple dozen armored skeleton soldiers and 2 skeleton warriors. Prompt: the first use of a troop building will always crit, you have recruited an exceptional skeleton warrior. One of the skeleton warriors walked with such an impressive and vigorous posture, he was like a celebrity among the skeletons. As soon as he was born, he already had wisdom. It was as if he was a born leader. The attitude of a general. A promising future. He came with a predetermined mission, to assist the Lord, helping him ascend step by step to the peak. That is, until he saw Emperor Dead Bone, as well as Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone N. Ah, this. It seems he's a bit late. Chapter 100. Tree Demon Granny. Yuan's skeleton series is full of talents, not only Emperor Dead Bone, but also heroes like Bone 2, Bone 3 Wave, Nigolasi and so on. Having another promising young recruit is simply the icing on the cake. He was in a good mood, but his heart had already flown to the neighboring treeman forest. With the first recruit having a crit mechanism, this means I can directly recruit the rare 1-star ancient treeman here in Treeman Forest. The third excellent tier troop in the territory, who would have thought it would fall on the new troop type. Troop recruitment can actually be activated with a single thought, but after all, this was the first time. To make it feel more ceremonial, the great Lord Yuan came to the Treeman Forest in the east, riding a skeleton warhorse. Stepping into the forest was a completely different experience from a skeletal cemetery. The sun passes through the lush foliage, casting mottled shadows. The scent of grass and trees pervades all around, refreshing the spirits of those who come. Without a doubt, this is an excellent dwelling place. The lush trees seemed to sway slightly as if welcoming his arrival. Walking all the way to a large arch formed by the entwined branches and leaves of 2 ancient trees, Yuan stepped inside. Just like a mound, inside the root archway exists a large space, this is the true troop building. Around the surroundings, everything has been factually transformed by its influence. Inside the archway, it's also like an ancient forest. Under the ancient trees are the faint projections of small trees. Ding! Prompt: current recruitable troops available is 30, subsequently, 10 units can be recruited every month, and a maximum of 100 units can be stored for recruitment. Prompt: Do you want to recruit 30 times? The total consumption of the recruitment is 500 g of soul sand. Yes. The 30 consecutive draws have begun. Within the recruitment space, the projection of a small tree falls, like a luminous aura plunging into the earth. Following that, a bud breaks through the soil, growing within a dozen or so breaths. In an instant, a treeman covered in numerous tender green leaves, approximately 2 to 3 meters tall, with roots for feet, had come before Yuan. At first glance, it is no different from the normal small tree if it doesn't move and roots itself to the ground. Treeman. Tier, Rare 1 star. Skill, Entangle. A skill that allows tree branches or roots to extend quickly and entangle enemies, even binding them to death. Yuan ordered the treeman to give it a try. The treeman moves very slowly. Once it roots itself to the ground, it takes even more time to pull itself out. But when it uses the entangle skill, it extends and shoots out its roots at extreme speed. This is indeed an excellent control skill. The Lord's territory lacks strong control skills. Treemen move slowly, but as territory defense troops stationed in a stronghold, they are extremely suitable. In addition to this skill, treemen themselves possess some characteristics, such as when they root themselves to the ground, they can blend with the surrounding forest environment, making it extremely difficult for outsiders to detect them. Also, when rooted, treemen's recovery ability can greatly increase. Perhaps it even has the function of enriching the fertility of the soil. The current treeman might still be small, but as it swiftly advances in the initial stages, it can quickly grow into a towering tree. Soon enough. 2 treeman guards, rare 3-star troops, similar to the current treeman but with thicker branches and darker color, seeming to possess stronger defense power, have also walked out from the recruitment. Following that, an ancient treeman, with a far more robust, it may also just be a small tree 2 or 3 meters tall, but it emanates a strange air of antiquity, slowly walked out. It has bluish-green leaves with round and appetizing green fruits on it. Its roots are extremely strong, like brown pythons roaming on the ground. It swayed its branches and slightly bowed its body as if showing reverence. Ancient treeman. Tier, excellent 1 star. Skills, entangle, fruit missile. Talent, natural breathing. Natural breathing can absorb the essence of grass and trees to slowly increase its basic abilities, or temporarily enhance the power of skills to a medium degree. The essence extracted from the grass and trees can also be returned to the forest. Having a natural talent, this ancient tree man is undoubtedly one of the more excellent individuals among the high-tier soldiers. But it's still not a perfect individual. It can also be completed in the process of evolution. That is, the Tree Man series are at least rare 1-star troops. They are strong but limited in numbers, and continued evolution may take a considerable amount of time. However, even without evolution, leveling up this ancient tree man would make it strong enough. It will be the guardian tree of the territory. You will stay in the forest of tree men from now on and improve your strength as much as you can. The initial leveling speed of high-tier troops will be faster. Yuan takes out a soul crystal and hands it over. The tree man stretches out a branch to take it, and a somewhat blurred and old face appears on its trunk. As you wish, my lord. What a surprise, it's a tree demon granny. The tree demon granny is still of a lower level, at this time, she may not be as strong as a level 9 big goblin. Naturally, for such an important area as Treeman Forest, Yuan needs to arrange elite troops to guard it. Summoning undead troops won't do, their compatibility with tree men is too poor. Even if the troops are loyal, as a good lord, Yuan would make better arrangements when conditions permit. Yuan therefore dispatched several strong shooters, and a group of silver slimes to patrol the area. Just after the trial ended and the official lords stepped into a new world, they were all busy. Especially Yuan. Typically, newly appointed lords wouldn't use all their territories. While recruiting refugees and building various facilities, they would also slowly expand their territories. By doing this, they leave enough buffer area and can detect monsters entering their territory immediately. Yuan also wanted to leave enough buffer zones, but unfortunately, the buildings of the 2 troop types took up too much space. This must be the trouble of being too successful. He had to disperse his troops and constantly control several Hurricane Warhawks and Battlehawks, to patrol around the territory. His Tianyuan territory was not weak in terms of military force, but after the area expanded more than 10 times, it was somewhat stretched thin. If a monster tide of thousands were to attack at this point, there would be inevitable losses. In response to this, Yuan started enhancing the power of the territory. He took out 3 optional breakthrough materials from the basic gifts and thought briefly. At this point, there were not a few apprentice great perfection and half-step career level masters in the Tianyuan territory. In the skeleton series, the bones numbered up to 20 were already full of experience. The Imperial Guard and the strong shooters, under the baptism of gifts, also reached the great perfection level. So, Yuan called Hong Yi, Lulu, and 17 and left these 2 in a soul with the quota. After the mutation, Hong Yi's combat power skyrocketed, and once she broke through, she could become the 3rd strongest under Emperor Deadbone and Duo Lai. For the rest of the skeletons, Imperial Guards, strong shooters, and slimes that met the conditions, Yuan sent them off for a round of cultivation in the Breakthrough Dojo. In half a month at the shortest, the professional level capability of Tianyuan territory will surge. Even now, there are 9 professional level masters here. Oh, not just that. I almost forgot about myself. As a lord, I am also at a professional level, and even the best among this level, I could easily defeat Bone 2, Hong Yi, and even Duo Lai. It's not that he is arrogant. It's just that, he is actually that strong. After being promoted to the official lord, lord players also gain a distinctive ability, the lord's power.